War of the Fates. Fateborne Trilogy, Book 3. Written by A.R. Colbert. Chapter 1. Vaeda. The darkness inside me had grown hungrier since Rorik's death. It curled through my chest like smoke, responding to the smallest provocations. Like the way Malin's mages kept watching me from across the clearing. Beside me, Theilen shifted against Gladys's scales. The big one's staring again. Kanan. He hasn't slept since we left Fariscott. Neither had I, but that had less to do with vigilance and more to do with what happened every time I closed my eyes. The shadows had a way of replaying Rorik's final moments over and over in my mind. All I could see was his body crumpling to the ground and the horror on everyone's faces as they realized what I'd done. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. I'd broken my fate binding and left the Videri Isles to save Rorik's life, not end it. But then Lady Malin had given me that box of moths, awakening something inside me that I still didn't understand. And whatever it was had transformed me from Fateborne to whatever I was now. Gladys rumbled softly beneath us and fixed her golden eyes on the mages. The dragon had refused to let us sleep on the ground, keeping us elevated on her back where she could better protect us. Smart girl. Though her scales weren't exactly made for comfort. "We could leave," Theilen whispered. His breath was warm against my ear as he twirled a lock of my hair around his finger. Right now. Gladys knows these mountains better than any of them. We could be gone before they even realize what happened. I let myself consider it for a moment. I thought of a quiet life with just Theilen and me, far from the chaos of magic and impending wars. It would be a beautiful thing. We could build a cabin in the mountains near Gladys. Or maybe even start fresh in a small cottage on the coast. But what would happen to the people who needed me now? Whether I liked it or not, this was all my fault. That well of raw magic sprang forth because of me. The universe demanded that balance be restored. I had unfairly taken a mortal life, and this was the payment for my sin. Lady Toli and her fae would come for the magic first, drawn to that kind of power like predators to blood. And they'd only be the beginning. I'd come to save the mortal realm, and I wouldn't quit now. Even if the task before me seemed impossible. I met Theilen's hopeful gaze. "You know we can't." "Can't or won't?" Before I could answer, Malin's voice cut through the pre-dawn quiet. "Vaeda. A word." Theilen tensed beside me. I rose carefully, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. The darkness liked sudden gestures too much these days. "Keep my spot warm," I murmured to Theilen, though we both knew neither of us would sleep any more tonight. Malin stood near what remained of our campfire. Its embers cast strange shadows across her face. Or perhaps that was my presence. It was getting harder to tell the difference. "The king's men are following," she said without preamble. "Of course they are. I killed their prince. Regardless, we're going to have to change our route. There's a mountain path that is rarely traveled. I doubt they'll follow us there." "Because of the troll?" My stomach clenched at the memory of that disgusting creature. It would have ended my life the last time I attempted to cross its bridge, if not for Gladys and Theilen. I glanced briefly in his direction to find both his and the dragon's sentient eyes trained on me. Theilen seemed to trust Lady Malin even less than I did. A horn blast cut through the trees, startling birds into flight. Gladys's head snapped up, and a low growl built in her throat. Malin shifted impatiently on her feet. "You're familiar with the troll?" "We've met." "Then you know we'll need every available tool in our arsenal to get past him." She set her lips into a hard line and turned her attention toward Gladys. "She won't be able to fly all of us past the bridge at once, if that's what you're thinking. And it's unlikely that she'll be willing to try. She's a bit temperamental." I suppressed a grin. Gladys would just as soon dump Malin and her mages into the ravine. It's probably why she and Theilen got along so well. "But we may not have to deal with the troll at all," I continued. "I can't be certain that he survived my last encounter with him. And if he did, the bridge may not have been so lucky. Malin's eyes widened slightly. But you didn't have the power. No, I didn't. It wasn't the shadows. It was an angry dragon who took him down. She frowned. Well, I suppose we'll just have to test our luck. There's no other option unless you're feeling up to taking out an entire search party. I tensed at the thought of taking more lives with my unfortunate new power. No, thank you. Another horn blast, much closer this time. Kanan's shadows gathered around his hands as the other mages drew their weapons. Even Malin took a step back, though she tried to hide it. The mountain path it is. I turned back to find Theilen already packing up what few belongings we'd managed to take with us. We each had a small blade, and Theilen had a spare cloak he'd stored in the Red Quarter with Gladys. Malin had managed to snag me a change of clothes, so I wouldn't have to travel in the formal gown I'd been wearing when I killed Rorik at the announcement of our engagement, though I didn't ask how she'd come across it. Something told me I didn't want to know. Keep the dragon out of sight until we reach the bridge. We don't need her drawing any attention our way. Malin strode off to help her mages break camp. Here, Theilen said softly, passing me a handful of overripe berries. But I wasn't one to complain. I accepted them gratefully, then joined him in stroking Gladys's neck. You know, I still remember the look on your face the first time you met Gladys. You weren't nearly as friendly to her back then. You mean when she was prepared to burn me alive? You've got the wrong dragon. I believe Gladys was the one who saved your life, he corrected, a familiar warmth creeping into his voice. You were so determined to hate me. I never hated you. I let him pull me up onto her back and settled in behind him. I just didn't trust you. And now you're the only one I do trust. I wrapped my arms around his waist, resting my cheek against his back. Across the clearing, I could hear Malin's mages rushing to pack up camp. But up here, for just a moment, I could pretend we were anywhere else. We could still take that mountain cabin, Theilen murmured. Build a life away from all of this. No fate, no magic, no lies. Just us. Gladys rumbled in apparent agreement, and I had to smile. Just us and a very large, very protective dragon? She comes with the cabin, non-negotiable. Another horn blast shattered the moment, closer now. Too close. Vaeda! Malin's sharp voice carried up to us. We need to move. Now! I tightened my grip around Theilen's waist. Ready? For anything, he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. As long as you are. As Gladys spread her wings, I caught one last glimpse of the mages below, their shadows stretching long in the growing dawn. Gladys launched upward with powerful strokes of her wings, climbing higher than strictly necessary. But she knew as well as we did that being spotted now would only bring more trouble. As the mountain air grew thin and cold around us, the forest below shrank to a dark carpet, cut through by the pale line of the trade road. There, Theilen pointed to a cluster of torches moving through the trees. The king's men. They're following the wrong trail. He was right. Malin's mages had done something clever with our tracks, leading away from the mountain path. From this height, I could see the whole deception laid out like a map. The false trail curved west, while Malin and her men moved steadily south toward the bridge. Smart, I admitted, though I doubt it will fool them for long. Long enough. Theilen guided Gladys into a slow circle, staying well above the clouds. We should be at the bridge before midday, assuming the troll still guards it. The darkness inside me stirred at the mention of the troll, and I didn't fight it this time. He'll be there, I said. We soared higher still, until the torches below were nothing but fireflies in the fading darkness. The mountain path stretched ahead, a pale thread winding through the peaks. Up here, with the cold air stinging my face and the clouds beneath us, I could almost forget what I'd become. Almost. Chapter 2. Vaeda. The mountain path was barely wide enough for two to walk beside each other, with a sheer cliff face on one side and a dizzying drop on the other. Gladys landed several yards ahead of Malin's group, her claws finding purchase in the loose scree despite her size. "They're making better time than I expected," Theilen muttered as we dismounted. He was right. We could see the mages rounding the bend below with their dark cloaks billowing in the wind. Kanan reached us first, breathing heavily from the climb. His eyes darted between Gladys and me, as if trying to decide which of us worried him more. "Lady Malin requests that we move the dragon ahead to scout the bridge." "Her name is Gladys," I said, "and she's not going anywhere without us." "The bridge is less than an hour ahead," he pressed. If the troll is there," I cut him off, "then we all face him together, unless you'd prefer to test your shadows against his strength alone." The darkness inside me stirred at the thought of the bridge. I hadn't had these powers then, and I'd almost gotten past without any violence. But I doubted the troll would be quite as receptive this time around. "No one is facing the troll alone," Malin said, appearing behind Kanan with the rest of her men. Unlike them, she showed no sign of fatigue from the climb. "Though I'd prefer we didn't face him at all. As you said, the bridge might not even be standing after your last encounter." "Gladys did leave it rather charred," Theilen said, a note of pride in his voice. The dragon snorted in agreement, and a small flame escaped her nostrils. Two of the mages stumbled backward. "Then we'll fly across," Kanan suggested, eyeing Gladys nervously. "She can only carry a few at a time," I said. "Maybe 4 if one's small." Thielen's mouth curved into a smile. "Though I doubt she'd carry any of you anyway. She's an excellent judge of character." As if to emphasize his point, Gladys let out another snort of flame, this one deliberately closer to the mages. Again, I had to bite down on a laugh. "We can't go back to the trade road," Malin said sharply. "It's crawling with the king's men by now." "Then I suppose we see what's left of the bridge." I squinted through the morning mist. "And whether its guardian survived." The path narrowed as we continued on, forcing us to walk single file. Gladys took to the air again, keeping low to the cliffs where she'd be hidden from anyone, or anything, ahead. Through gaps in the clouds, I could make out a dark shape spanning the gorge. At least part of the bridge had survived. "My men will hang back," Malin said, falling into step beside me. "You can approach first." "How generous of you." "It's not generosity, it's strategy." She lowered her voice. "You may not trust me, Vaeda, but trust this. None of us want to discover what happens when a troll meets shadow magic for the first time." Neither did I. But as we drew closer to the bridge, the darkness inside me grew restless, hungry, and I couldn't tell anymore if it was afraid of what might happen or excited. Through the thinning mist, the bridge looked like a wound in the mountainside, blackened wood stark against pale stone. Gladys's fire had left its mark, but somehow the structure still hung suspended over the gorge, swaying slightly in the wind. "Will it hold?" Kanan asked, peering over the edge at the charred support beams. "It'll have to." Theilen tested the first plank with his boot. The wood groaned, but held. "We'll go one at a time. Slowest in the middle where it's most stable." I stepped onto the bridge beside him, trying not to think about how far down the bottom of the gorge might be. The ropes creaked ominously, fibers frayed and blackened from the fire. But there was no sign of the troll. No massive shadow. No gravelly voice calling out demands. "He might really be dead," Theilen murmured, though he didn't sound convinced. We made it nearly a quarter of the way across before Malin ordered her men to follow. The bridge swayed more with each added weight, forcing us to grab the rope railings for balance. 5 steps. 10. The wind picked up, and somewhere behind us one of the mages swore softly. That's when I saw him. He emerged from the mist like a nightmare, his massive frame blocking the far side of the bridge. The blade in his hand caught what little sunlight broke through the clouds. It was crude, but sharp enough to slice through the weakened ropes with a single stroke. "Hello again, little lamb," he growled, his smile revealing those same jagged, blackened teeth. "Have you come to complete your sacrifice at last?" The bridge swayed beneath us as the troll took a heavy step forward. Even Malin's mages, with all their shadow magic, took an instinctive step backward. Only Theilen stayed steady beside me, though I felt his hand brush against mine, ready to grab hold if the troll made good on his threat with that blade. "What would you have of us?" Malin called out. Her voice was remarkably steady. The troll's eyes never left mine. "The same as last time. Answer my riddle, little lamb, and you may pass." His grin widened. "Fail, and—" He let the blade tap against one of the frayed ropes. The sound sent a shiver through the whole bridge. A piece of blackened wood crumbled away beneath my feet, vanishing into the mist below. Behind me, someone stifled a gasp. The darkness inside me curled tighter, ready to strike. But what good would shadow magic be against a creature who'd already survived dragonfire? My fingers found one of the ropes, testing its strength. The fibers were weak, barely holding together. Even without the troll's blade, I wasn't sure how long it would support all of us. "And if I refuse to play your game?" The troll's blade moved to the other rope. "Then you've already lost, little lamb. Though I must admit..." His small eyes glinted. "I am curious to see if you float as well as you burn." Thielen's hand tightened on his sword hilt, but we both knew how useless steel would be. Last time, it had taken Gladys's full fury to drive the troll back. Now the bridge wouldn't survive such an attack, and neither would we. "What happened to all those promises, little lamb?" The troll's gravelly voice carried over the wind. "The pile of gold? The new bridge near the castle?" His laugh sent tremors through the wooden planks. "Or perhaps you've forgotten now that you're no longer destined to be queen." The darkness stirred inside me, responding to the mockery in his tone. But he was right. I'd promised him everything back then, desperate and dangling over the edge. Now I had even less to offer. "Ask your riddle," I said finally. "It's the same as before, though this time you might want to think harder about your answer." He shifted his weight, making the bridge groan. What is always watching, but never seen, over, under, and in between. The fairest game but cheats to win, taking spoils of bone and skin. The silence that followed was broken only by the creak of rope and the whisper of wind. Behind me, Malin's mages began muttering possibilities to each other. "Justice," Kanan whispered. "The moon," said another. I closed my eyes, trying to think past the sway of the bridge and the darkness curling eagerly in my chest. The weight of everyone's lives pressed down on me. I couldn't get this wrong. Not again. Always watching, but never seen. Over, under, and in between. The words felt familiar, like something I should know, something I'd encountered in the Vaeda Isles. "Death," I said finally, my voice steadier than I felt. "Death watches us all, exists everywhere, and takes what it wants in the end." The troll's laughter shook the whole bridge, sending splinters of charred wood raining into the abyss below. "Wrong, little lamb." He raised the blade. "Though death and I do share similar appetites." The blade sliced downward, and several things happened at once. Theilen lunged forward. Malin's mages raised their hands with shadows gathering, and somewhere above us, Gladys roared. But the troll was faster. The rope parted with a sharp snap, and the bridge lurched sickeningly to one side. Someone screamed. The remaining rope groaned under our combined weight, fibers unraveling one by one. The darkness inside me surged up, ready to strike, but I feared what that meant for the rest of us on the unsteady bridge. The troll raised his blade again, aiming for the last rope, his twisted grin revealing those blackened teeth. "Wait!" I yelled, but the word was lost in the chaos. Gladys dove, flames blazing, but the troll didn't even flinch. He'd survived worse. The bridge swayed wildly as everyone scrambled for purchase. Behind me, one of the mages slipped through the railings, saved only by Kanan's desperate grab. The blade fell. Stop! The word tore from my throat, carried by something deeper than voice alone. The darkness inside me rose up, but this felt different, older, more familiar. It was like the persuasive power held by the Fateborne, but stronger. And impossibly, incredibly, the troll stopped. His blade hung frozen inches from the rope, his small eyes wide with something that looked almost like recognition. For a moment, no one moved. No one breathed. Even the wind seemed to still. The troll stood like a statue with his blade still poised above the last rope. I hardly dared to breathe, afraid the slightest movement might break whatever spell had taken hold. Behind me, someone whispered a question, but Malin quickly shushed them. Be steady, I breathed, though I wasn't sure if I meant it for the troll or my companions. Theilen was the first to understand. With agonizing slowness, he took a step forward. Then another. The charred planks creaked beneath his feet, but the troll remained motionless. Only his eyes moved, following Theilen's progress with an unnatural stillness. Go, I whispered to the others. Quickly, but be careful. Gladys appeared below, positioning herself beneath the bridge's weakest point. One by one, the mages began to edge forward. Every step brought new groans from the wood, and new streams of splinters falling silently down into the gorge below. A sharp crack made us all freeze. One of the support beams had split, causing the whole bridge to tilt slightly. Still, the troll didn't move. I took the first step past him, forced to turn sideways to squeeze between his massive frame and the bridge's remaining rope. Rotted meat and wet earth filled my nostrils. His breath stirred my hair, hot and damp. My shoulder brushed against the rough fabric of his cloak, and beneath it, something that felt more like tree bark than skin. The others followed, each pressing as close to the opposite rope as possible. Even Malin's usual composure cracked as she slipped past him, her face going pale at his proximity. Hurry! Theilen called softly from the solid ground ahead. Kanan was last, and the bridge was failing. Boards snapped beneath his feet as he picked up speed, no longer caring about stealth. He was 3 steps from safety when the final rope gave way. The bridge collapsed like a cut puppet. Kanan leaped, arms outstretched. Theilen and 2 other mages caught him as the rest of the bridge fell away. The troll plummeted with it, his massive form still eerily frozen. I found myself at the edge watching him fall. Despite everything, I hoped he would survive. He was a creature of this mountain after all, ancient and terrible and somehow essential. Just before he disappeared into the mist below, the stillness broke. His arm shot out, impossibly fast, catching one of the falling ropes. The movement carried him in a wide arc into the gorge wall, vanishing into the white void beneath us. Gladys wheeled up into view, her expression somehow managing to look both concerned and smug. What? Malin finally asked. Was that? I looked down into the mist where the troll had vanished, wondering the same thing.
Chapter 3. Theilen. The mountain path widened as we descended, though my nerves remained as narrow as the trail we'd left behind. None of us had spoken much since the bridge, but Malin's silence worried me most of all. I'd seen that calculating look before. She'd been watching Vaeda ever since we'd started down the mountain, and I knew it was only a matter of time before something erupted. That power, Malin finally said right on cue. Have you always been able to do that? Vaeda kept walking, giving no indication she'd heard. Was it the shadows? Malin moved closer, too close, and my hand instinctively found its way back to the hilt of my weapon. Or something else entirely? Vaeda's shoulders tensed, and the shadows around her feet deepened slightly. I don't know what it was, but surely you felt something. Malin's voice was light, casual, but her fingers worried the edge of her sleeve, a tell I'd learned to watch for. Some sense of what you were doing? Vaeda kept her eyes on the path ahead. I told you, I just spoke. And he stopped. People don't just stop because someone tells them to. The shadows can temporarily freeze a man in place, but only with magic learned and wielded by the most powerful of mages. And even then, it doesn't work on everyone. Definitely not Fae, and especially not creatures like that. Maybe the troll realized he was in the wrong. Vaeda knew that wasn't true just as well as the rest of us did, but her tone left no more room for discussion. If she knew what happened, she certainly didn't plan on sharing the details with Malin. After several more tense minutes of silence, I let the mages pull ahead until there was enough distance to speak privately. Veda's shadows had calmed, but her jaw was still set in that stubborn line I knew too well. So, I said carefully, about what happened back there. Not you too. She kicked a loose stone, sending it skittering down the path. I already told everyone. I don't know what it was. I don't know how I did it. I don't know anything. The words came out sharper than either of us expected. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. I'm sorry, Hey. I caught her hand, stopping us both. I wasn't asking for answers. I was going to say that whatever it was impressive. Terrifying, but impressive. That got the hint of a smile I'd been hoping for. Terrifying? You live with a dragon. And Gladys has never once frozen someone in place with a single word. I grinned, though it would make feeding time much easier. She actually laughed at that, the sound drawing a curious glance from one of the mages ahead. But her smile faded as she looked toward the distant horizon, where somewhere beyond the hills lay Arrowwatch. There will be ships in the harbor, she said quietly. Messages may have already reached them about what happened in Fariscott. Probably. But you know what else I've noticed? I nodded toward Malin's straight back ahead of us. That woman has the strongest sense of self-preservation I've ever seen. And for whatever reason, she needs you. As long as we stick with her, we'll be fine. Because she'll always look out for herself? Exactly. And right now, looking out for herself also means looking out for you. We walked in companionable silence after that, the path gradually leveling as we descended. By late afternoon, the salt-tinged breeze told us we were getting close, even before Arrowwatch appeared below. It wasn't quite evening yet when a sprawl of wooden buildings and crooked streets tumbled down to the harbor before us. Even from this distance, I could make out the forest of masts in the port and ship's flags snapping in the wind. The king's banner flew proudly from the harbor master's tower. What now? Vaeda asked, but she was looking at Malin rather than the city. Malin studied the harbor through narrowed eyes. I need to find us passage to Caligo. Quietly. She adjusted her cloak. I'll go down and see what arrangements I can make. Alone? I didn't bother hiding my skepticism. In a port city crawling with the king's men, I know how to move unseen. Her voice carried that familiar note of dismissal. The rest of you will stay here and I'm going with you. She turned, surprise quickly masked by irritation. That won't be necessary. It wasn't a suggestion. I met her gaze steadily. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Malin started to object again, but something in my expression must have told her this wasn't an argument she would win. I felt Veda's eyes on me and glanced her way, catching the silent understanding that passed between us. She knew as well as I did that letting Malin go alone was too risky. Will you be all right here? I asked Vaeda quietly, stepping away from the others. I think I can handle a few nervous mages. The shadows curled lazily around her feet, emphasizing her point. Just hurry back. The fading sunlight caught in her hair, and for a moment I forgot about the mages watching us and the danger waiting in the city below. I wanted to kiss her, to promise her everything would be fine. But now wasn't the time, not with Kanan's suspicious eyes on us, and the weight of what we still had to face hanging over us. Instead, I squeezed her hand and turned to Malin. Shall we? Malin was already starting down the trail, not bothering to check if I followed. You realize, she said once I caught up, that you're probably the second most recognizable person in the northern kingdoms right now, after your princess? She's not the guard who was seen with the woman who killed Prince Rorik? She shot me a withering look. Every description of you will have reached Arrowwatch by now. You're a fool for coming. And yet, here I am. Here you are. She ducked under a low-hanging branch. Let me be clear. If you're caught, I won't help you. I won't acknowledge knowing you. I won't risk my mission to save someone foolish enough to walk into his own capture. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. The closer we got to the city, the more I understood why Malin had wanted to come alone. The king's men were everywhere. They patrolled the streets in pairs, checking wagons at the gates and questioning merchants in the marketplace. Their red and gold uniforms stood out against the weathered buildings like drops of blood on old wood. Malin navigated the winding streets with unsettling familiarity, leading us through narrow alleys that seemed to appear and disappear between the crooked buildings. Salt-crusted walls pressed in on either side. The spaces between the houses were so narrow, we had to turn sideways to pass. Washing lines crisscrossed overhead, and somewhere close by, a baby was crying. "This way," she murmured, ducking beneath a low archway. The passage opened onto another street, this one partially hidden by stacked crates and barrels. The smell of fish and tar grew stronger as we approached the docks. Malin moved differently here, with her head high and steps purposeful, as if she belonged. I followed her lead, though my hand never strayed far from my sword hilt. A group of guards passed, and Malin smoothly turned us down another alley. "Stop touching your weapon," she hissed. "Nothing draws attention like a man ready to draw steel." She led us toward a quieter section of the dock, where larger vessels were moored. A guard stood at attention there. He was a beast of a man with a scarred face and arms thick as tree trunks. My heart jumped as Malin walked straight toward him. "Are you trying to get us?" I started, but she was already out of reach. The guard's hand rested on his sword as Malin approached. They spoke in low voices, too soft for me to hear, though I certainly gave it my best try. The guard's eyes shifted to me. I forced myself to stay still, even though every instinct screamed to reach for my blade. His gaze lingered for what felt like ages before he gave a single sharp nod and turned away. Malin returned, her expression unreadable. "It's done. He'll arrange everything." "Just like that?" "Just like that." She started back the way we'd come. "We move at midnight. The fewer eyes on the docks, the better. And you're sure that we can trust him?" She paused in the shadows between two warehouses. "Gold buys silence. Fear keeps it. That man knows exactly what would happen to him if he betrayed me." Something cold crept into her voice, as do all my associates in Greenbridge. I studied her in the dim light, wondering just how extensive her network of associates really was. "Come on," she said, already moving. "We need to get back before dark. And Theilen?" She glanced over her shoulder. "Try to look less like you're about to murder someone. We're not out of the city yet."
Chapter 4. Vaeda. The shadows under the trees lengthened as the afternoon crept toward evening. Theilen and Malin had been gone for hours, leaving me alone with a small group of mages who couldn't decide if they should fear or hate me. Both, probably. I kept seeing the troll's face in my mind, that moment of perfect stillness when he'd frozen mid-attack. It wasn't natural, but it also didn't feel like his obedience came from the shadows. If anything, it reminded me of what Isa had told me about the Fateborne's power of persuasion, gifted from life in the Videri Isles. But I wasn't Fateborne anymore, and I'd never been able to wield that particular talent anyway. "Some are more gifted than others," Isa had said. Like Staretta, she certainly had the gift. Had, before she died. The thought of her brought a fresh wave of guilt. Another friend lost because of what I'd become. I pushed the memory away and studied the mages gathered in small clusters around our makeshift camp. Maybe if I could master this dark power, whatever it was, fewer people would die. "What should we expect when we reach Caligo?" I asked, trying to infuse my voice with the same authority I'd felt on the bridge. The mages exchanged wary glances. One actually took a step back. Only Kanan met my gaze, his lip curling slightly. I tried again, focusing harder this time. "You want to tell me everything about what I can expect to happen in Caligo?" The words fell flat, empty of whatever power had stopped the troll. Kanan's expression shifted from contempt to something almost like pity. "No," he said simply. "I don't." The other mages looked away, seemingly fascinated by the ground, the trees, anything but me. The darkness inside me stirred restlessly, but that wasn't what I was reaching for. That power was newer, angrier. What I wanted was something else entirely if I could just figure out how I'd done it. After Kanan's flat refusal, the mages moved to a small clearing, clearly trying to put as much distance between us as possible while still following Malin's orders to stay close. I watched as they began their practice, shadows gathering around their hands like smoke. Kanan led them through what appeared to be a routine of defensive forms. Their precise movements made the darkness bend and flow, and their control fascinated me. Where my power surged and crashed like waves, theirs moved with deliberate purpose. No accidents, no deaths. I lifted my own hand, watching shadows curl instinctively around my fingers, but I quickly closed my fist to disperse them. The darkness inside me stirred hungrily, but all I could see was Rorik's face in that final moment, and the shock in the crowd as the shadows took him. A rustle in the underbrush announced Theilen and Malin's return. The mages straightened immediately, their relief at having Malin back almost palpable. "We have passage," Malin announced, brushing trail dust from her cloak. "But we'll wait until midnight. The fewer eyes on the docks, the better." She turned to her men, already issuing orders about watches and rest rotations. Theilen made his way to where I sat against a fallen log. Even exhausted and trail-worn, he moved with the quiet grace I'd come to associate with him. "Miss me?" "Hardly noticed you were gone." But I shifted to make room for him. "What happened down there?" "Malin has friends in interesting places." He kept his voice low, though the mages had moved away to see to Malin's instructions. "Or at least people who fear her enough to help. The Harbor Master's lieutenant is arranging everything." "The Harbor Master's lieutenant?" I frowned. "That seems dangerous?" "Probably." But Malin seemed certain he'd keep quiet. He stretched his legs out, wincing slightly. "Of course, she also made it clear that if anything goes wrong, we're on our own." "When are we not?" "We could still leave," Theilen said quietly. "Right now. The Western Mountains are close enough that we could be there by dawn." Gladys rumbled softly from where she lay, curled nearby, her golden eyes bright with apparent approval. "Don't encourage him," I said, but I couldn't help smiling as the dragon huffed a warm breath in my direction. "Think about it," Theilen pressed. "A cabin in the high peaks, where no one could find us. Fresh mountain air, crystal streams, dragons for neighbors instead of mages." For a moment, I let myself see it. A simple life. Peace. The kind of happiness I'd glimpsed in the fates of countless mortals I'd watched through my orb. The kind my own family might have had, whoever they were, if the Moirai hadn't taken me. "My family is out there somewhere," I said softly. "I don't know them, but they're part of this realm, along with every other family in Greenbridge. If the Fae take control..." I shook my head. "There might not be anything left to come back to. There will be no simple lives for anyone." "And allying with Malin's mages is better?" "I don't care what happens to the mages." The shadows around us deepened slightly. "I'll use them like they're trying to use me. As long as the realm is safe in the end, that's all that matters." "And you're sure that's worth it?" I thought of the well beneath Fariscott Castle and what the Fae might do with that kind of power. "It has to be." After our talk, as the others prepared for our midnight departure, I tried to rest against the fallen log. But every time I closed my eyes, the memories came rushing back. Rorik falling. Storetta's silver hair stained red. The troll freezing at my command. A power I still didn't understand and couldn't control. Even now, I couldn't explain what had happened on that bridge. It was the same kind of feeling I'd had in the Videri Isles, watching the golden bridges stretch out through the mist. Like I was supposed to know something, but couldn't quite grasp what it was. I opened my eyes to find the shadows had gathered around me while I dozed, responding to my unease. Across the camp, one of the mages noticed and quickly looked away. They were right to be afraid. I was afraid too. But fear wouldn't save the realm. Fear wouldn't protect all those nameless families living their simple lives, unaware of the forces gathering around them, including my own family, whoever they were. I hoped they were happy, these people who had lost a daughter to the fates. I hoped they had found peace, and I hoped that whatever I had to become to protect this realm, it would be worth giving up any chance of knowing them.
Chapter 5. Theilen. A sliver of moon hung over Arrowwatch, casting just enough light to make the shadows deeper. Below us, the city was a maze of dark shapes and darker spaces, interrupted by the occasional torch of a night watchman. Even from here, I could smell salt on the wind. "It's time?" Malin's voice cut through the midnight silence. She glanced in our direction, and I could just make out the scowl that pulled at her aging mouth as she settled on Gladys. "But the dragon has to stay behind." My chest tightened at the words I'd been dreading since sunset. Gladys lay curled at the edge of our camp, her scales gleaming dully in the starlight. She hadn't slept. None of us had. But she'd kept her vigil. Even now, her massive head tracked every movement of Malin's mages. "She could follow the ship," Vaeda suggested, though we all knew it was futile. "She can stay high enough that no one will see her in clouds." "No." Malin's tone could have frozen water. "Dragons are considered ill omens in Caligo. The sight of one could turn the entire kingdom against us." "Who cares what the kingdom thinks? As soon as they catch wind of what Vaeda can do, the dragon will be the least of their concerns." The words slipped out before I could stop them. The mages stirred, hands drifting toward their weapons, but Malin's face remained perfectly still, a mask that revealed nothing. "We don't have time to debate this. Say your goodbyes, and let's move." Each step toward Gladys felt heavier than the last. We'd never been apart, not since that night she'd found me half dead in the mountains. Not since she'd decided, for whatever reason dragons make such choices, that I was hers to protect. I turned to her, pressing my forehead against her warm scales the way I had thousands of times before. She rumbled softly in return. "I'll come back," I whispered. "I promise. I've never broken my word to you yet, have I?" Her snort sent a small flame dancing in the darkness. Behind me, I heard one of the mages stumble backward. "Watch over them while I'm gone," I said. "All of them." I meant the people of Greenbridge, but Gladys's gaze drifted to Vaeda. "We need to move," Malin pressed. "Now!" Gladys's growl was louder this time, deliberately so. She didn't trust the mages any more than I did. But she understood. She always understood. With one last nudge against my chest, she spread her wings and launched into the night sky. I watched until she disappeared into the stars, trying to ignore the hollow feeling in my chest. When I turned back to the group, I caught Vaeda watching me with concern. "She'll be fine," she said softly. "It's not her I'm worried about." A nightbird called somewhere in the darkness as we began our descent. Malin led the way, moving like a shadow herself, while her mages formed a loose circle around Vaeda. Whether it was protective or containment, I couldn't tell. Either way, I didn't like it. The path down to Arrowwatch was treacherous enough in daylight. In near darkness, each step had to be placed with careful precision. Loose shale shifted under our feet, sending small cascades of stone skittering into the darkness below. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the still night air. I kept track of each guard post we passed, each patrol route visible by torchlight. The king's men were everywhere, even more than I'd seen during our afternoon scouting. Something had changed. Maybe there was news from Fariscott, or maybe it was just our bad luck. My hand stayed close to my sword hilt. The city walls rose before us. Ancient stone turned silver gray in the moonlight. Malin led us away from the main gate, following the wall's curve until we reached what looked like a solid section of stone. She pressed something I couldn't see, and a narrow door swung silently open. "The mages first," she whispered. "Then Vaeda and me. Theilen, take the rear." I didn't miss how she positioned herself between Vaeda and me, but there was no time to argue. The mages slipped through the door one by one, their dark cloaks melting into the shadows beyond. Vaeda caught my eye before she followed, and I saw my own unease reflected there. The door closed behind us with a finality that made my skin crawl. We stood in an alley so narrow my shoulders nearly touched both walls. Somewhere ahead a dog barked, then fell silent. This way, Malin breathed. And remember, if we're seen, we're nothing but traitors heading for the docks. Nothing more. Right, just traitors. Not traitors who happen to be traveling with the most wanted woman in the northern kingdoms. I took a deep breath, missing Gladys's reassuring presence more with each step deeper into the sleeping city. We passed darkened doorways, and sleeping animals under windows shuddered against the night. Each intersection brought new sounds that set my nerves on edge. A baby's cry quickly hushed, the clatter of a dropped pot, voices carrying from the main streets. A patrol of guards passed at the end of our alley. We pressed ourselves against the cold stone, hardly breathing as their torchlight played across the walls above our heads. One of them laughed about something, and the sound echoed off the buildings. They were close enough that I could smell the ale on their breath. When they moved on, Malin gestured us forward again. But something felt wrong. The city was too awake, too alert for this hour. Usually at midnight, only the dock workers and city guard remained active. But voices rang out from too many directions now. We turned another corner, and I saw why. A crowd had gathered near the harbor master's tower, torches blazing. Even from this distance, I could make out the distinctive red and gold of the King's Guard, more of them than I'd seen during our afternoon scouting. Something's wrong, I whispered, but Malin was already pulling us into a deeper shadow. A door burst open beside us, spilling light and noise into the alley. A guard stumbled out, clearly deep in his cups. He steadied himself against the wall, then looked up. His eyes locked directly on Vaeda. For a moment, no one moved. Then his eyes widened with recognition. "You!" he started, reaching for his sword. The guard never finished his sentence. Kanan's shadow struck first, wrapping around the man's throat and cutting off his breath. But instead of bringing the man to the ground like I know he could, the shadow seemed to pull at his limbs and guide him straight toward Vaeda. I lunged forward, but two of Malin's other mages blocked my path. What happened next was so fast I almost missed it. As the guard reached for her, Vaeda dropped and swept the man's legs out from under him. His armor worked against him. Drunk and unbalanced, he crashed to the cobblestones with a clang that echoed through the entire street. Before he could shout, she had him pinned, one knee in his back, her hand clamped over his mouth. The mages stood frozen, their shadows hovering uselessly. Too slow, almost deliberately so. Testing her? Or waiting for another chance to try and kill her? "Help me," Vaeda commanded, though she clearly didn't need it. She controlled the shadows too. Even now the darkness stirred around her but remained contained. She wasn't going to lose control this time. The mages exchanged glances, and their hesitation confirmed my suspicions. But finally, their shadows wrapped around the guard, dragging him into the deeper darkness of the alley. I heard a dull thud, then silence. "What was that all about?" Vaeda spat. She wasn't looking at the guard. She was watching Kanan, who met her gaze without flinching. "We stopped him, didn't we?" After giving him every chance to harm her. I stepped in front of Vaeda, fingers pulling into fists at my side. But she didn't need my help. Her shadows curled menacingly between my feet and slowly crept up Kanan's chest, hovering around the tender flesh of his neck. For all he tried to look unfazed, I could see the terror in his dark eyes. I gave her the chance to finish him. It was her blood the guard wanted, so he was hers to handle as she pleased. My muscles tensed as I waited for Vaeda to reach the same conclusion I had. They wanted to see how quickly she would jump to murder again. Her shadows continued to swirl around Kanan's throat for another few moments before falling back to the corners of the alley. "We need to move," Malin cut in. "Now! That noise will bring others." As if to prove her point, voices called out from the main street. More guards, growing closer. We fled deeper into the warren of alleys, and the voices of the guards faded behind us. But the damage was already done. Whatever quiet crossing Malin had planned was no longer possible. We finally stopped to catch our breath, hidden behind stacked crates near the wharf. I pulled Vaeda aside. "This is our last chance," I whispered. "They just tried to get you killed back there." "They tried to test me," she corrected, though her eyes followed the mages warily. "There's a difference." "Is there? What happens when they decide to test you on the ship? In the middle of the ocean?" I caught her arm. "We can still disappear. The city's chaos works in our favor. We could be gone before they even notice. For a moment, I saw the temptation in her eyes. But then she shook her head. You know I can't. You can. You're choosing not to. Yes. She touched my cheek, the gesture so gentle it almost broke me. Stay if you want. I won't blame you. But we both knew I wouldn't. Whatever waited in Caligo, whatever games Malin and her mages were playing, I'd face it at Vaeda's side. The ship's ready, Malin called softly. We need to move now, or we'll lose our chance entirely. The vessel loomed before us, dark against the darker sky. No lanterns burned on its deck. There was no crew visible above board. It looked less like a ship and more like a shadow given form. My heart hammered as we crossed the gangplank one by one. Each step felt heavier than the last. Somewhere above us, a night bird called, or perhaps it was Gladys, watching from too far away to help. The hold swallowed us into darkness that even the mage's shadows seemed to fear. As the hatch closed above us, I caught one last glimpse of Arrowwatch, the city where I'd first found Vaeda, and I sent a silent prayer up to the fates. But it was too late for second guesses. The ship creaked, ropes groaned, and our journey to Caligo began.
Chapter 6. Vaeda. Dawn broke over Caligo's main port, Morwenna in shades of gray and gold, revealing a city that seemed to be slowly sinking under the weight of its own history. Tarnished domes rose above the morning mist, their gilded surfaces peeling away like old scabs. Marble columns lined the harbor, stained dark by salt and time. This was Caligo? This faded, crumbling place? I'd expected something darker and grander. Maybe a castle with towering spires to cast shadows over any ships who dared to sail too close to the powerful land. Instead, the first rays of sunlight revealed vendors setting up market stalls, their colorful awnings bright against the weathered stone. The air smelled of fresh bread and fish, and something sweet I couldn't identify. "Keep your hood up," Malin murmured as we disembarked, "and stay close." But I couldn't help lingering at the top of the gangplank, taking in every detail. A woman hung washing on a line strung between two ancient statues. Children darted between market stalls, laughing as they chased a cat. Somewhere, someone was singing. "Different than you imagined?" Theilen asked quietly. "Everything's different than I imagined lately." A sad smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Me too." I pushed my way forward before I could think too long about what exactly he meant by that. The dock workers barely spared us a glance as we made our way into the city proper. They looked tired, worn and broken down like their surroundings. But their movements were practiced and efficient. Life here continued, regardless of crumbling architecture or dark magic. A gust of wind caught my hood, and I reached up to secure it. That's when I saw them. 3 small figures huddled in the shadow of a fallen column, watching the baker's stall with hungry eyes. The smallest couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old. The dark hair surrounding her dirt-stained cheeks was matted and tangled. The older 2 flanked her protectively, but their own gaunt faces betrayed their desperation. As I watched, the eldest whispered something to the others. He was a boy with eyes too old for his face, and an expression that told me he'd seen far more than he should have at this tender age. The baker turned away from his stall to argue prices with a customer. In that moment, the children moved. Quick as shadows, the older 2 created a distraction, while the little one darted forward, small hands reaching for a loaf. She wasn't fast enough. The baker spun, catching her wrist in a meaty grip. "Thought you could steal from me again, did you?" He raised his other hand. I moved without thinking, the darkness inside me surging up before I forced it back down. No magic. Not here. Instead, I caught the baker's arm with my own steady hand. "I'll pay for it." The man's face reddened. "These street rats need to learn. They need to eat." I pulled out the coins Malin had given me for emergencies, not caring that she watched with narrowed eyes. "How much?" Something in my voice, or perhaps the shadow that flickered briefly across his face, made the baker release the girl. His hands shook slightly as he counted out my change. The little girl hadn't run. She stood frozen, staring up at me with eyes the color of storm clouds. Something about her gaze tugged at me, reminding me of all the Fateborne children that had been taken and all the families torn apart in the name of greater purpose. "Here," I said, handing her the bread. "Share with your friends." She took it carefully, as if afraid it might disappear. Then she smiled, and for a moment I saw what Caligo could be. This is what it might have been before whatever darkness had taken root here. "We need to move," Malin said sharply. "The carriage won't wait forever." But as we walked away, I found myself looking back at the children. This city and all these people living their lives in the shadow of failing magic and fading glory deserved better than this. They deserved a chance at something more than survival. Malin led us away from the market square, through streets that grew progressively narrower and quieter. The morning bustle faded behind us, replaced by the sound of our own footsteps on worn cobblestones. "You shouldn't draw attention to yourself," she said, though she didn't turn to look at me. "Especially not with acts of charity." "Why? Afraid someone might realize dark mages can show kindness?" One of her men made a sound that might have been a laugh, but he quickly stifled it. Even Theilen's lips twitched. We emerged into a smaller square, where a black carriage waited. Its wooden panels were carved with intricate patterns that might once have been beautiful, but like everything else in Morwenna, time had worn them down to shadows of their former glory. 2 horses stamped impatiently in their traces, and their breath steamed in the morning air. Neither animal looked pleased to be there. I couldn't blame them. Something about the carriage made the darkness inside me stir uneasily. "Your transport to the estate, my lady?" the driver said to Malin, bowing slightly. His eyes darted to the rest of us, lingering a moment too long on me before quickly looking away. The mages loaded our meager supplies while I studied the carriage more closely. Every surface was carved with strange symbols. Some I recognized from my time with the Fates, but others were entirely foreign. They seemed to shift in the early morning light, making the darkness inside me curl with interest. "Protective wards," Malin explained, following my gaze. "Though most have faded now." There was something almost sad in her voice, but before I could question it, she turned to the driver. "Take the forest road." The carriage was cramped with all of us inside. The mages pressed together on one bench while Theilen, Malin, and I occupied the other. Every bounce over the cobblestones sent us knocking into each other. But slowly the sounds of the city faded, replaced by the steady rhythm of hooves and the creak of wooden wheels. I watched through the small window as Morwenna fell away behind us. The buildings grew shorter, the streets wider, until finally we passed through a gate in the old city wall. The countryside beyond was nothing like the lush meadows of Greenbridge. Here, the grass grew in sparse patches between dark rocks, and the trees seemed to hunch against the wind. We'd been traveling for perhaps an hour when Theilen suddenly sat straighter with his eyes fixed on something through the window. "What is it?" I asked, but I already knew. That subtle shift in his posture and the way his hand had unconsciously reached for the window latch told me everything. So it was no surprise when a shadow passed over the carriage a moment later. Malin's face drained of color. "Stop the carriage," she commanded, but the driver had already pulled the horses to a halt. The animals stamped nervously, sensing what their human master couldn't yet see. The shadow passed over us again, larger this time. No bird could cast a shadow that size, and there was only one dragon who would have followed us across the sea. "If she's followed us this whole time," Malin's voice shook with barely controlled fury, "then she's smarter than you gave her credit for," Theilen finished, not bothering to hide his grin. "She would have stayed high enough that no one in Morwenna could spot her. Wouldn't have revealed herself until we were well away from the city." As if to prove his point, Gladys descended from the clouds, her scales catching the morning light. The driver fell backward off his seat and scrambled away from the carriage. Even the mages pressed themselves against the far side of the compartment. But Gladys merely landed beside us with impossible grace for a creature her size, folding her wings and letting out a soft rumble of greeting. "This is unacceptable," Malin spat. "Do you have any idea what would happen if someone saw her? Dragons are ill omens in Caligo, yes, we know." Theilen was already out of the carriage, reaching for Gladys's snout. "But we're miles from the city now, and she's clearly not going anywhere." The dragon snorted in agreement, sending a small flame dancing in the air. One of the horses whinnied in protest. "We can hide her somewhere," I suggested, watching Malin's face carefully. "Surely the Queen's estate must have stables, storage buildings, somewhere out of sight." "The stables?" Malin laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You think you can hide a dragon in the Queen's stables?" Gladys lowered her massive head, golden eyes fixed on Malin. For all her size and power, the dragon could move with incredible stealth when she wanted to. She'd proven that by following us across the sea without being spotted. "She's not leaving," Theilen said quietly. His hand rested on Gladys's scales, but his eyes never left Malin. "You need us, all of us, so you'll find a way to make this work." My heart soared at his confidence. His bullheadedness was far more endearing when it wasn't directed at me. I joined his side, suddenly feeling the need to touch him. He leaned into the feel of my hand on his back, practically purring under my touch. This new dynamic between us was certainly something I could get used to. The driver had retreated behind the carriage, and even the horses seemed to be holding their breath. Malin stood perfectly still, her face unreadable as she studied the dragon. Finally, her shoulders dropped slightly. "The estate has old storage buildings," she said, "far from the main house. They're falling apart and mostly forgotten, so I think they'll work." I scoffed. It was a good thing Theilen and Gladys weren't the kind to get hung up on needing the finer things in life. It was clear we weren't going to be getting any royal treatment here. Malin turned to the driver, who flinched under her gaze. "What you've seen today never happened. Understand?" The man nodded frantically. "Good." She glanced at the sky, then back at Gladys. "Follow high and far behind. When we reach the estate, wait for a signal before approaching." Her voice could have frozen fire. "One mistake, one sighting, and this arrangement ends. Are we clear?" Gladys snorted. Whether in agreement or derision, I couldn't tell. She spread her wings and launched herself skyward with silent grace, disappearing into the clouds within moments. "Now," Malin said, already climbing back into the carriage. "Let's continue before we waste any more time."
Chapter 7. Theilen. The Queen's estate rose before us like a monument of faded glory. Where Fariscott had been all warmth and golden stone, this place was built of darker stuff. Black rock walls shot through with veins of silver barely glistened in the afternoon light. The effect might once have been magnificent. Now it just looked tired. Our carriage passed under iron gates that hadn't seen polish in years. The gardens beyond were equally neglected, their paths half swallowed by creeping vines. A fountain stood dry and cracking in the center of the circular drive, with carved figures worn smooth by time and weather. The front doors opened as we approached, revealing a tall woman whose silver-streaked hair was pulled back so severely it might have been painted on. Everything about her spoke of precision, from her perfectly pressed dress to her ramrod-straight spine. "Lady Malin," her voice carried clearly across the drive. "We had not expected you quite so soon." Malin's fingers worried the edge of her sleeve. "Yasmin, I trust all is prepared?" "But of course." Yasmin's dark eyes swept over our group, lingering longest on Vaeda. Her lip curled slightly. "Though we were not informed you would bring quite so many guests." "They are under my protection." I stiffened at that. Malin's protection was worth about as much as the rusted gates we'd just passed through. But before I could say anything, Yasmin's gaze snapped to something in the distance. Following her line of sight, I caught the briefest flash of golden scales above the tree line. Was that? Yasmin's perfect composure cracked for just a moment. "A necessary complication," Malin cut in. one that requires immediate attention. Do you have someone who might attend to it? Perhaps at the edge of the property where no one can interfere? Yasmin's face smoothed back to careful neutrality, though a muscle twitched in her jaw. Of course, my lady. She turned to a younger servant hovering nearby. Fetch Martin for the old storage buildings. I'm happy to offer instructions for the dragon's care. Her eyes found me again, twitching slightly at my casual use of the word dragon. Is that so? I nodded stiffly. As soon as I'm settled. How convenient that you're all so concerned with settling in. The words dripped with carefully measured courtesy. Shall we proceed inside? Unless there are any other complications I should be aware of? No, Malin answered sharply. There is nothing else. Let's proceed. The entrance hall matched my expectations more than anything else we'd seen so far. It was all polished stone and faded grandeur, though at least someone had bothered to dust. Our footsteps echoed off the high ceiling as Yasmin led us deeper into the estate. Her own steps were silent as a cat's. I made mental notes about all the strange mannerisms of this woman. I didn't like her, not one bit. Her one saving grace was that it was clear she didn't care for Lady Malin any more than I did. The Queen is not receiving visitors, she announced, though none of us had asked. Her condition requires absolute quiet and rest. I caught the slight tension in Malin's shoulders at those words. Rissa had mentioned her mother was ill, but there was something in Yasmin's tone that suggested more than simple sickness. The corridors we passed through reminded me of Fariscott in the worst way. They had the same towering windows, the same proud ancestral portraits. But where Fariscott's halls had been filled with warmth and life, even under Brogan's rule, this place felt like a tomb. Or maybe that was just the memories, creeping up when I least wanted them. The mages will be housed in the east wing, Yasmin was saying. Lady Malin, your usual rooms have been prepared, of course. She gestured to a young servant. The girl can be placed in the blue room adjacent to yours. As for him, her eyes flickered to me. The staff corridors should suffice. He'll stay next to me, Vaeda said quietly. I hadn't asked for her intervention. I didn't need it. But something in the set of her shoulders told me this wasn't just about room arrangements. After everything that had happened in Fariscott, she wanted to keep her allies near. And selfishly, I hoped she wanted me close for other reasons, too. I tried to ignore the flush creeping up my neck. Put them both in the north wing, Malin said. It wasn't a request. Across from each other, I think. The gray rooms should do. Something passed between Yasmin and Malin then, some current of old tension. But Yasmin merely inclined her head. As you wish, my lady. Though the gray rooms haven't been used in some time. They're rather austere. I'm sure they'll manage. The gray rooms lived up to their name. The walls, furnishings, and even the view through the narrow windows felt washed of color. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight as Yasmin led us through my room to inspect Vaeda's across the hall. Someone will be up shortly to make the beds. Yasmin's fingers trailed across a table, leaving a clean line in the dust. Her attention fixed on Vaeda, who stood in the connecting doorway between our rooms. When Vaeda moved a step forward, Yasmin took a quick step back, nearly colliding with a young maid who'd appeared in the hallway. The maid dropped her armful of linens, face draining of color. I'm so sorry, I didn't. I'll come back later. You'll come back now, Yasmin said sharply, but the girl was already fleeing down the corridor. I crossed to the window, testing the latch. Like everything else here, it needed oil. Through the smudged glass, I could just make out the old storage buildings where Gladys waited. She'd be growing restless by now, wondering why I hadn't come to get her settled in yet. I assume you'll want to see to your arrangement? Yasmin's voice carried that same precise disdain. When I turned, she was watching me straighten a crooked picture frame, as if my attempt to improve even this small corner of her domain offended her. I'll have someone show you to the storage buildings. After all, we wouldn't want you getting lost. A shadow passed briefly across Vaeda's face. I'll go with him. That won't be necessary. Yasmin's smile could have cut glass. I'm sure your time would be better spent settling in. She swept toward the door, then paused. Oh, and do try not to touch anything valuable. Some of these pieces are quite old. After she left, Vaeda crossed to where I stood by the window. I don't like this. The rooms? The staff? Or the fact that they're terrified of you but think I'm not worth the air I breathe? All of it. She pressed her palm against the glass, and for a moment I thought I saw shadows gather around her fingers. But mostly leaving Gladys out there alone. She's not alone. I touched her shoulder lightly. This Martin fellow will be with her, and I'll go check on her. A knock at the door interrupted us. A different servant stood there, younger than Yasmin, but with the same careful way of moving. He kept his distance from Vaeda while barely sparing me a glance. "If Sir would like to see to his dragon," he said, addressing the air somewhere between us, "I can show you the way to the storage buildings now." "Go," Vaeda said softly, "before Gladys decides to come looking for you herself." The servant flinched at the mere mention of the dragon, though he tried to hide it by busying himself with straightening his jacket. I caught Veda's hand and squeezed it quickly. "Try not to terrify any more maids while I'm gone." A smile tugged at her lips. "No promises." The servant, who still hadn't offered his name, led me through a maze of corridors that grew progressively narrower and less grand. Servants moved quietly about their tasks, dropping their eyes as we passed. But I caught them watching once they thought we were beyond sight. The way they looked at me reminded me of my early days in Farrascott's kitchens, as just another commoner who'd unfairly taken position above his station. Only this time, I agreed. I didn't deserve Vaeda, and I certainly wasn't designed to live a life on some grand estate. We emerged through a small door into what must have once been a kitchen garden, now gone wild with herbs and brambles. 3 long structures that I presumed were the storage buildings hulked beyond. They were made of weathered stone with sagging roofs. A boy waited by the nearest building, practically bouncing with nervous energy. Martin, I assumed. He couldn't have been more than 17, but his eyes lit up with poorly concealed curiosity when he saw me. "The dragon," he started, "is not to be discussed," my guide cut in sharply. Then to me, "I trust you can find your way back to your rooms without assistance?" He didn't wait for an answer before turning on his heel and striding away, leaving me with Martin and what sounded suspiciously like Gladys snoring from inside the storage building. "Is it really in there?" Martin asked as soon as the other servant was out of earshot. "A real dragon?" A curl of smoke drifted from one of the building's broken windows, answering his question. But there was something refreshing about his open wonder, after all the careful disdain we'd faced since arriving. "Her name is Gladys." I moved toward the door, testing its ancient hinges. "And she's probably hungry enough to eat a stable boy by now." Martin's eyes widened for a moment before he caught my slight smile. "Lady Malin said she needs to stay hidden, that no one can know she's here. And yet here you are, knowing." "I'm good with horses," he said, following me into the dim interior, "even the ones everyone else is afraid to handle. They thought maybe—" His voice trailed off as Gladys lifted her massive head. She'd made herself comfortable among broken furniture and old farming equipment, though she'd been careful not to break anything further. Smart girl. Her golden eyes fixed on Martin with keen interest. "It's all right," I told them both. "He's here to help." Gladys snorted softly, sending a small flame dancing through the dusty air. To his credit, Martin held his ground, though his hands trembled slightly. "She won't hurt you," I said, running a hand along her scales, "unless you give her reason to. The same as any creature that's smarter than most humans I know." "Does she—" Martin stepped closer, wonder overtaking his fear. "Does she understand what we're saying?" Gladys huffed indignantly. "I'll take that as a yes," Martin breathed. Then his face grew serious. "But how do we keep her hidden? The whole estate will hear her if she roars. And she'll need to eat. She can hunt at night, far from the estate. As for the rest—" I studied the building's interior. The roof had more holes than solid parts, but the stone walls were thick. "We'll need to block those windows. Find a way to muffle any sound, and you'll have to check on her when I can't." "Me?" His voice cracked slightly. "Unless you'd prefer I tell Lady Malin you're not up to the task?" "No." The word came out too quickly. "I mean, I can do it. I want to help." He glanced at Gladys, who had settled her head back down but kept one eye trained on him. "I've never seen anything like her. She's beautiful." Gladys preened slightly at that. I bit back a smile. She'd always been a sucker for flattery. "Just remember," I said, "if anything happens to her, if anyone finds out she's here—" I won't tell anyone, I swear it. His eyes were steady now, despite Gladys's size, and the smoke still curling from her nostrils. Besides, who would believe me?
Chapter 8. Vaeda. The dining hall was nearly empty when we finished breakfast, though servants hovered near the walls like anxious shadows. They'd been doing that all morning, appearing only when necessary, then retreating to a safe distance. None would meet my eyes, and they'd practically thrown themselves out of my path when I'd reached for the salt. It didn't bother me much, though. After all, Theilen had once thought I was a witch, too. I pushed the last of my eggs around the plate, watching a young serving girl gather her courage to approach our table. She needed to clear our dishes, but her hands shook so badly I feared she'd drop everything. "I can take them to the kitchen myself," I offered. The girl stumbled backward, nearly colliding with one of the hall's massive stone columns. "No! I mean, please, my lady, I'll do it." "If you insist." She snatched the dishes as quickly as her trembling fingers would allow, and I merely sighed at Thielen's pitying glance. At least she didn't seem to mind getting close to him. If I was something to be feared, he was the complete opposite. I wondered at times if the staff even noticed his presence. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, catching the silver veins in the dark stone walls. Like everything in the estate, the dining hall spoke of faded grandeur. Its elaborate carvings were worn smooth by time, and the tapestry's colors had dulled to whispers of their former vibrancy. "Kanan is probably waiting," Theilen said quietly. He hadn't eaten much either. "Are you sure about this training? After that little incident in Arrow Watch, I don't trust him." "You never trusted him before that either." "True." The corner of Thielen's mouth hooked up, and I let my gaze linger on those lips. We hadn't had much time alone lately, and though I was still processing everything that had happened between us back in Greenbridge, there was no denying the attraction that hummed between us. One day, perhaps, life would settle enough that we could explore it a bit more. Before I could respond, the door burst open. The serving girl startled so badly she finally did drop a plate, but no one seemed to notice. All eyes fixed on Malin as she strode into the hall. "Come," she said, not bothering with a greeting. "It's time to begin your first lesson." I rose from the table, Theilen following suit beside me. Malin's eyes narrowed. "And where exactly do you think you're going? The training is for those with shadow magic only." "Really?" Theilen fell into step with us anyway as we left the dining hall. "And here I thought I might learn something useful. Unless you're worried, I'll share all your dark secrets with my extensive network of new friends here." A muscle twitched in Malin's jaw. Several servants who'd been crossing the corridor suddenly found urgent business in other directions. "You should come," I said quietly. "I wouldn't mind." "It's fine." He turned from Malin's hard stare and touched my arm briefly. "I need to check on Gladys anyway. Make sure she hasn't eaten any stable boys." "Good idea," Malin agreed, as though Theilen had any choice in the matter. "I trust your pet is staying well hidden?" "Oh, absolutely." He was already turning away, his voice carrying down the corridor. "She's very good at knowing who to avoid." I watched him go, missing his steady presence already. But he'd been right to make light of it. We both knew there were more important things than hurt feelings over excluded training sessions. "This way." Malin turned and led me toward the Great Hall. "And try to keep talk of dragons to a minimum. The staff are already unsettled enough." The Great Hall lived up to its name, though like everything else in the estate, its grandeur had faded. Massive iron chandeliers hung from exposed beams, but their candles had long since burned away. Morning light streamed through tall windows, creating pools of brightness that only made the shadows in the corners seem deeper. Kanan waited in the center of the hall, his own shadows curled around his feet like lazy cats. The sight made the darkness inside me stir with interest. "I thought you said this training was for those with shadow magic only," I said, as Malin moved to take a seat on one of the stone benches along the wall. She may be in charge of the mages, but it was clear she had none of the powers herself. It was a fact that I was certain bothered her much more than it bothered me. The woman was insufferable enough as it was. I couldn't imagine how awful she would be if she wielded the shadows as well. Her lips thinned. Someone needs to ensure things don't get out of hand. Like they had on the balcony with Rorik. The unspoken words hung in the air between us. I turned back to Kanan, trying to ignore the way the shadows in the hall seemed to reach for me. The floor here was different from the rest of the estate. Its weathered marble was laid out in an intricate pattern that reminded me of the designs I'd seen on the carriage. They were the same symbols Malin had called protective wards. "Shall we begin?" Kanan asked, his voice carrying in the empty space. "The key to controlling shadow magic is to embrace it. If you fear it, it will attempt to take control, surging against you until it can break free. You must treat it as a pet instead, with loving control. Let it flow through you. Like this." He raised his hand, and darkness gathered around his fingers, precise and controlled. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the shadows racing up one of the iron chandeliers, wrapping around it until the massive fixture disappeared completely. "Now you try. Make it vanish." I looked up at the next chandelier, where dust and cobwebs turned the iron black against the ceiling beams. The shadows were already responding to my presence, deepening the edges of the hall, waiting to be called. They felt eager, hungry, like they had on the balcony. I lifted my hand, letting just enough power leak through to send a tendril of darkness curling upward. It moved slowly, tentatively, barely darkening the base of the chandelier. "That's not even close." Kanan released his magic, letting his chandelier reappear. "You have to want it. Command it." I knew what he meant. I could feel the full weight of the darkness inside me, and I knew how easily it would answer if I just let go. The shadows would surge up and devour the chandelier, maybe the whole ceiling, just like they'd devoured Rorik. I dropped my hand. The small shadow I'd created dissipated like smoke. "You're fighting it," Kanan observed. He circled me slowly, his own shadows dancing. "That's your first mistake." "I'm being careful," I corrected. Something felt wrong here, though I couldn't say what. Maybe it was the way the morning light caught the protective wards on the floor, making them seem to shift and change. Or maybe it was the darkness inside me, coiling with an eagerness that frightened me. "Careful," he scoffed. "There's no room for careful in shadow work. Show me what you can really do." I lifted my hand, letting just a whisper of power leak through. A few tendrils of shadow curled around my fingers, nothing like the storm that had taken Rorik's life. "More," Kanan demanded. "Stop holding back." "That's enough for now." "It's nowhere near enough." His shadows surged forward, aggressive, challenging. "You killed a prince with this power. Show me how." The darkness inside me rose up, eager to answer his challenge. I forced it down, but my heart was racing. I said that's enough. "Weak," he spat. "You're afraid of your own power. How do you expect to—" She said enough. Malin's voice cut through the tension. "This is only the first session, Kanan. We have time." But something in her tone made me think time was exactly what we didn't have. "Something's different about your magic," Malin said, rising from her bench. Her steps echoed against the marble as she crossed the hall. "The shadows respond to you, yes. But there's more. What happened on that bridge with the troll? I told you I don't know what that was." The shadows around my feet retreated as I turned to face her, though I couldn't tell whether it was responding to my unease or hers. "Have you tried reaching into someone's mind since then? Controlling their thoughts, perhaps?" Kanan's head snapped up, shadows forgotten. "That's not possible. The shadows can hold a man captive, but they cannot control a man's thoughts. I'm not talking about the shadows. Malin stepped closer, studying me like I was one of the estate's ancient artifacts. Something to be examined, catalogued, understood. Try it. On Canaan. The darkness inside me stirred at the suggestion, but not like before. This felt different. It was older, more familiar. No one can do that. Not even the Fates had that kind of power. One person could. Something flickered in Malin's eyes as she circled me slowly. A mage of Caligo years ago. The only one whose power might have rivaled what I see in you. Might have? It's difficult to compare. She glanced at the windows, as if checking that we were truly alone. He died before he could reach his full potential. The darkness stirred inside me, responding to something in her words. Or maybe it was the way she'd said them, like she was offering a piece of a puzzle she'd been assembling for a very long time. Who was he? The question hung in the air between us. Malin stood perfectly still, and for the first time since I'd known her, she seemed unsure. The silence stretched, broken only by the soft whisper of shadows around our feet. A look of pain passed across her face, gone so quickly I might have imagined it. But the darkness inside me recognized something in that moment, responding to whatever she was hiding behind her careful mask. She opened her mouth as if to answer, then snapped it shut as her eyes caught on something. The shadows began to curl toward her, reaching, searching. Her face hardened. We're done for today. She turned sharply toward the door. Same time tomorrow, don't be late. Malin, I said we're done. Her voice could have frozen fire. Coming, Canaan. He followed, but not before giving me one last look. The great hall felt suddenly colder as their footsteps faded away, leaving me alone with my questions and the darkness that seemed to know more than I did.
Chapter 9. Theilen. She's eaten nearly a whole deer, Martin said proudly, as if he'd personally taught Gladys to hunt. And no one heard a thing. Gladys huffed in agreement from her corner of the storage building. She'd made herself quite comfortable among the abandoned farm equipment, even managing to create something like a nest without disturbing too much dust. Just remember to burn the remains far from the estate, I reminded him, and watch for patrol patterns, guard rotations, and servant schedules. He grinned. I know, I've been tracking them all morning. I studied the boy as he rearranged some crates to better hide Gladys from view. He was sharp, this one. He noticed things, maybe too many things. I should check the estate, I said. See what I can learn about our hosts. Gladys's low rumble carried a note of warning. She didn't like me wandering the estate alone, any more than I liked leaving Vaeda to train with the mages. I'll be careful, I promised, scratching under her chin. Just doing a bit of scouting, like old times. The morning sun had burned away the mist as I made my way back toward the main building. Servants scurried about their tasks, barely sparing me a glance. Perfect. Nothing was quite as invisible as someone everyone thought beneath their notice. I followed the sound of voices to what appeared to be a smaller dining hall, where a group of young mages sat gathered around a table. Their shadows played lazily around their feet as they talked. Did you see her at breakfast? One asked, leaning forward eagerly. Of course we saw her, another cut in. How could anyone miss her? I heard she killed the Prince of Greenbridge with a single thought. I heard she commands creatures of darkness, even that troll on the mountain path. Don't be ridiculous, Aldrich. Though I wouldn't mind if she commanded me. I'd heard enough. My hand had found my sword hilt without conscious thought. But before I could move, a sharp voice cut through the chatter. Don't you all have duties to attend to? The young mages scattered like startled birds, their shadows trailing behind them. I turned to find an older serving woman watching me with suspicious eyes. Looking for something, she asked, though her tone suggested I'd better not be. Just trying to get my bearings. I gave her my most harmless smile. Big place, easy to get lost. The servants' quarters are that way? She pointed down a narrow corridor. Though I'm sure you'll find nothing of interest there, just as there's nothing of interest here. Message received. I nodded and turned away, but not before catching another fragment of conversation from a passing pair of servant girls. I let their words wash over me as I continued my exploration. Let them dismiss me. Let them focus on Vaeda and her powers, on shadows and secrets. No one paid attention to servants, after all. And that's exactly what I needed. Time to watch and learn. I needed to understand what game Malin was really playing. So far, I'd seen nothing to suggest Caligo could stand against the Fae, which made it really hard for me to justify dragging Vaeda into whatever schemes Malin was weaving. And something told me we were running out of time to discover the truth. I had just turned down another corridor when Vaeda emerged from the Great Hall, nearly colliding with a servant who scrambled to get out of her way. Something was wrong. Not in the obvious way the shadows stirred around her feet, but in the set of her jaw and the unusual stiffness of her movements. Vaeda. She caught my eye, then glanced pointedly at the two maids, pretending to dust the same vase they'd been fussing with since I'd passed by earlier. Understanding, I fell into step beside her as she headed for the stairs. We climbed in silence. The worn steps had been recently swept, but dust still clung to the elaborate carvings along the railings. Veda's hand trembled slightly as she traced one of the patterns. It was something I probably wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't spent so many weeks learning to read her smallest gestures. Stars. This woman had a way of making herself right at home in my mind. Third floor, fourth. The corridors grew quieter, the watching servants fewer. By the time we reached our rooms, we were alone except for the stern-faced Caligan ancestors glaring down from their portraits on the walls. Vaeda pushed open her door but didn't enter. She stood frozen in the threshold as if she'd forgotten how to cross it. "Hey!" I touched her shoulder lightly. "Let's talk inside." Vaeda moved to the window, pressing her palm against the glass. Beyond the estate gardens, storm clouds gathered over distant mountains. "Malin knows something." Her voice carried an edge of frustration. "About what I did to the troll. She says there was another mage who could do it. Someone from Caligo. And who is this mysterious mage? She wouldn't say." She completely shut down the moment I asked. Vaeda turned from the window, shadows coiling around her feet. But it was right there on her face, Theilen. Like she'd let something slip that she'd been keeping buried for a long time. I settled into the window seat, watching her pace. "I'll find out what I can. The servants here love to talk, even if they won't talk to us directly. And Martin's been surprisingly useful." "Be careful." She stopped pacing. "There's something really wrong with this place. I can feel it coming like a storm about to break. But I can't see where it's building." The darkness around her stirred restlessly, and I was reminded of how she used to look in the forest, plotting minor moves for a major plan that neither of us expected to lead here. Her face held that same intensity and determination now. "I keep reaching for my orb," she said, jaw tight, "wanting to check on Rorik and Rissa and Fariscott." Her hand clenched at her side. "Then I remember it's gone. He's gone. All of it. Though maybe that's for the best. I might not like what I'd see there now anyway." "Hey," I caught her attention. "Whatever's coming, you'll be able to handle it. Look how far you've come already." "That's what worries me." Her eyes met mine, fierce and unwavering. "I don't know what I am anymore, or what I'm becoming. But I know it's something that scares even Malin's mages." "You're still you. You're still Vaeda." I said it simply because it was the simplest truth I knew. The rest is just details. A half smile crossed her face. She wasn't quite amused, but closer to it than she'd been since we'd arrived. Outside, the storm clouds continued to gather, but in here, for just a moment, we had this: the quiet of an empty room and the warmth of each other. I hadn't been truly alone with Vaeda since Fariscott. Even on the ship, there had always been someone watching or listening. Now, with only dust motes dancing in the afternoon light between us, I found myself moving closer, drawn to her the way I had been since that first night in the forest. She stood perfectly still as I reached for her, like she might startle and vanish if I moved too quickly. My fingers traced her jaw, remembering all the times I'd wanted to touch her like this but couldn't. All the moments stolen by fate and duty and the darkness that seemed to follow us everywhere. But when her gray eyes met mine, there was nothing dark in them. Just Vaeda, watching me with that intensity that had first caught my attention all those weeks ago. I leaned in slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wanted. She didn't. The kiss was gentle at first, uncertain, like we were both afraid this fragile thing between us might shatter if we pressed too hard. Then her hands found my shirt, pulling me closer, and uncertainty melted away like morning frost. For once, I sent a silent prayer of thanks to the fates, wherever they were. If they still watched us from their golden halls, still spun their threads of destiny, let them see this one perfect moment, where nothing existed except Veda's fingers in my hair and the soft sound she made when I deepened the kiss. Let them see how something beautiful could grow, even in their tangled web of prophecies and powers. Whatever Vaeda was becoming, whatever darkness stirred inside her, this was real. This was ours. And not even the fates themselves could take that away.
Chapter 10. Vaeda. Again, Kanan commanded, shadows curling around his fingers like smoke. And this time, try to actually control it. I took a deep breath, focusing on the row of unlit candles before me. The darkness inside me stirred eagerly as I reached for it, hungry as always. One by one, I let my shadows wrap around the flames, trying to manipulate their intensity without snuffing them out completely. The first 3 candles flickered obediently, their flames dimming to barely visible pinpoints of light. But as I reached for the 4th, something slipped. The shadow touched too firmly, and the flame vanished in a curl of smoke. From her perch on the stone bench, Malin made a sound that might have been disappointment. She hadn't spoken in over an hour, but I could feel her watching every move and cataloging every failure. Her silence was somehow worse than Kanan's constant criticism. "Your control is still too erratic," Kanan said, moving to relight the extinguished candle. "Try again. This time, imagine the shadows as extensions of yourself, like fingers, but—" "I know how to imagine them," I snapped, then immediately regretted it as the darkness inside me responded to my frustration. The remaining lit candles flickered wildly. "I just can't make them do what you want." "What I want?" His eyebrows rose. "This isn't about what I want. This is about keeping you from accidentally killing someone else because you can't control your power." The shadows around my feet darkened at his words, and I forced myself to take another breath. He wasn't entirely wrong, but there was something about these exercises, these endless, pointless tasks, that felt like being back in the Videri Isles, watching life through my orb without ever truly understanding it. "Perhaps we should try something more challenging," Malin suggested, speaking for the first time since we'd begun. Her voice carried that same careful neutrality that set my teeth on edge. "The candles are clearly not engaging enough." Kanan nodded and gestured toward a collection of small objects arranged on a nearby table. There was a silver cup, a wooden box, and several smooth stones. "Move them without touching them, but be precise. If you break anything in this hall—" He glanced nervously at the ancient artifacts displayed along the walls. I reached out again, letting the shadows flow more freely this time. They wrapped around the cup first, lifting it smoothly into the air. This was better. It was something real, something I could see responding to my power. The cup rotated slowly, catching the morning light that streamed through the hall's tall windows. "Good," Kanan said, but I barely heard him. I was already reaching for the box, then the stones, letting my shadows cradle each object with deliberate care. Soon I had all of them floating at different heights, moving in slow circles like some strange dance. The movements reminded me of the Fae in the Red Quarter, and I almost dropped them before finding a way to block out the memory and focus on the present. But I could still feel Malin watching, measuring, judging. What was she looking for? What did she expect to see? The darkness inside me stirred restlessly, wanting to show her something worth watching. I lifted the objects higher, making them weave between each other in more complex patterns. The shadows responded eagerly, almost playfully, and for a moment I let myself enjoy it. This wasn't so bad, just another way of touching the world. Then I caught Malin leaning forward slightly, her eyes narrowed in that calculating way I'd come to hate, and everything shifted. The sudden awareness of her scrutiny made my concentration slip. One of the stones wobbled in its shadowy cradle, and as I tried to steady it, the darkness surged up with unexpected force. The shadows around the objects thickened, their edges growing jagged. "Careful," Kanan warned, but his voice seemed to come from very far away. The darkness was responding to something deeper now, not just my frustration with these exercises, but with everything. The secrets, the half-truths, the constant feeling of being studied like some rare specimen in Malin's collection. I couldn't get it under control. The floating objects began to spin faster as my shadows pulsed around them. The silver cup caught the light again, but this time it sent sharp reflections dancing across the walls like trapped lightning. I could feel my power building, pushing against my control, wanting to do more than just move a few trinkets through the air. "That's enough," Kanan said sharply. "Put them down." I tried, I really did. But as I began lowering the objects, one of those darting reflections hit the protective wards carved into the floor. The pattern seemed to shift beneath my feet, and something inside me reacted instinctively. The darkness lashed out before I could stop it, sending a wave of shadow magic thundering through the air. The cup and stones clattered to the floor, but the wooden box, it just exploded. Fragments sprayed across the hall like shrapnel, and one particularly large piece struck an ancient vase displayed near Malin's bench. The vase teetered for a moment, then fell. The vase shattered against the marble floor, and the sound echoed through the hall like breaking ice. Malin flinched. It was the first genuine reaction I'd seen from her all morning. Her fingers gripped the edge of the stone bench, knuckles white, but her face quickly returned to that mask of perfect composure. "I think that's quite enough for today," Kanan said, already moving to collect the scattered objects. His own shadows stayed close to him, defensive. "No." The word came out harder than I'd intended, making both of them look at me. "I want to try something else. The mind magic you mentioned before." Kanan actually took a step back. "That's not... we haven't prepared for... unless you're afraid?" I let a tendril of shadow curl around my hand, remembering how it had felt with the troll. Different from this raw darkness. Older. More controlled. "This is not something to experiment with lightly," Kanan started, but Malin cut him off. "Let her try!" I turned to find her watching me with that same calculating expression, but now there was something else there, too. Anticipation, maybe. Or hunger. The darkness inside me stirred, responding to whatever it saw in her face. But this time, I didn't try to force it down. This time, I had a different plan entirely. "Stand in the center," Kanan instructed, though he remained near the wall, as far from me as the hall would allow. "And remember, this isn't like working with shadows. The mind is... delicate." I moved to the center of the hall, positioning myself so that both Kanan and Malin were in my line of sight. The protective wards in the floor seemed to shift beneath my feet, responding to something in the air. Or maybe responding to me. "Focus on Kanan," Malin called from her bench. "Try to sense his thoughts, his presence, like reaching through a veil." I raised my hands, making a show of concentrating on Kanan. The shadows around me responded automatically, curling through the air like curious serpents. But that wasn't what I was reaching for. Not this time. This power felt different. It was no longer the hungry darkness I'd grown used to, but something more subtle, like trying to catch smoke with your fingers. I remembered how it had felt on the bridge with the troll. That sense of touching something older than shadow magic. Something that had been part of me even before I broke my fate binding. I let my awareness expand slowly, careful to keep my eyes on Kanan, while my power crept toward Malin. It was strange. I could almost see the barriers around her mind, not physical like walls, but more like layers of mist. Dense in some places, thinner in others. Kanan shifted uncomfortably as my shadows danced around him, providing the perfect distraction. "I don't feel anything," he said. "Are you sure you're—" I pushed a tendril of power toward him, just enough to make him step back, just enough to keep his attention. But my real focus was on those layers around Malin's mind, testing, searching for— there. A crack in her defenses, so subtle I almost missed it, like a hairline fracture in glass. I gathered my power, remembering how the troll had frozen at my command, how natural that control had felt. "Keep trying," Malin urged, leaning forward slightly. "I think—" I struck before she could finish the sentence, sending my power through that tiny crack in her mental armor. For a moment, everything disappeared. The hall, the broken vase, even my own body. There was only the rush of entering another mind and the flood of memories that came with it. They hit like a tidal wave, sharp, vivid, and overwhelming. I was seeing through Malin's eyes as she stood over a wide, shallow vessel of water. One of her mages, a thin woman with silver-streaked hair, moved her hands above the surface, and shadows danced between her fingers as images formed in the dark water. Farascott materialized like a reflection in midnight pools. Fey warriors moved through the northern forests, their numbers far greater than anyone had suspected. They flowed like living shadows between the trees, an army gathering strength as they pushed steadily south. Toward the castle. Toward Rissa. The scene shifted, showing the castle itself. Rissa stood at her chamber window, looking thinner than I remembered. King Brogan's voice echoed sharply from the corridor. The way she flinched at the sound made my shadows twist and writhe. He was keeping her close. Too close. Like a prized possession rather than a future queen. I could see the fear in her eyes, the way her hands trembled as she gripped the windowsill. I pushed deeper into Malin's memories, trying to understand more. There were other images. Secret meetings in torch-lit rooms, maps spread across tables with troop movements marked in red ink, whispered conversations about how quickly the Fae were advancing. And underneath it all, a current of fear so strong it made my shadows pulse and coil. But there was something else too, something that made me pause. It was me. Malin thought of me with a strange mix of worry and something that felt surprisingly like protective concern. Not the cold calculation I'd expected, but genuine care, tinged with a desperate kind of urgency I didn't understand. She has to be ready. The thought echoed through Malin's mind. She has to be strong enough. We're running out of time. I followed that thread of thought, seeking its source, but suddenly hit against something solid. A wall of pure will that slammed up so fast it nearly threw me out of her mind completely. Behind that wall, I caught a glimpse of something else. A man with shadows swirling around him like storm clouds, his power feeling frighteningly familiar. Then everything went dark. "Enough!" Malin's voice cracked through the air like a whip. I was back in my body, stumbling as the connection broke. The shadows around me were wild, agitated, responding to whatever they'd sensed in Malin's memories. She stood rigid by her bench, face drained of color. For a moment, our eyes met, and I saw real fear there. Not of me, but of what I might have gained from her mind. "You saw." It wasn't a question. Her voice shook slightly. "Greenbridge. Rissa. Why didn't you tell me how bad it was?" My own voice sounded strange to my ears. "They need help now. Rissa needs help. Not after weeks of training with candles and silly shadow tricks." "Session's over." Malin was already moving toward the door, her steps quick and uneven. "Kanan, make sure she returns to her rooms." "Malin, wait." But she was gone, leaving me alone with Kanan and the chaos of what I'd discovered. Rissa wasn't just in danger from the Fae. She was trapped between them and a king whose grip on power was turning dangerously tight. and the Fae forces were moving faster than anyone had predicted. I had to do something. And I couldn't wait for Malin's careful plans and measured training sessions. Not anymore. The shadows curled around my feet, responding to my resolve. One way or another, I was going to find a way to help Rissa. And this time, no one would stop me.
Chapter 11. Theilen. The Queen's estate held more secrets than I'd initially realized. What I'd first taken for a grand but decaying manor revealed itself to be something far more complex as I wandered its forgotten corridors. Hidden passages branched off from main hallways, and locked doors bore symbols I couldn't read but somehow felt I should recognize. I'd been searching for a library, or at least some kind of archive where I might learn more about the powers Vaeda was developing. The servants' whispered conversations had mentioned ancient texts, records of Caligo's magical history, but every inquiry I'd made had been met with blank stares or nervous deflections. The main floors had yielded nothing useful, just more faded grandeur and suspicious glances from passing staff. But the lower levels, those might hold what I was looking for. Old castles always kept their most valuable information in the deepest, most protected places. Stone steps descended into what had clearly once been dungeons. The air grew colder with each step, carrying the metallic taste of old iron. Rusted cell doors hung open along a narrow corridor, their hinges screaming when touched by the draft that whispered through the passage. The corridor opened into a larger, circular chamber that made me stop entirely. Ancient runes covered the walls. Their carved lines were barely visible in the dim light filtering down from above, but I could sense they had once held great power. In the center of the room stood a raised stone dais. Atop it was what had clearly once been a magnificent pool, but it was now little more than a shallow depression in the carved stone. A thin trickle of water seeped from some hidden source, pooling in the deepest part of the basin, but never rising more than an inch. The stonework around the spring was extraordinary, the same black rock as the estate's foundation, but worked with a level of craftsmanship that spoke of immense importance. This wasn't just decoration. Whatever this place had been, it was the heart of something significant. I climbed onto the dais, studying the nearly empty pool more closely. The water that remained was clear, almost luminous, and seemed to pulse with the faintest echo of power. The runes on the surrounding walls were more elaborate here. Their patterns matched some of the protective wards I'd seen throughout the estate, but these felt older and more fundamental. The spring itself felt like a wound in the world, something that had once been vital and flowing, now reduced to barely a whisper of its former self. Whatever had happened here, whatever had drained this place of its power, it had changed everything about the estate above. I made mental notes about the location and the symbols I'd seen, then carefully retraced my steps. This wasn't the kind of place I should linger. It was too hidden and too important. If someone discovered me here, it would raise questions I wasn't prepared to answer. The stone corridors seemed different as I climbed back toward the main levels. It was as if seeing the spring had changed my understanding of the entire state. What I'd taken for simple decay was something far more deliberate. This place had been built around that power source, and when it failed, everything else had slowly followed. I emerged from the dungeon levels through a different route than I'd entered, finding myself in an old servants' corridor. The walls here were plain stone, unadorned except for the occasional torch bracket. It was the kind of passage designed to let staff move unseen through the estate, and it was perfect for my current needs. But as I rounded a corner, heading toward what I hoped would lead back to the main halls, my path was blocked. Lost? 3 young mages emerged from the shadows. Their dark robes marked them as Malin's people, though I didn't recognize their faces. They were younger than Canaan's group, probably still in training themselves, but their expressions held the same suspicion and disdain I'd grown accustomed to. Just exploring, I said, rising slowly and keeping my hands visible. Impressive architecture down here. The dungeons aren't meant for exploring. The tallest of them stepped forward, and shadows began to curl around his fingers, especially not by outsiders, who have no business wandering the estate unsupervised. I glanced between them, noting their positions and the way they'd spread out to block the corridor. This wasn't a chance encounter. They'd been following me. I wasn't aware I needed supervision, but I appreciate your concern for my safety. The mage on the left laughed, though there was no humor in it. Safety? Down here? I think you misunderstand your position. Shadows began to gather around all three of them now. It was not the wild, hungry darkness that surrounded Vaeda, but controlled tendrils that moved with practiced precision. They were showing off, demonstrating their power to intimidate me. Perhaps we should escort you back to your proper place, the tall one suggested. His shadows reached toward me, not quite touching, but close enough that I could feel their chill. With the help, where you belong. That's thoughtful of you, I said as my hand drifted toward my sword hilt. But I think I can find my way. Can you? The third mage stepped closer, his shadows joining the others to form a loose net around me. You seem confused about many things. Your place here, your importance, the company you keep. They were testing me, I realized, seeing how far they could push before I broke. It was the kind of casual cruelty that came from too much power and too little oversight. My company? I kept my voice level, though my grip tightened on my sword. You mean Vaeda? We mean the witch you follow like a trained dog. The tall mage's shadows pressed closer. Tell me, does she reward your loyalty? Or do you simply enjoy serving someone who could kill you with a thought? That was enough. My blade cleared its sheath in a single fluid motion, the steel singing as it cut through their shadow net like smoke. All three mages stumbled backward, their careful formations dissolving as they scrambled to avoid the gleaming edge that had appeared between them. Interesting theory, I said, settling into a combat stance they clearly hadn't expected. But I think you're the ones who have misunderstood something fundamental. The tall mage raised his hands, shadows gathering for what looked like a more serious attack, but I was already moving. Years of survival in the mountains had taught me that hesitation was death. I stepped inside his guard, my blade's point coming to rest against his throat, before he could complete whatever spell he'd been weaving. I don't serve anyone, I continued quietly, and the lady you mentioned could reduce all three of you to ash without breaking stride. So perhaps you should reconsider who's in the more precarious position. The other two mages had weapons half drawn, but they froze as my blade's edge dimpled their companion's skin. For all their magical training, they were still young men who'd probably never faced cold steel, wielded by someone who knew how to use it. This is a mistake, the tall mage whispered, though he didn't dare move. Lady Malin will... Will what? Punish me for defending myself against three of her students who decided to corner me in a dungeon? I smiled without humor. I think she has more pressing concerns. The sound of running footsteps echoed down the stone corridor, accompanied by a subtle shifting of shadows that had nothing to do with the mages surrounding me. The darkness itself seemed to bend and twist, responding to whatever was approaching. My instincts screamed danger. I spun toward the sound, blade raised, prepared to face whatever new threat was descending into the dungeons. The young mages scattered like startled birds, their bravado evaporating in the face of something that made their own shadows feel like candle flames. Then Vaeda appeared at the foot of the stairs, breathing hard and wild-eyed, the darkness around her feet writhing like living things. For a heartbeat, I didn't recognize her. The shadows had made her seem larger and more dangerous than the woman I knew. Theilen! She stopped short, taking in the scene. Me with my sword drawn, the three mages backing away with fear written across their faces. What? Just a misunderstanding, I said, lowering my blade as relief flooded through me. Nothing that can't be resolved peacefully. The young mages needed no further encouragement. They fled up the stairs without another word, their footsteps echoing through the estate as they put as much distance as possible between themselves and Veda's writhing shadows. Are you hurt? The darkness around Vaeda began to settle as she recognized the immediate danger had passed. No, just making some new friends. I sheathed my sword, studying her face. You look like you've seen a ghost. What happened? I need to talk to you. Her voice was tight with urgency. About what I learned from Malin's memories. About the war. The war? Of course. Whatever she'd seen in the older woman's mind had clearly shaken her. But I had discoveries of my own to share. I need to talk to you, too. I glanced back toward the spring. About what I found down here, but not here. There are too many ears. She nodded quickly. The stables. Gladys. We made our way through the estate's corridors with careful haste, both of us watching for observers. Vaeda's shadows continued to behave erratically, responding to whatever emotional storm was brewing inside her. Servants pressed themselves against walls as we passed. The storage buildings where Gladys was hidden lay at the far edge of the estate grounds, connected by a path that wound through overgrown gardens. Martin was waiting outside when we arrived, a bucket of water in his hands and worry written across his young face. My lord, he said, dropping a quick bow to me before his eyes found Vaeda. My lady, is everything all right? Even here, Gladys's presence couldn't completely mask what Vaeda had become. The dragon might be the most dangerous thing on the estate, but Vaeda was the most unpredictable. We need some time alone with Gladys, I told him. Private time. Can you make sure we're not disturbed? Martin's eyes sharpened with understanding. Of course. If anyone comes looking, I'll tell them she's sleeping and shouldn't be disturbed. Dragons need their rest, after all. He paused, studying both our faces. How long do you need? An hour, maybe 2. You'll have it. He set down the bucket and moved toward the estate. I'll find reasons to keep everyone busy elsewhere. As he walked away, I felt a surge of gratitude for the boy. In a place where most people saw us as threats or curiosities, Martin had chosen to help without question. His loyalty might prove more valuable than any of Malin's careful plans. Gladys raised her massive head as we entered the storage building, her golden eyes taking in our attention immediately. She rumbled a greeting, but there was a question in the sound. She could sense something was wrong. Hello, beautiful, Vaeda murmured, reaching out to stroke the dragon's snout. For a moment, her shadows quieted, responding to Gladys's calming presence. I checked the doors, making sure they were secure, then turned to face Vaeda. Whatever she'd learned from Malin's memories, whatever I'd discovered in the dungeon's spring, this conversation would determine our next move. And I had the feeling that after today, nothing would be the same.
Chapter 12. Vaeda. The storage building felt too small for the weight of what we both carried. Gladys sensed our tension immediately. Her golden eyes tracked between Theilen and me as we stood just inside the doorway. The dragon had been cooped up for days, and I could see the restlessness in the way she shifted her massive frame. She needs to stretch her wings, I said, though we both knew that wasn't the real reason I wanted to leave this place. Theilen nodded, understanding immediately. A walk would do us all good. Martin appeared as we led Gladys from the building, his young face bright with curiosity. Taking her out for exercise? Something like that. Thielen's hand rested on Gladys's neck as she stretched, clearly relieved to be moving. Keep anyone from getting curious about where we've gone. Of course. Take all the time you need. The forest beyond the estate grounds was thick with ancient trees whose branches formed a canopy so dense that barely any sunlight reached the forest floor. Gladys moved between the massive trunks with surprising grace, her claws finding purchase in the soft earth without leaving obvious tracks. The deeper we went, the more the oppressive weight of the estate's watching eyes lifted from my shoulders. When we finally stopped in a small clearing where fallen logs created natural seats, I could no longer contain what I'd learned. The war is coming faster than anyone's saying. The words tumbled out in a rush. I saw it, Theilen. In Malin's memories. The Fae aren't just gathering. They're already moving. And Rissa. My voice caught as I remembered the fear in her eyes. She's trapped. King Brogan isn't just keeping her close for protection. He's controlling her like she's his property. Theilen went very still. You saw Malin's memories? How? During training today. I was supposed to be practicing on Kanan, but I looked down at my hands, shame making my voice quiet. I used that power instead, the one I used on the troll. I reached into her mind. Vaeda. His voice held both awe and concern. That's incredible. And terrifying. Can you do it again? I don't know, maybe. I shook my head, still unsettled by the whole experience. It was the first time I've ever done it deliberately, With the troll, it just happened. But this... The shadows stirred around my feet as I remembered the disorienting rush of entering another person's thoughts. I hated myself for doing it. It felt like a violation. What exactly did you see? I closed my eyes, letting the memory wash over me again. Malin was standing over this wide, shallow vessel filled with dark water. One of her mages was moving her hands above it, and shadows danced between her fingers while images formed in the water, like a window into Fariscott. Magic scrying, Theilen breathed. That's how she knows what's happening everywhere. The Fae forces. There were so many more than anyone suspected. They're moving through the northern forests like living shadows, pushing steadily south toward the castle. I opened my eyes to find him watching me intently. And Rissa was at her chamber window, looking so much thinner than when we left. When King Brogan's voice echoed from the corridor, she flinched. Actually flinched, like she was afraid of him. The shadows around my feet stirred with my agitation. We have to get her out of there. If her own people aren't worried about her safety, why should we be? Thielen's tone was gentle, but I could hear the practical concern underneath. Vaeda, if the war really is as close as you're saying, maybe your time would be better spent training. Learning to control these powers before... Before what? Before I accidentally kill someone else? The darkness inside me pulsed, responding to my frustration. These training sessions with Kanan aren't helping. Moving candles around and practicing pretty shadow tricks while Rissa suffers and the Fae advance? It's pointless. The dragon rumbled her agreement. She understood urgency better than any of us. See? Even Gladys thinks we should act. Thielen's mouth quirked upward despite the tension. Gladys also thinks the solution to most problems involves fire and flying very fast. Maybe she's right. The silence that followed was filled with the whisper of wind through leaves and the distant call of some forest bird. When Theilen spoke again, his voice carried a weight I hadn't heard before. I found something today, too, in the dungeons beneath the estate. His jaw tightened as he spoke. I was looking for a library, somewhere I might learn more about your powers, but I found something else instead. What kind of something? A chamber, ancient by the look of it. There's a spring in the center, or what's left of one. He ran a hand through his hair. It's almost completely dry now, just a trickle of water where there should be, I don't know, a river maybe. I leaned forward, sensing this was important. But it was powerful once? The stonework around it is incredible. Black rock, carved with runes I've never seen before. The whole chamber feels like it was built around this spring, like it was the heart of everything. His voice dropped lower. It felt wrong, Vaeda, like a wound that won't heal. Whatever power used to flow there, it's been drained away. And I think that's connected to everything else. The estate falling apart, the way everyone here seems half afraid of their own shadows. I thought of Queen Statia's frail appearance, the way Malin had rushed me from her chambers. The Queen's illness. Malin won't say what's wrong with her, but what if it's connected? What if the spring's power and her life force are somehow linked? That's what I'm afraid of. His fingers found mine, warm and steady. And I'm afraid of something else. What if your presence here is making it worse? The words hit me like cold water. What do you mean? Think about it. You show up with this incredible new power, stronger than anything the local mages have ever seen, and suddenly their magical spring starts failing faster? He squeezed my hand. Maybe that's why Malin really brought you here. Not to help Caligo, but because your power is somehow draining theirs. The possibility made my stomach clench with dread. Another way I might be hurting people without meaning to. Another consequence of powers I didn't understand and couldn't fully control. If that's true, I started, then stopped. If it was true, then staying here was actively harming these people. But leaving meant abandoning any chance of learning to control these abilities before the war reached Rissa. We need more information. Theilen's voice carried a new resolve. I'm going to take Gladys and fly back to Fariscott. I'll scout the situation and see how bad things really are. Maybe find a way to get word to Rissa that help is coming. My heart lurched at the thought of him leaving, but I knew he was right. How long? A few days, maybe a week if I have to be careful about not being seen. He turned to face me fully. While I'm gone, you need to learn everything you can about that spring, about Queen Statia's illness, about whatever Malin is really planning. You think she's setting us up for failure? I think she's not telling us everything we need to know. If Caligo is running out of magic while Greenbridge grows stronger, this war might be impossible to win. And if she knows that, then she's using us. The thought sent shadows curling around my ankles. Using me. Maybe. Or maybe she's just desperate enough to try anything, even if it means sacrificing us. He stood, pacing to where Gladys waited patiently. Either way, we need to know what we're really facing. The dragon nudged against his shoulder, sensing his agitation. Her eyes found mine across the clearing, and I saw something there that might have been understanding, or maybe just the reflection of my own determination. When will you leave? Dawn. Early enough that most of the estate will still be sleeping. His hand moved automatically to stroke Gladys's scales. She's been restless anyway. A long flight will do her good. The practical part of me knew this was the right plan. The emotional part wanted to beg him not to go, not to leave me alone in this place full of secrets and watching eyes. But Rissa needed help, and we needed information. Be careful. The words came out softer than I'd intended. And try to hurry back. Always. His smile was gentle despite everything. You be careful too. If I'm right about your power affecting the spring, there's no telling how the people here will react once they figure it out. We made our way back through the forest as shadows lengthened toward evening. Gladys moved more slowly on the return journey, as if she too was reluctant to return to her hiding place. But she settled back into the storage building without complaint, though her eyes remained bright with anticipation. Soon, beautiful. Theilen scratched under her chin. Tomorrow you'll get to stretch your wings properly. Martin appeared as we secured the building, his young face full of questions. But he simply nodded when Theilen told him they'd be leaving early. I'll make sure no one disturbs her tonight, the boy promised, and I'll have her ready at first light. Outside the storage building, with twilight gathering around us and the estate's windows beginning to glow with lamplight, Theilen and I stood facing each other. There was so much I wanted to say, so many fears I wanted to voice. But time was already running short. Learn what you can about Malin's secrets, he said quietly. About the spring, about your powers, about whatever connection there might be between them. But don't take unnecessary risks. Says the man about to fly into a war zone. That's different. Gladys and I know how to stay hidden. His fingers brushed my cheek. Promise me you'll be careful. No more digging through people's minds unless you absolutely have to. I leaned into his touch, memorizing the warmth of it. I promise I'll try. That's all I can ask for. He leaned down, pressing his forehead against mine. A few days, Vaeda. Then we'll figure out our next move together. A few days. But as I watched him walk away toward the estate, I couldn't shake the feeling that when he returned, everything would be different. The war was coming whether we were ready or not, and the secrets buried in this place would have to come to light. I just hoped we'd both survive the revelations. Chapter 13. Vaeda. The estate felt different without Theilen's steady presence. Every creak of old wood, every whispered conversation between servants seemed amplified in the morning quiet. I stood at my window, watching the sky where Gladys and Theilen had disappeared hours ago, and tried to push down the hollow feeling in my chest. Theilen's words echoed in my mind. What if your presence here is making it worse? If my power was somehow draining Caligo's magical spring, it would upset the entire balance of power in this conflict. King Brogan could easily overwhelm a magically weakened Caligo, and then he'd have access to whatever remained of their ancient spring. The Fae would follow. More power concentrated in the wrong hands, more imbalance in a world that desperately needed stability. I needed to understand what was really happening in this place. And I was done waiting for Malin to reveal information in her own careful time. The corridors of the estate stretched before me as I made my way toward what I hoped would be the main administrative wing. If there were meetings, discussions, planning sessions happening, I intended to find them. The shadows around my feet stirred with my determination, responding to the energy thrumming through me. Looking for something? I turned to find Yasmin standing in the intersection of two hallways, her silver-streaked hair pulled back as severely as always. But there was something different in her dark eyes today, a wariness that hadn't been there before. "Lady Malin," I said simply. "I need to speak with her. I'm afraid she's occupied at the moment. Perhaps you'd prefer to return to your rooms. I could have some tea sent up." The dismissal in her tone sparked my irritation. "I'm not a guest to be managed, Yasmin. I'm here to help defend Caligo, which means I need to understand what I'm defending." Surprise flickered across her face at my directness. "The estate's affairs are complex. I'm sure Lady Malin will brief you on anything you need to know." "When? After the war starts? After more people die because I don't understand the full situation?" I stepped closer, letting a tendril of shadow curl around my hand. Not a threat, exactly, but a reminder. "Where is she?" Yasmin's eyes fixed on the darkness wreathing my fingers, and her throat bobbed as she swallowed. "The council chamber, but she's in an important meeting." "Then I should be there." I moved past her before she could object further, following the direction her gaze had unconsciously flicked. Behind me, I heard her sharp intake of breath, but she didn't try to stop me. Smart woman. The council chamber wasn't hard to find. Voices carried through the heavy wooden door, low and urgent. I pressed my ear against the wood, catching fragments. "Her condition has worsened overnight. The spring is barely producing anything now." My heart hammered as I recognized Malin's voice. "We may not have as much time as we hoped. If the bond breaks completely, that was enough." I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The conversation died instantly. 4 people sat around a circular table. Malin, Kanan, an older woman I didn't recognize, and a thin man whose shadows marked him as another mage. All eyes turned to me with varying degrees of shock and displeasure. "Vaeda." Malin's voice could have frozen water. "This is a private meeting." "About Caligo's defense, I assume." I let the door close behind me with a deliberate click. "Since I'm apparently your most powerful weapon in this war, shouldn't I know what we're discussing?" The older woman leaned back in her chair, studying me with sharp eyes. "So, this is the infamous Shadow Wielder. She's younger than I expected." "Get out." Malin's mask of composure was slipping. "Now." "No." The word hung in the air between us, heavy with challenge. "I heard you talking about things worsening overnight. I want to know what that means." Kanan started to rise, shadows gathering around his hands, but the older woman held up a hand to stop him. "Perhaps it's time we were more direct with our ally." "Counselor Lavinia," Malin warned, but the woman ignored her. "The Queen is dying," Lavinia said bluntly. "Her connection to the spring that has sustained Caligo for centuries is failing. When it breaks completely..." "Enough." Malin stood abruptly. "This meeting is over." The other council members filed out quickly, avoiding my gaze. Only Malin and I remained in the sudden quiet of the chamber. "I want to meet her," I said. "Absolutely not." The flat refusal sparked something fierce inside me. I thought of Rissa in those final days at Fariscott, and the way her face would crumple with worry whenever anyone mentioned her mother. If Rissa loved Queen Stacia that deeply, if she mourned this woman's illness with such genuine grief, then perhaps Stacia was the one good thing in this kingdom of shadows and secrets. Why? Because she might tell me something you don't want me to know? I crossed my arms. You brought me here to fight for Caligo. Fine. But I won't be kept in the dark about who I'm fighting for. If Queen Stacia is dying, if that's connected to whatever's happening with your magic, then I deserve to understand. She's too ill. I don't care how ill she is. My shadows stirred restlessly around my feet. The need to see her, to understand what kind of woman could inspire such devotion from Rissa, burned in my chest. If nothing else, I could tell her how brave her daughter had been, how much Rissa had sacrificed to try to prevent this war. You want my cooperation. You want me to risk my life for your kingdom. Then you'll arrange this meeting. For a long moment, we stared at each other across the council table. I could see the war playing out behind Malin's eyes. Her need for my power struggled against her fear of what might be revealed. Finally, her shoulders sagged slightly. One brief visit. But if her condition worsens because of this, it won't. Malin led me through a part of the estate I hadn't seen before, though every step seemed reluctant. She paused at intersections as if reconsidering, shot me wary glances when she thought I wasn't looking, and her fingers worried constantly at the edge of her sleeve. The corridors here were quieter, more luxurious despite their age. Tapestries lined the walls, and fresh flowers sat in alcoves, their sweet scent failing to mask an underlying smell of sickness. She tires easily, Malin warned as we stopped before an ornate door. Don't push her. The Queen's chamber was filled with soft light from tall windows draped in pale silk. Queen Stacia lay propped against pillows in a massive bed, and I saw immediately where Rissa had gotten her delicate features. But where Rissa had been vibrant and alive, her mother was clearly fading. Her skin had a translucent quality, and her breathing was shallow and labored. Your Majesty, Malin said softly, this is Vaeda, the young woman I mentioned. Queen Stacia's eyes, still sharp despite her frailty, fixed on my face. For a moment, something flickered there. Surprise, recognition, something I couldn't quite identify. Come closer, child. I approached the bed, acutely aware of Malin's tension behind me. Your Majesty, I wanted to meet you because I know your daughter, Princess Rissa. The Queen's face lit up with the first real warmth I'd seen. Rissa, how is she? Is she well? Happy? My throat tightened at the love in her voice. She misses you terribly. She speaks of you often. I leaned forward slightly. I promise you, I'll find a way to bring her home safely. Tears gathered in the Queen's eyes. Thank you. That means more than you know. She studied my face intently. You have the look of someone I once knew. The eyes especially. There's power in them. Old power. Behind me, I heard Malin shift uncomfortably. What kind of power? I asked gently. The kind that runs in bloodlines. The kind that calls to the springs, to the ancient magic of this land. Her voice grew dreamy, distant. I can feel it even now, reaching for what remains of our spring. You're connected to Caligo in ways you don't understand yet, child. Stacia. Malin's voice was sharp with warning. You're tiring yourself. But the Queen continued as if she hadn't heard. The spring recognizes its own. It always has. There's something about you, child. Something that calls to the old magic. Her voice grew dreamy, distant. You feel it too, don't you? The way the shadows bend toward you. The way the very stones of this place seem to remember. That's enough. Malin moved to the bedside, her face pale. Your Majesty, you need rest. I'm fine, Queen Stacia protested, but even I could see the effort the conversation was costing her. We should go. Malin's hand found my arm, not quite a grip, but close to it. "Thank you for seeing us, Your Majesty." I found myself being guided firmly toward the door. But she was saying, "She's delirious." Malin cut me off once we were in the corridor. "The illness affects her mind. She doesn't know what she's saying." "What illness exactly?" I planted my feet, forcing Malin to stop. "What's wrong with her?" "She's dying, that's all you need to know." "Is it connected to the spring? To the magic failing?" The pieces were trying to fit together in my mind, but Malin's face had gone completely closed off. "You're imagining connections that don't exist." "Am I? Because it seems like an awfully convenient coincidence. The queen gets sick just as your magical spring starts drying up." My shadows began to coil with my frustration. And what did she mean about the old magic? "Nothing. Fevered ramblings from a woman who's been ill for months." Malin's voice brooked no argument. "This conversation is over, Vaeda." She turned and walked away, leaving me standing alone in the corridor. But I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands trembled slightly at her sides. Whatever Queen Stacia had been trying to tell me, it had shaken Malin badly. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the Queen's door. Inside, a dying woman held answers I desperately needed. Behind me, somewhere in this labyrinthine estate, a magical spring was failing for reasons no one would explain. And somewhere far away, Theilen was flying into danger while I stumbled around in the dark. But I wasn't helpless. I had powers that even Malin's mages feared, powers that could reach into minds and pull out the truth, no matter how carefully it was hidden. The question was whether I was willing to use them again, knowing what it would cost me to do so. The shadows at my feet stirred restlessly as if they already knew the answer.
Chapter 14. Theilen. The wind cut through my cloak as Gladys climbed higher into the morning sky, her powerful wings carrying us away from Caligo's coastline. Below, the dark waters of the sea gave way to the familiar coastline of Greenbridge, and my chest tightened with each mile that brought us closer to Fariscott. I hadn't been back to these mountains since the night I'd first encountered Vaeda, when revenge had been the only thing driving me forward. Now, returning felt like stepping back into a life that no longer fit. Gladys sensed my tension, rumbling softly as she adjusted our course to follow the mountain ridges. We stayed high, well above the trade roads and patrol routes I knew would be crawling with Brogan's soldiers. From this altitude, the kingdom spread out below us like a map. The green meadows I remembered from childhood, the winding rivers, and in the distance, the proud spires of Fariscott Castle rising against the sky. My hands tightened on the reins as the castle came into view. From this distance, I could almost see the mountains where Brogan's guards had taken my family when I was 4 years old, where they'd pushed my parents over a cliff and tried to do the same to me. Only Gladys had saved me that day, pulling my small body from the rocks and raising me in the wild places where Brogan's reach couldn't follow. The old, familiar burn of hatred flared in my chest, as strong as ever. But now it had to compete with other priorities, gathering information that could save lives, including Vaeda's. I still wanted my revenge, but I couldn't let that desire compromise the mission. We flew for most of the morning, following paths through the mountains that only Gladys and I knew. The dragon had an uncanny ability to find the hidden places, the valleys and caves where we'd sheltered during our years of exile. As we climbed higher into the peaks that bordered Greenbridge's eastern edge, I found myself considering my options. Flying directly to Fariscott would be suicide. Even if we could avoid being seen on approach, getting close enough to gather useful intelligence would be nearly impossible with Brogan's increased patrols. But there might be another way. During my childhood in the castle, I'd known mountain elves like Truga, those who'd chosen to work for the royal family. But I'd always heard whispers of others, elves who'd remained in the wild places, who watched and listened from the peaks and crags surrounding the kingdom. If they existed, if I could find them, they might know things about the current situation that I couldn't learn any other way. It was a long shot. I had no idea how to locate them, or even if they'd be willing to speak with me. But as we soared higher into the mountains, I began to watch for signs of habitation. for any hint that these peaks held more than just wind and stone. They were masters of concealment, these people who'd chosen to live apart from the kingdoms below. Their settlements blended so seamlessly with the landscape that even from Dragonback, they were nearly impossible to spot. But Gladys was naturally better at finding them than I was. Her golden eyes tracked movement I couldn't see, and she began a gradual descent toward what looked like empty mountainside. Only as we drew closer did I make out the carefully camouflaged shelters tucked into a natural amphitheater of stone. Wisps of smoke rose from hidden fires, and figures emerged from the rocks to watch our approach. Several had bows drawn, though none seemed overly alarmed. Dragons were rare enough that most assumed any rider was either friend or fool. Gladys landed with practiced grace in the center of their camp, her claws finding purchase on the rocky ground. I dismounted slowly, hands visible and empty, as a circle of elves formed around us. They were a hardy people, weathered by mountain life, with the kind of lean strength that came from constant vigilance. "You're either very brave or very stupid to come here," said a weathered elf with silver-streaked hair, braided with colored threads that marked his status as an elder. He stepped forward from the group, bow still partially drawn, studying me and Gladys with obvious suspicion. These mountains aren't safe for anyone these days. Several other elves had emerged from concealment, forming a loose circle around us. Their expressions ranged from wary to openly hostile, and none seemed inclined to lower their weapons just yet. "I'm a friend of Truga's," I said, keeping my hands visible and my voice steady. "She helped raise me when I was young before—" I gestured vaguely toward the distant castle. "I'm looking for information about what's happening in Greenbridge, about the Fae." The mention of Truga's name caused a ripple of reaction through the group. Some faces softened slightly, while others hardened further. The elder's eyes narrowed as he studied me more closely. "Truga," he said slowly. "Haven't heard that name spoken here in 20 years or more. Last we knew, she'd gone to serve in the royal castle. Turned her back on her own people to tend to the very family that—" He trailed off, his expression darkening. "What's your name, boy?" The hostility in his voice made it clear that Truga's choice to work for the royal family wasn't viewed favorably here. I chose my words carefully. "My name is Theilen. Truga cared for me in the castle when I was small, before my family was murdered by King Brogan's order. I've been living in exile in these mountains ever since." The truth of it rang in my voice, and I saw several of the elves exchange glances. "Theilen," the elder repeated, studying my face more closely. After a long moment, he seemed to reach some internal decision. "I am Keth. Any enemy of King Brogan has at least earned the right to speak." He looked at Gladys with grudging respect. "And anyone a dragon chooses to bond with isn't entirely without merit." The circle of elves relaxed marginally, though their wariness remained. "Truga's been gone a long time," Keth continued. "Some here remember her fondly. Others—" He shrugged. "Well, serving the family that's brought nothing but misery to these mountains isn't easily forgiven, even among our own." "She's still alive as far as I know," I said. "Still serving in the castle, still watching over people who need protection." Keth's expression remained skeptical. "And still choosing the crown over her own people," he said with a hint of bitterness. "Well, at least she's survived this long. That's more than can be said for many who've tangled with royal politics." "Look," I said, growing impatient with the subtle hostility, "I didn't come here to debate Truga's choices. I came because I need to know what's happening in Greenbridge. The situation is worse than you might think, and it's about to get much worse." "Bold words from someone asking for our help," muttered one of the younger elves. But Keth held up a hand for quiet, studying me with those sharp eyes. "You mentioned the Fae, and you're clearly not here on a pleasure trip." He looked at Gladys again, noting the weariness in her posture from our long flight. "Very well, Theilen. We'll hear you out. But know this, we don't trust easily anymore. Too many have betrayed our confidence." He gestured for the other elves to lower their weapons fully. "Come, we have much to discuss, and little of it is pleasant." The elves led us to a fire pit carved into the rock itself, where several others were already gathered. Most had the weathered look of people who'd spent their lives in these harsh mountains. But there were newer faces, too. Refugees, by the look of them, with the haunted expressions of people who'd seen too much. Things have gotten bad down there, Keth said without preamble as we settled around the fire. Worse than they've been in years. King Brogan has lost what little sense he had left. How so? An older elf woman leaned forward, her eyes sharp despite her age. He's been sending search parties into every village, every settlement, looking for magical artifacts, sources of power, anything that might give him an advantage. His soldiers tear apart homes, interrogate anyone who might have knowledge of the old ways. Just last week, another elf added, they burned down an entire village because someone there was rumored to have fey blood. Turned out to be nothing more than a woman with unusual eyes, but by then it was too late. My hands clenched into fists. This was worse than I'd expected. What about the castle, Farescott itself? That's where it gets interesting, Keth said, his voice dropping lower. Brogan's been spending most of his time in the lower levels of the castle. Has teams of workers digging, excavating. They're being very secretive about it, but you think he's found something? I think he's found exactly what he was looking for. The elf's eyes met mine meaningfully. There are rumors among his soldiers about a new source of power hidden beneath the castle. Something that's made the king more confident, more aggressive. The spring. It had to be. The magical well that Vaeda's killing of Prince Rorik had inadvertently created, hidden somewhere in the castle's foundations. If Brogan had found it, if he was drawing power from it. There's more, Keth continued. Princess Rissa hasn't been seen in public for nearly a week. Before that, she looked. He paused, searching for words. Frightened. Thin. Like someone being kept against her will. My blood ran cold. Vaeda had been right to worry about her friend. Is she being held prisoner? We can't be sure. But the increased security around the royal quarters suggests something has changed. And Brogan's been ranting about traitors, about threats from within his own court. Keth's expression darkened. The man is becoming more paranoid by the day. I stared into the fire, processing this information. If Brogan had found the spring and was using it to increase his power, it would explain his growing boldness. But it also meant he was exactly where Vaeda feared he'd be, in a position to do maximum damage with magical forces he didn't understand. What about the Fae? I asked. How imminent is the threat? The mood around the fire grew even more somber. Very, said the elf woman. We've been tracking their movements for weeks. They're not just raiding anymore. This is organized, coordinated. An invasion force? How large? Larger than anything we've seen before. Hundreds, maybe thousands, moving through the northern forests. They're being careful, staying hidden, but we've spotted scouts getting closer to the kingdom's borders every day. Keth leaned forward, his expression grave. We think they're waiting for something. A signal, maybe, or the right moment to strike. How long do we have? Days. A week at most. Another elf spoke up, a younger man with scars across his cheek. We're preparing to evacuate deeper into the mountains. This whole region is going to become a battlefield very soon. The weight of this news settled on my shoulders, like a physical burden. Vaeda was in Caligo, training with candles and struggling to understand her powers, while here, the situation was spiraling toward complete disaster. Both the Fae and King Brogan were preparing for war, and caught between them were thousands of innocent people who had no idea what was coming. I need to get closer, I said, to Farescott. I need to see the situation for myself. That's suicide, Keth said flatly. The approaches to the castle are heavily guarded. Even if you could get close, what would you learn that we haven't already told you? I need to know for certain if Brogan has found the spring. I need to assess Rissa's situation and... I hesitated, then forced myself to continue. I need to see if there's any way to get her out. The elves exchanged glances. I could see the skepticism in their faces, the belief that I was letting emotion cloud my judgment. And maybe I was. But I'd made a promise to Vaeda, and I intended to keep it. There are paths, Keth said finally. Old smuggler routes that bypass the main roads. We could get you close to the castle without being seen, but going in alone, Gladys would be too conspicuous. This has to be done on foot. quietly. I looked around the circle of weathered faces. I know the risks, but this information could be crucial for stopping both Brogan and the Fae. Or it could get you killed and accomplish nothing. Maybe, but doing nothing guarantees that more people die. I thought of Vaeda, alone in Caligo with her dangerous new powers and Malin's hidden agenda. I have someone counting on me to bring back intelligence. I won't let her down. The fire crackled in the silence that followed. Finally, Keth sighed. 2 days. If you're not back in 2 days, we assume you're dead or captured and we leave for the deep mountains. Agreed? Agreed. As the afternoon wore on, the elves shared more disturbing details about the situation in Greenbridge. Brogan had been recalling troops from the borderlands, concentrating them around Farascott, as if preparing for a siege. But whether he was planning to attack or defend remained unclear. Trade with other kingdoms had nearly stopped, and refugees were flooding out of the northern territories as word of Fae activity spread. The worst part, said the scarred elf, is that nobody knows what Brogan is really planning. His own advisors are afraid of him. Half his court has fled to their country estates, claiming urgent business elsewhere. A king who rules through fear never rules for long, Keth observed, but he can do a lot of damage before he falls. As evening approached, I found myself staring toward Farascott again, its towers barely visible in the distance. Somewhere in that castle, the man who'd ordered my parents' deaths was consolidating power, possibly with magical forces he didn't understand. Somewhere else, Princess Rissa might be a prisoner, and approaching from the north, an army of Fae prepared to sweep down and claim whatever remained. The old rage stirred in my chest, the desire to fly straight to the castle, to find Brogan and settle our personal account with steel and fire. It would be so easy. Gladys could have us there in an hour. We could be inside the castle before anyone knew what was happening. But that wasn't why I was here. I was here for Vaeda, for the information she needed to make crucial decisions about Caligo's involvement in this war. Personal revenge would have to wait. Again. You're thinking about it, Keth said quietly. He'd approached while I was lost in thought, settling beside me on the rocky outcropping where I sat. About what? About abandoning the mission and going after the king directly. I can see it in your face. The elf's voice carried no judgment, just observation. It's natural. The man destroyed your family. But it would be stupid. Probably, though I understand the temptation. Keth was quiet for a moment. For what it's worth, I think you're making the right choice. Revenge feels good in the moment, but it rarely solves the larger problem. And what is the larger problem? Power. Too much of it concentrated in the wrong hands, whether that's Brogan, the Fae, or anyone else. He glanced at me sideways. Though I suspect you already know that. Your lady friend, the one you're gathering this intelligence for, she understands about balance, doesn't she? I thought of Vaeda, of her training as one of the Fateborne, of her constant struggle to understand her growing powers without letting them consume her. She does. Better than most. Then trust her to use what you learn wisely. And trust yourself to get back alive so you can deliver it. That night, as I prepared for what might be my last peaceful sleep for some time, I found myself thinking not of revenge or duty, but of Vaeda's face the last time I'd seen her. The way her eyes had held both determination and fear, the careful way she'd asked me to be safe. Whatever happened in Farascott, whatever I discovered about Brogan's plans or Rissa's fate, I would find a way back to her. I had to, because in a world spinning toward chaos, she was the one constant I couldn't bear to lose. Gladys settled beside me, her warm bulk providing shelter from the mountain wind. Tomorrow I would leave her with the elves and make my way on foot toward the castle where my old life had ended and my new one began.
Chapter 15. Vaeda. The atmosphere in the Great Hall felt different today, heavier somehow. Or maybe that was just my mood. Without Theilen's steady presence, Every interaction in this place felt like walking through a minefield. Even the servants seemed more skittish, if that were possible, darting away whenever they caught sight of me in the corridors. Kanan stood in the center of the hall, shadows already dancing around his fingers as he prepared for another lesson. Malin occupied her usual bench along the wall, watching with that calculating expression I'd grown to hate. The protective wards carved into the marble floor seemed to pulse faintly in the morning light, responding to the magical energy gathering in the space. "Today we'll work on precision," Kanan announced. "Control over distance and duration. The ability to maintain your power without letting it overwhelm your target." He gestured to a series of objects arranged on a table at the far end of the hall. Candles, small figurines, delicate glass orbs. "I want you to move them without breaking them. Hold them steady for exactly 10 seconds, then release. Simple enough, simple, right?" Nothing about shadow magic felt simple when every tendril of darkness that responded to me carried the memory of Rorik's death. I raised my hand, letting the shadows flow toward the first candle. They moved sluggishly, reluctantly, as if they sensed my hesitation. The candle lifted a few inches off the table, wobbled unsteadily, then dropped back down with a soft thud. "You're fighting it again," Kanan said, irritation creeping into his voice. "How many times do I have to tell you? The power responds to confidence, not fear." "I'm not afraid," I lied. "Then prove it. Stop treating your magic like it's going to bite you." I tried again, forcing more power into the shadows. This time the candle rose smoothly, held steady for a few heartbeats, then settled back down. Better, but Kanan's expression remained unimpressed. "Again. And this time try the glass orbs." The glass orbs were more challenging. Their smooth surfaces offered no purchase for clumsy magical manipulation. I had to be precise, gentle, treating them like soap bubbles that might shatter at the slightest rough touch. By the third attempt, I managed to lift one without cracking it, though sweat had beaded on my forehead from the concentration required. "Adequate?" Kanan said, which from him was practically glowing praise. "Now let's try something more challenging." He moved to another table, this one bearing a collection of wooden puppets with jointed limbs. "Make them dance." The request sent a chill down my spine. "What?" "Animate them. Use your shadows to move their arms and legs in coordinated movements. Think of them as extensions of your will." I stared at the puppets, their painted faces seeming to watch me with hollow eyes. Something about the exercise felt wrong, too close to controlling living things. But Kanan was already demonstrating, his shadows wrapping around one of the puppets like invisible strings. The wooden figure began to move in a grotesque parody of a dance, its limbs jerking in unnatural angles. "Your turn." I reached for my power but hesitated. This wasn't about precision or control. This was about domination, making something move according to my will rather than its own. Even if they were just wooden toys, the principle felt too familiar, too dangerous. "I don't see the point of this exercise. The point is learning to manipulate multiple points of contact simultaneously, to coordinate complex movements through shadow magic." Kanan's puppet continued its macabre dance. "It's advanced technique, but essential if you want to move beyond parlor tricks." "Parlor tricks?" The dismissive tone sparked my irritation. These weren't parlor tricks. They were powers that had already killed one person and could easily kill more. But arguing with Kanan would only draw more attention from Malin, who was already watching us with that infuriatingly neutral expression. Instead, I made a different choice. While Kanan focused on his demonstration, I let my awareness expand in a way that had nothing to do with shadow magic. The mental power I'd discovered, the ability that had frozen the troll and let me peek into Malin's memories, stirred to life more easily than before. It felt natural now, like flexing a muscle I'd been strengthening without realizing it. I reached toward Malin's mind with the same tentative touch I'd used before, expecting to encounter the walls of her mental defenses. Instead, I slipped through them like they were made of mist. Either she was distracted or this power was growing stronger. Probably both. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of concern and calculation. Frustration with my slow progress, fear about the timeline they were working against, worry about Queen Statia's deteriorating condition. But underneath all of that was something deeper, an old anxiety that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my presence in the hall. I pushed deeper, searching for the source of that fear. Malin's eyes snapped to mine across the hall. I saw the moment she realized what was happening, saw her lips part to call for Kanan to stop the session. But before she could speak, I reached out with this new aspect of my power and simply held her voice. Her mouth moved, but no sound emerged. Her eyes widened. She tried to stand, to move toward us, but I held that too. Not with shadows, but with something more fundamental. The simple command that she remain still and silent. The ease of it should have terrified me. Instead, I found myself diving deeper into her memories, looking for answers to questions that had been plaguing me since I'd arrived. The vision hit me like a physical blow. The Great Hall looked exactly the same, but younger and in better condition. The protective wards in the floor glowed with active power instead of lying dormant. Torches blazed in the iron sconces, casting dancing shadows across walls that pulsed with magical energy. A man stood in the center of the hall, in the exact spot where I now trained with Kanan. He was tall and lean, with dark hair that caught the torchlight, and eyes that held the same gray depths as my own. Shadows swirled around him like living things, but they moved with a precision and control that made my own abilities look clumsy by comparison. But it wasn't his skill that made my blood run cold. It was what he was controlling. 4 lines of people stood facing him, their expressions blank and vacant. Men, women, even children, all of them staring at nothing with the glassy-eyed look of the deeply enthralled. At the man's gesture, they moved in perfect unison, taking a step forward, then another. Their movements were precise, coordinated, mechanical. An army of puppets wearing human faces. The man raised his hand higher, and the controlled people began to march in formation. Left, right, left, right. Their feet struck the marble in perfect rhythm, creating an echo that filled the hall, like the beating of some enormous heart. He twisted his wrist, and they turned as one. Another gesture, and they dropped to their knees in synchronized submission. Through Malin's eyes, I felt her horror and heartbreak as she watched this demonstration. This wasn't a stranger or enemy. This was someone she cared about, someone whose fall into this kind of power had broken something inside her. The emotions were too intense, too personal, for this to be anything but the destruction of someone she loved. The man in the memory smiled, and it was the most terrifying expression I'd ever seen. Not cruel or sadistic, but satisfied. Pleased with his work, proud of his ability to reduce dozens of human beings to extensions of his will. "Who is that?" I demanded, the words ripping out of me before I could stop them. The memory shattered like glass, dumping me back into the present moment. Malin sat frozen on her bench, tears streaming down her face. Her mouth was still held closed by my power, but her eyes spoke volumes. Terror, grief, and something that might have been recognition. "Who was that man?" I pressed. "Why does remembering him hurt you so much?" But I already knew I'd gone too far. The horror in Malin's eyes wasn't just about the memory. It was about me, about what I'd just done to access that memory. I'd violated her mind, held her captive in her own body. All to satisfy my curiosity about secrets she clearly wasn't ready to share. The realization hit me like cold water. I was becoming exactly like the man in the vision. Someone who took what they wanted from others without their consent, who used power to override free will. The fact that I was seeking information rather than building an army didn't change the fundamental violation. I released my hold on Malin so abruptly that she gasped and nearly fell forward off the bench. She caught herself with trembling hands, then looked up at me with an expression I'd seen before, on the faces of the servants who scattered when I walked through the corridors. Fear. I started, but what could I say? That I was sorry? That I hadn't meant to hurt her? The words felt hollow when I'd deliberately chosen to invade her mind, despite knowing how it had felt the first time. I'm feeling ill, Malin said, her voice shaky but determined. She stood on unsteady legs, not quite meeting my eyes. I need to rest. Kanan lowered his puppet, finally noticing that something was wrong. Lady Malin, are you all right? Fine, just tired. She moved toward the door with careful, measured steps. Continue the lesson without me. I can walk you to your rooms, I offered, taking a step toward her. No! The word came out sharp and loud, echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Malin flinched at her own volume, then squared her shoulders. No, thank you. I can manage on my own. She left without another word, her footsteps echoing through the hall until they faded into silence. Kanan stared after her with obvious confusion, then turned that same puzzled expression on me. What happened? She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Maybe she had. The memory I'd witnessed felt like a haunting, an echo of past horrors that refused to stay buried. But I couldn't explain that to Kanan without revealing what I'd done. I think she's more worried about the war than she's letting on, I said instead. The stress is getting to all of us. It wasn't exactly a lie, even if it wasn't the whole truth. Kanan nodded slowly, apparently accepting the explanation. Perhaps we should end today's session early then. Give everyone time to collect themselves. I nodded gratefully, suddenly desperate to be alone with my thoughts. As Kanan gathered his training materials, I remained in the center of the hall, staring at the spot where that unknown man had stood decades ago. The marble beneath my feet felt cold even through my shoes, as if it remembered what had taken place here. Who was he? And why had his memory affected Malin so deeply? The grief in her eyes had been fresh, despite the obvious age of the vision, like a wound that had never properly healed. Someone she'd loved, perhaps. Someone whose corruption had destroyed more than just his victims. The shadows around my feet stirred restlessly, responding to my agitation. I looked down at them and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the hall. These same shadows had surrounded that man, as he'd reduced dozens of people to mindless puppets. Was this what I was destined to become? Another cautionary tale about power corrupting those who wielded it? Are you coming? Kanan asked from the doorway. In a moment. He left, and I stood alone in the vast space. The morning light had shifted, throwing different patterns across the floor. But the protective wards remained the same, carved reminders of past conflicts between shadow and light, order and chaos. I thought about the controlled people in Malin's memory, their vacant expressions and mechanical movements. Then I thought about what I'd just done to Malin herself, holding her voice, freezing her body, rifling through her most painful memories like they were books on a shelf. The techniques were different, but the fundamental violation was the same. I'd decided I had the right to take what I wanted from her mind, regardless of her wishes. How long before I started justifying bigger invasions? More extensive control? The shadows continued their restless dance around my feet, and for the first time since discovering these powers, I wondered if Theilen was wrong. Maybe some abilities were too dangerous to master. Maybe the only way to win this war was to find someone else to fight it. But even as the thought formed, I dismissed it. Risa was still trapped in Fariscott, caught between a tyrant king and an approaching Fae army. Thousands of innocent people were about to be caught in the crossfire of a war they didn't understand. I couldn't walk away from that, no matter how much my growing powers frightened me. I just had to find a way to use them without becoming the monster from Malin's memories. The question was whether such a thing was even possible, or if power like this inevitably corrupted everyone who tried to wield it. The man in the vision had probably started with good intentions too. They always did. I left the Great Hall with more questions than answers, and the growing certainty that some secrets were more dangerous than the ignorance they replaced. But I was in too deep to turn back now. All I could do was hope that when the truth finally came to light, I'd still be someone worth saving.
Chapter 16. Theilen. The secret paths the mountain elves had shown me wound through parts of Fariscott I'd never seen as a child. They led through forgotten passages between buildings, across rooftops accessible only to those who knew which stones would hold their weight, and through culverts that carried rainwater away from the castle grounds. By the time I emerged near the tavern district, the sun was setting and my clothes were thoroughly soaked from crawling through a drainage tunnel. But I was inside the city, undetected. Fariscott felt different than I remembered. There was a tension in the air that went beyond the usual bustle of a capital city. People moved quickly, keeping their heads down and their conversations low. Guards patrolled in larger groups than I'd ever seen, and their routes seemed designed more for surveillance than protection. This was a city under watch. I kept to the shadows as I made my way toward Gwenny. The tavern where she worked looked the same from the outside, but even here I could feel the undercurrent of unease. Fewer patrons than usual, and those who were there drank quietly, without the usual laughter and boisterous conversation I remembered. Unfortunately, Gwenny wasn't working tonight. I racked my brain trying to remember the small room where she lived. I'd been knocked out cold when they first brought me there, but I remembered the area well enough, I hoped. It wasn't long before I found the building, and it only took a moment for me to shake off the nasty memories of the Fey attacker who brought us here the first time. The narrow staircase leading to Gwenny's room creaked ominously as I climbed. Each step made me more aware of how exposed I was. If anyone recognized me, if word got back to the castle that Theilen the Dragon Rider was in the city, I knocked softly on her door. The silence stretched long enough that I began to wonder if she'd moved, or worse, if something had happened to her. Then, the door opened just wide enough for one green eye to peer out at me. "Well, I'll be cursed by a pixie's promise," Gwenny breathed, pulling the door wide. "What in the blazes are you doing here, Theilen? Don't you know half the kingdom's looking for you?" "I know." I slipped inside quickly, relieved when she closed and barred the door behind me. "That's why I need your help." Gwenny's small room looked exactly as I remembered, tidy despite its size, with herbs hanging from the rafters, and that familiar scent of healing potions lingering in the air. She turned to face me, hands on her hips, and I saw the concern written clearly across her face. "You look terrible," she said bluntly. "When's the last time you had a proper meal? And don't even get me started on that beard. You look like a wild man from the mountains." "I am a wild man from the mountains." I settled into the room's single chair, suddenly aware of how exhausted I was. And I've been eating well enough. "Gwenny, I need to know what's been happening here. What's the mood in the city?" Her expression sobered immediately. Tense as a bowstring about to snap, if you want the truth of it. People are scared, Theilen. There's been things. Strange things. "What kind of things?" "Creatures that ain't supposed to be in Greenbridge, showing up in the oddest places." She began bustling around her small space, pulling together what looked like the ingredients for a healing draft. "Just last week, a farmer found something in his pasture that looked like a cross between a wolf and a shadow. Thing disappeared soon as he called for help, but it left marks in the ground that didn't look natural. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with my clothes. Fae? That's what folks are whispering, though none'll say it outright. And there have been other things, too. Lights in the sky, sounds from the forest that don't belong to any animal anyone knows." She handed me a steaming mug that smelled of mint and something sharper. "Drink this. You look like you haven't slept in days." I accepted the mug gratefully, letting the warmth seep into my hands. "What about the king? How is he handling all this?" Gwenny's expression darkened. "Oh, King Brogan's been handling things all right. Been making speeches all over the city, telling everyone how wonderful his army's been at driving out that imposter princess who murdered his poor, innocent son." The bitter taste of the healing draft couldn't mask the anger that rose in my throat. "He's calling Vaeda an imposter?" "Aye. Been saying it was Princess Elodie of Barrenfall all along, pretending to be someone she wasn't. Claims she came here to seduce Prince Rorik, and then kill him for some political gain. Gwenny settled onto the edge of her bed, her voice taking on the mocking tone of someone repeating royal propaganda. But don't you worry, citizens of Greenbridge, because our brilliant king saw right through her deception. And now we have Princess Risa of Caligo as our true ally, just like he always planned. Just like he always planned. That's the story he's telling now. Says the alliance with Caligo was his idea from the start. That Princess Risa was always meant to be Rorik's bride. Claims he orchestrated the whole thing to unite the kingdoms against the Fae threat. She shook her head in disgust. Man's rewriting history faster than a drunk monk copies scripture. I set down the mug, my hands clenching into fists. And people believe this? Some do. Others are too scared to say otherwise. Gwenny's voice softened slightly. Fear makes people believe all sorts of nonsense, Theilen. And right now, Brogan's the only one offering them any kind of explanation for what's been happening. I stood and began pacing the small space, my mind racing. What happens when word reaches him that Vaeda, that Princess Elodie, has allied herself with Caligo? When he learns she's working with the very people he's claiming to have an alliance with? Gwenny's eyes lit up with something that might have been anticipation. Well now, that's a question, ain't it? Hard to claim you planned an alliance with someone when that same someone is harboring the murderer you've been denouncing. She grinned, showing teeth. I hope it destroys the bastard, truth be told, but only after we deal with the Fae. The Fae are that close? Close enough that even Brogan can't ignore him much longer. There have been scouts spotted near the northern border, and some of the outlying villages have gone quiet. Her expression grew grim. Word is they're organizing for something big. Not just raids this time, but a proper invasion. I sank back into the chair, the weight of the situation settling on my shoulders. How long do you think we have? Days, maybe a week if we're lucky. She leaned forward, studying my face. But you didn't come here just to ask about Fae and politics, did you? There's something specific you need. I met her eyes, knowing I was about to ask her to risk everything. I need to get Princess Risa out of the castle. Gwenny didn't look surprised. If anything, she seemed relieved to finally hear my real purpose. I wondered when someone would come for the poor girl. She's been held up in there like a prisoner, though Brogan's calling it protective custody. Can it be done? Maybe. Won't be easy, though. Security's tighter than it's ever been, and they've got her in the royal quarters where there ain't many ways in or out. She chewed her lower lip thoughtfully. But I might know someone who could help. The mountain elves? Aye, they'd be useful. But I was thinking of someone with better access to the castle itself. She grinned. Turns out, there are more folks in Brogan's employ who don't much care for his methods than he realizes. Kitchen staff, stable hands, even a few guards who remember what honor used to mean. Hope stirred in my chest. You think they'd help? Help rescue a princess who's been treating her servants with kindness, while her protector grows more paranoid by the day? I think they might if the plan's good enough and the timing's right. I pulled my chair closer to her bed, lowering my voice. Tell me everything you know about her current situation. Where she's being kept, who has access, what the guard rotations look like. For the next hour, Gwenny shared everything she'd learned through her network of tavern patrons and castle workers. Risa was indeed being held in the royal quarters, officially for her own protection, but in reality, because Brogan wanted to control every aspect of her contact with the outside world. She was allowed visits from a select few servants, but all communication was monitored. The poor girl's been asking about her mother, Gwenny said softly. Keeps requesting to send letters to Caligo, but Brogan's been intercepting them all. Claims it's for security, but everyone knows he just wants to keep her isolated. What about guards? 4 at all times, posted outside her chambers. They rotate every 6 hours, and there's a captain who checks on them every 2 hours. She traced patterns on her bedspread as she spoke. But here's the thing. Third shift is always the weakest. Those guards are tired, bored, and they know nothing interesting happens in the small hours before dawn. Access points? Main quarters the obvious route, but it's too well watched. There's a servants' passage that runs behind the royal quarters, but you'd need someone with legitimate access to get you that far. She looked up at me. Someone like me. Gwenny, I can't ask you to. You ain't asking. I'm volunteering. Her chin jutted out stubbornly. That girl don't deserve what's happening to her, and Brogan don't deserve to use her as a political pawn. Besides, she added with a wicked grin, it'll be fun to put one over on his royal stuffiness. I felt a surge of gratitude for this brave, reckless woman who'd somehow become one of my closest allies. It'll be dangerous. If we're caught, I'll claim you forced me to help at knife point. Won't even be lying. You do look desperate enough to be holding a blade to someone's throat. She stood and moved to her small cupboard, pulling out a rolled piece of parchment. But we ain't going to get caught because I've been thinking about this for weeks now. She unrolled the parchment to reveal a detailed sketch of the castle's layout, with various routes marked in different colors. Been working on this since I realized they weren't going to let her leave voluntarily. Green marks are servant routes, red are guard patrols, and blue. She pointed to a thin line that seemed to connect the royal quarters to the stables. Blue's an old passage that most folks have forgotten about. Used to be how they moved supplies during sieges. I studied the map, my mind already working through possibilities. This passage, does it still connect to the outside? Aye, comes out near the postern gate. That's probably our best bet for getting her clear of the castle grounds. She rolled the map back up and tucked it into her dress. But we'll need to time it perfect, and we'll need them mountain elves you mentioned to help with the getaway. They're waiting outside the city. I can signal them when we're ready to move. Good. She moved to her window, peering out at the darkening sky. Question is, when? The longer we wait, the more chance someone notices we're planning something. But if we move too fast, we might walk into a trap. I joined her at the window, looking out over the rooftops toward the castle that loomed against the stars. Somewhere in those towers, Rissa waited, probably wondering if anyone remembered she existed beyond her political value, and somewhere beyond the northern horizon, an army of Fae prepared to sweep down and claim whatever remained after the coming chaos. Tomorrow night, I said finally. Third shift, just before dawn. We get her out during the changing of the guard. Gwenny nodded slowly. That gives us time to get word to your allies and make sure everyone knows their part. She turned from the window, her expression serious. You realize this is probably a one-way trip for me? Once Brogan figures out I helped ye, I won't be able to stay in Fariscott. You could come with us. There are places in the mountains where you'd be safe. Nah. She shook her head with a rueful smile. Much as I'd love to see Brogan's face when he realizes what happened, I've got roots here. Friends, people who depend on me. I'll figure something out. I reached out and squeezed her shoulder, touched by her sacrifice. Thank you, Gwenny. For everything. Don't thank me yet. We still got to pull this off without getting ourselves killed. She moved to her bed and began pulling supplies from various hiding places. Now, you need food, rest, and a wash, if you don't want every guard in the castle smelling you coming. Tomorrow night, we find out if we're heroes or corpses. As I settled in for what might be my last peaceful night in Fariscott, I found myself thinking of Vaeda. By now, she'd be wondering where I was, probably worrying that something had gone wrong. I hoped she was making progress with her training, learning to control the powers that both fascinated and terrified her. Soon, if everything went according to plan, I'd have news to bring her. News about Rissa's rescue, about the approaching Fae army, and about King Brogan's increasingly desperate attempts to maintain control of a situation spiraling beyond his grasp. The question was whether any of us would survive long enough to see how it all played out. Outside, the city settled into an uneasy quiet, and I closed my eyes knowing that tomorrow would bring either triumph or disaster. There was no middle ground left. Chapter 17. Theilen. The ancient passage behind the castle's pantries smelled of damp stone and forgotten years. Gwenny moved ahead of me in silence. Her knowledge of the servant routes proved invaluable as we navigated the maze of corridors that wound through Fariscott's foundations, and I wondered briefly at just how many drunk patrons she had to flirt with to obtain this knowledge. The third shift guards were exactly as inattentive as she'd predicted. We'd already slipped past 2 patrols without so much as a curious glance in our direction. This way, she whispered, consulting the mental map she'd memorized. The passage should connect to the main servant stairs just ahead. But when we reached the junction she'd described, we found our path blocked. A pile of rubble from a partially collapsed ceiling filled the narrow corridor, and fresh timber supports suggested recent repairs were underway. The route Gwenny had so carefully planned was impassable. Blast! She breathed, running her hands over the obstruction. This wasn't here 3 days ago. Can we go around? Not without backtracking to the kitchens and starting over. And by then the guard shift will change and we'll lose our window. She chewed her lower lip, thinking. There might be another way, but I ain't sure how to get to it from here. I studied the blocked passage, and my mind raced through alternatives. This deep in the castle, surrounded by stone walls that seemed to press in from all sides, I felt the weight of childhood memories stirring. These weren't just servant corridors to me. They were part of a home I'd been torn from before I was old enough to understand why. Wait, I said, a fragment of memory surfacing. I think I know another way. Gwenny raised an eyebrow. You been holding out on me? Not intentionally. I closed my eyes, reaching back through the years to a time when these halls had been a playground rather than a trap. When Rorik and I were small, maybe 3 or 4 years old, we used to sneak away from our tutors and explore. One day we found... I paused, the memory sharpening with painful clarity. We found a passage behind the great hearth in the king's study. It led to a network of spaces between the walls. That had put us closer to the royal quarters than my route would have, Gwenny said with grudging admiration. But can you find it again after all these years? I thought of Rorik's delighted laughter echoing through those hidden spaces, of the way his eyes had lit up when we discovered we could move from room to room without being seen by the adults. Back then, he'd been my partner in mischief, my fellow conspirator. Not the stranger whose life I'd tried to take, and certainly not the brother I'd never really known. I can find it. We backtracked through the servant passages, moving more quickly now that we had a clear destination. The castle felt both familiar and foreign as I led us toward the king's study. Doors had been moved, tapestries changed, but the basic structure remained the same. The bones of my childhood home were still here, buried beneath years of accumulated change. The study was dark when we reached it, moonlight filtering through tall windows to cast long shadows across the floor. The great hearth dominated one wall, its massive stones surround exactly as I remembered. But standing before it now, I felt the weight of everything that had changed. It's behind here, I said, running my hands along the stonework beside the hearth. There was a section that moved if you pressed it just right. My fingers found the familiar depression in the stone, hidden in the carved molding where a child's hand could reach, but an adult might never think to look. The stone panel shifted with a soft grinding sound, revealing a gap just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Well, I'll be cursed, Gwenny breathed. How'd you ever find such a thing? Rorik was always getting into places he shouldn't, I said, the memory bringing unexpected pain. And I always followed him. The passage beyond was narrow and dusty, clearly unused for years. We had to move single file, feeling our way through darkness that seemed to swallow the small amount of light from the study. But muscle memory guided me through turns and intersections I'd navigated countless times as a child, chasing after Rorik on adventures that had seemed so important then. You all right? Gwenny asked quietly when I paused at a branching corridor. Fine. But I wasn't fine. Every step through these hidden ways reminded me of what we'd lost. Not just the friendship Rorik and I might have had, but the innocence of those early years before politics and violence had torn our family apart, before I'd learned to hate him for crimes he'd never committed. The passage eventually opened into a small chamber I remembered well. As children, we'd called it our secret hideout, a place where we could whisper plans and share stolen sweets without fear of being overheard. Now it was just another dusty space between walls, abandoned to cobwebs and regret. This connects to the royal quarters, I said, pointing to another concealed opening. We can reach Rissa's chambers from here without passing any of the main guard posts. The route proved even better than I'd hoped. The hidden passages ran parallel to the royal corridors, with viewing slots that let us observe guard positions without being seen. We waited for a patrol to pass, then slipped out through a panel behind a tapestry, just steps from Rissa's door. The guards stationed outside her chambers were exactly as Gwenny had described. Tired, bored, leaning against the walls with the relaxed posture of men who expected no trouble. I approached from their blind side, while Gwenny created a small distraction down the corridor. The guards never knew what hit them. A few precise pressure points, and they crumpled silently to the floor. Not dead, but they'd sleep soundly until well after dawn. Rissa's door was locked, but the hidden passages had taught me more than just navigation. I'd learned to pick locks during those childhood adventures, and the skill served me well now. The door opened with barely a whisper. Princess Rissa sat by her window, still dressed despite the late hour. She turned as I entered, and I saw recognition flash across her face, followed immediately by confusion and fear. "You," she breathed. You were Princess Elodie's guard. But her voice dropped to a horrified whisper. She murdered Prince Rorik. Why are you here? What do you want? I could see Brogan's propaganda had done its work. Rissa believed the story about Vaeda being an imposter, a murderer who'd come to destroy Greenbridge's royal family. How could I explain the truth when she'd been fed lies for weeks? It's not what you think, I said carefully. Elodie, Vaeda, she's not your enemy. And neither am I. I'm here to get you out of this place. So you can kill me too. Rissa backed toward the window, her hands shaking. I won't be your next victim. Your mother is dying, I said, desperation making me blunt. In Caligo. She's been asking for you. Whatever King Brogan has told you about what happened, you need to know the truth. You've seen my mother? She's worried about you. We need to go now before... The door burst open behind me, revealing King Brogan flanked by 4 guards with drawn swords. His eyes found mine immediately, and I saw no surprise there, only cold satisfaction. Behind me, Gwenny cursed softly. Hello again, Theilen, he said, stepping into the room like he owned it, which, of course, he did. I wondered when you'd come for her. Of course he'd known. He'd probably been watching, waiting for exactly this moment. The man who'd ordered my parents' deaths, who'd stolen my childhood and twisted my life into a quest for vengeance, had been playing a longer game than I'd realized. Your Majesty, I said, not bothering to hide my hatred, still as observant as ever, still as foolishly predictable. He gestured for his guards to spread out, blocking any chance of escape. Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate this? That I wouldn't know you'd come for the girl eventually? Rissa looked between us with growing confusion and fear. I don't understand. What's happening? Why won't someone tell me what's going on? This, Brogan said with evident satisfaction, is the boy who's been trying to destroy my family for years. The son of traitors who thought they could challenge the crown and escape the consequences. My parents were never traitors, I said, my hand moving instinctively toward the knife at my belt. They were loyal servants who learned too much about your secrets. They were threats to the stability of my rule. Brogan's voice carried no regret, no acknowledgement that he'd torn apart a family for political convenience. Just as you are now, though I'm surprised you came alone. Where is your little witch? The imposter princess who murdered my son? The casual way he spoke of Vaeda, the venom in calling her a witch, sent rage flooding through me. But it was his reference to Rorik that pushed me over the edge. She's not a witch. Her name is Vaeda, and Rorik wasn't your son, I said, the words ripping out of me. He was my brother. You stole him from my family just like you stole everything else. Brogan's face went pale, then flushed dark red. His eyes darted to the guards, who were looking between us with obvious confusion. You don't know what you're talking about, he said quickly, but I could hear the panic beneath his words. Don't I? You told me yourself. Twins, stolen at birth. You raised my brother as your heir, while you murdered his real parents. My parents. I took a step forward, enjoying the fear in his eyes. How does it feel, knowing that your precious royal line was built on lies? Silence! The word came out strangled. You know nothing about how you grieved your dead daughter by stealing someone else's son? About how you built your legacy on the back of a child who was never really yours? I could see the guards processing this information, could see doubt creeping into their expressions. These are the ravings of a madman, Brogan said desperately, addressing the guards. This assassin will say anything to— The truth? I cut him off. That you built your entire reign on stolen children and murdered families? Enough! Brogan's composure was cracking. You want to talk about murderers? Let's discuss your precious witch, the impostor who killed an innocent prince in cold blood. The shift from his own crimes to attacking Vaeda made my rage flare even hotter. I told you she's not a witch. There's the loyalty I expected. Brogan's smile was cruel. Tell me, does she know you're here playing hero? Or is she too busy learning new ways to kill innocents with her stolen powers? She's not a murderer? A creature corrupted by magic she doesn't understand? Brogan laughed. She killed my heir in cold blood, boy. Whatever hold she has over you, you'd be wise to break it before she decides you're expendable too. My hand tightened on my knife. You don't know anything about her. I know she's dangerous. I know she'll bring nothing but death to anyone foolish enough to trust her. His eyes gleamed with malicious satisfaction. Perhaps it's time I showed you what real power looks like. Power that could protect this kingdom from creatures like her. Something shifted in his stance, and the air in the room changed. The guards exchanged nervous glances as the temperature began to rise, heat radiating from the king's body like he was standing too close to a forge. Your Majesty, one of the guards said uncertainly, what are you— Silence! Brogan raised his hand and flames erupted from his palm. Not controlled fire like a hearth or torch, but wild, hungry flames that seemed to have a life of their own. The heat was immediate and intense, making everyone in the room step back. The guards stumbled backward, their faces pale with shock and something that might have been fear. They hadn't known about their king's newfound abilities. Impossible, one of them breathed. The king can't— Magic is forbidden in Greenbridge. Brogan's laugh was wild, unhinged. Forbidden by whom? I am the crown. I make the laws. The flames around his hand grew larger, more erratic. I have found power beyond your imagining, boy. The same power that flows beneath this very castle. The well. He'd found the magical spring that Vaeda's killing of Rorik had created. But clearly he had no idea how to control what he'd tapped into. Fire lashed out from his hands, striking the wall beside me and leaving blackened stone in its wake. Your Majesty, please, another guard cried, backing toward the door as heat filled the room. We don't understand. Understanding is not required. Brogan's control was slipping further. Fire erupted from him in wild bursts, singeing tapestries and furniture. Only obedience. I saw my chance as the king focused on terrorizing his own men. Drawing my blade, I lunged forward, but Gwenny was faster. She appeared behind one of the distracted guards, her small knife finding the gap in his armor with surgical precision. The man dropped without a sound. The remaining guards spun to face this new threat, but they were caught between three dangers now. Me with my blade, Gwenny with her Fey-enhanced speed, and their own king with power he couldn't control. Stop! Brogan commanded, raising both hands. Flames erupted from him in all directions, wild and undirected. One of his own guards took the full force of the blast and went up like a torch, his screams filling the room. The others threw themselves to the ground, terror written across their faces. You've lost control, I said, advancing on the king as his magic raged around us. Just like you lost control of your kingdom. Just like you lost control of everything that mattered. I control everything! But even as he screamed the words, the flames began to turn back on him. Whatever power he'd drawn from the well was too much for his untrained mind to handle. Fire wrapped around his own arms, burning through his robes and searing his flesh. I reached him as he struggled against his own magic, my knife finding his heart with deadly precision. The flames died the instant my blade pierced him, leaving the room filled with smoke and the stench of burned flesh. For my parents, the words felt both necessary and hollow. I stood over the man I'd hated for so long, waiting for the satisfaction I'd dreamed of, Instead, I felt only emptiness. The driving purpose that had shaped my entire adult life was gone, leaving nothing but regret for all the years consumed by hatred. The two surviving guards were on their knees, staring at their dead king with expressions of shock and horror. They'd witnessed magic from their sovereign, seen him lose control and kill his own men. They knew secrets that could tear the kingdom apart. "What do we do with them?" Gwenny asked quietly, her knife still ready. I looked at the terrified men, knowing they represented a choice I didn't want to make. They could spread word about Brogan's hidden power, about the magical well beneath the castle, or, "You saw nothing here," I said finally. "The king died defending Princess Rissa from assassins. That's the only story that matters now." One of the guards, a grizzled veteran with fear and wisdom in his eyes, slowly nodded. "Aye, my lord. Nothing but assassins." He looked past me to where Rissa stood frozen by the window. "The king is dead." His voice grew stronger, more formal. "Long live the queen." The words hung in the air like a coronation. Princess Rissa of Caligo, intended bride of Prince Rorik, was now the highest-ranking royal left in Greenbridge. By the laws of marriage contract and Brogan's own propaganda, she had just become queen. "We need to go," I said, moving toward the hidden panel, "before more guards arrive." But Rissa didn't move. She stood straighter and something shifted in her expression, a hardening, a resolve I hadn't expected. "No," she said quietly. "I can't leave." "What?" Gwenny stared at her. "Girl, are you mad? They'll blame you for the king's death if you stay." "They'll crown me for it," Rissa corrected, her voice growing stronger. "You heard him. I have a kingdom to rule now." The surviving guard, the one who'd declared her queen, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, if I may, we could arrange the announcement for tomorrow morning. Let the people know that Princess Rissa has ascended to protect them in this time of crisis." Rissa nodded slowly. "Yes, that would be wise." She looked at me and Gwenny with something that might have been regret. "I'll speak with you both after the announcement is made. I have preparations to make before I can properly send you on your way." I understood. She was choosing duty over safety, crown over freedom. Part of me wanted to argue, to drag her through the passage anyway. But looking at her now, seeing the queen she was becoming, I realized she was probably right. "Your mother," I started. "We'll understand," Rissa said firmly. "This is what she raised me for, even if neither of us expected it to happen quite this way." And somehow that terrified me more than anything else that had happened tonight. "The passage," I told Rissa, pointing toward the hidden panel. "Quickly." She didn't argue, perhaps sensing that questions could wait until we were safe. We slipped into the narrow space between walls as shouts began to echo through the castle. The alarm had been raised, but we had a head start and the advantage of routes no one else remembered. As we made our way through the hidden passages of my childhood, I found myself thinking not of the king I'd just killed, but of the brother I'd never really known. Rorik was gone now too, and with both of them dead, I was left with nothing but memories of a child's laughter echoing through these same dark spaces. The revenge I'd dreamed of for so long tasted like ash in my mouth. Necessary, perhaps, but not sweet. Never sweet. Behind us, the castle erupted into chaos as the news spread. King Brogan was dead, the royal line ended, and Greenbridge faced an uncertain future. But all I could think about was the boy who'd once been my partner in mischief, and the man I might have become if hatred hadn't consumed so much of my life. The passage led us toward freedom, but I wasn't sure I'd ever truly be free of what I'd done. Chapter 18. Theilen. The Great Hall of Fariscott Castle had been transformed overnight. Where once it had hosted balls and royal announcements, it now bore witness to something far more momentous, the crowning of a new queen. Tapestries bearing the royal arms hung from every column, and the morning light streaming through the tall windows caught the gold thread woven through the fabric, making them shimmer like captured sunlight. I stood in the shadows, near one of the side entrances, watching as the ceremony unfolded exactly as it had been hastily planned. Rissa stood in the center of the hall, and even from this distance, I could see the weight of what was happening settling on her young shoulders. She wore a royal blue gown made of crushed velvet that seemed to capture and hold the light. The fabric was rich and deep, the kind of blue that spoke of royalty and power, but also of the sea and home, perhaps a deliberate choice to honor her Callaghan heritage. Her dark hair had been arranged in an elaborate style befitting a queen, with small pearls woven throughout that caught the light like stars. The crowd that had gathered was smaller than what might have attended a planned coronation, but it was still substantial. Nobles, castle staff, and representatives from the city had been hastily assembled to witness this historic moment. Guards lined the walls, ready to maintain order should anyone question the legitimacy of what was taking place. A sad smile played across Rissa's face as she bent gently forward, accepting what fate had thrust upon her. There was no joy in her expression, only resigned determination. This wasn't the coronation of a triumphant conqueror, but of a young woman accepting a burden she'd never sought. The officiant, an elderly man I recognized as the castle's high chaplain, raised a glittering golden crown above her head. The crown itself was magnificent, worked with intricate details that caught the morning light and threw it back in brilliant flashes. It had belonged to Queen Madian, Rorik's mother, and seeing it placed on the head of another woman felt like watching history remake itself. By right of marriage contract and royal decree, the chaplain's voice carried through the hall, I hereby crown thee Queen of Greenbridge, protector of the realm, and sovereign of all her lands and peoples. A pair of thin, pale hands, those of the chaplain, placed the glittering golden crown on her head with careful precision. The weight of it seemed to settle, not just on her brow, but through her entire being. In that moment, Princess Risa of Caligo ceased to exist, and Queen Rissa of Greenbridge was born. The people of the kingdom cheered, their voices rising to fill the vaulted ceiling of the great hall. But even in their enthusiasm, I could hear the uncertainty underneath. This was not the coronation they had expected, not the queen they had imagined. Yet here she was, and here they were, all bound together by circumstance and necessity. As the ceremony concluded and the crowd began to disperse, I made my way carefully through the halls toward the royal quarters. The guards who'd survived the previous night had kept their word. The story being told was that King Brogan had died defending Princess Rissa from unknown assassins. No one mentioned magic. No one spoke of the king's hidden power or his loss of control. The new queen had requested to speak with me privately before I departed, and her guards had arranged for a brief audience in her chambers. I found Rissa standing by the window in what had once been a guest room, but was now, I supposed, the queen's temporary chambers. She still wore the crown, though she'd changed from the elaborate coronation gown into simpler traveling clothes. The transformation was striking. She looked older somehow, as if accepting the crown had aged her years in moments. Your Majesty, I said, offering a bow that felt strange to give to someone I'd so recently helped rescue. Please don't. She turned from the window and I could see the exhaustion in her eyes. Not when we're alone. I'm still just Rissa to you. How are you feeling? She touched the crown lightly, as if still surprised to find it there. Like I'm wearing someone else's life. But that's what queenship is, isn't it? Becoming what the kingdom needs, rather than what you want to be. I thought of my own transformation over the years. From a child playing in these very halls, to an exile seeking revenge, to whatever I was now. Sometimes the person we become is stronger than the one we were. I hope so. She moved away from the window, crossing to a small table where several items waited. I need to ask you something. My mother, you said she was still alive when you left Caligo? She was. Ill, but alive. I chose my words carefully, not wanting to give false hope, while still offering what comfort I could. Rissa nodded slowly, tears gathering in her eyes. I've been praying she would hold on long enough. She took a shaky breath. I need you to deliver something to her. A message and a gift. She lifted a package wrapped in parchment from the table. It was smaller than a book, but felt surprisingly heavy when she placed it in my hands. Through the wrapping, I could tell it was some kind of container, possibly glass or ceramic. Be very careful with that, she said urgently. It's fragile, Don't let anything happen to it. I cradled the package carefully. What is it? My mother will know. Rissa's fingers twisted together nervously. If she's still living when you return, when you reach her, make sure she drinks what's in the jar. All of it. Tell her it's from me and that she's not to worry about me. I'll be okay. The way she said it made it sound like a lie she was telling herself as much as a message for her mother. But I nodded and tucked the package carefully inside my cloak. Is there anything else you want me to tell her? Just... Rissa's voice broke slightly. Tell her I understand now. Why she sent me here. Why the alliance mattered so much to her. Tell her I'll make her proud. I will. She wiped her eyes quickly, straightening her shoulders. Thank you. For last night, for trying to take me home. I know you risked everything to help me. You don't need to thank me for that. I do. She moved to another small table and retrieved a rolled parchment bearing an official seal. This is a letter of safe passage. It should help you get through any checkpoints. Between here and the coast. And, she hesitated, be careful on your journey. The situation here is more precarious than it appears. What do you mean? Many of the nobles don't believe I have a legitimate claim to the throne. Some are already talking about supporting other claimants, or calling for new elections. And with King Brogan dead and no clear heir, she shook her head. The Fae will see this as weakness. They'll accelerate their plans. The weight of what she was saying settled over me. By killing Brogan and crowning Rissa, we'd solved one problem but created several others. How long do you think you have? Days, maybe weeks before someone makes a move against me. And probably less time than that before the Fae decide to test our defenses. She met my eyes steadily. Which is why you need to get that package to my mother as quickly as possible. If something happens to me before... She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. I understood. A knock at the door interrupted us, and one of the guards entered. Your Majesty, the council is ready for your first audience. Risa straightened, and I watched the transformation happen again, from worried daughter to determined queen. Thank you. I'll be there shortly. After the guard withdrew, she turned back to me. Go now, while the changing of the guard provides cover. And Theilen, she caught my arm as I moved toward the door. Whatever happens here, know that you've given me the chance to save my mother. That's worth more than any crown. I made my way through the castle, using the same hidden passages that had served me the night before. The corridors buzzed with activity as the new regime began to establish itself, but most of the attention was focused on the main halls where the queen was holding court. I emerged from the castle through the same postern gate we'd planned to use for Rissa's escape, where Gwenny waited with 2 horses and supplies for the journey. About time, she said, but there was relief in her voice. I was starting to worry you'd been caught. The coronation went smoothly. Rissa is queen now. Aye, and may the fates help her. Gwenny handed me the reins to one of the horses, because she's going to need all the help she can get. As we rode away from Fariscott, Gwenny shared what she'd learned from her network of contacts throughout the city. The mood among the people was mixed. Some welcomed a young queen who might bring fresh leadership, while others questioned her right to rule. More concerning were the reports from the borderlands, where Fae scouts had been spotted in greater numbers. They think she's weak, Gwenny explained as we reached the outskirts of the city. Young queen, no army of her own. Kingdom in turmoil. It's exactly what they've been waiting for. How long before they make their move? Could be any day now. Word is, they were already preparing for something big, and King Brogan's death just gave them the opening they needed. She glanced back toward the castle, now distant behind us. That girl's got more courage than sense, staying behind to face all that. I thought of Rissa standing in the Great Hall, accepting a crown she'd never wanted in order to hold together a kingdom that might not accept her. She's stronger than she looks. She'll need to be. We rode in silence for a while, following the paths the mountain elves had shown me through the hills that bordered Greenbridge. The package Rissa had given me seemed to grow heavier with each mile, though I knew that was just my imagination. Whatever was in that jar, it was important enough for a new queen to trust a stranger with its delivery. As the sun reached its zenith, We crested a hill that offered a final view of Ferriscott. The castle looked peaceful from this distance, its banners flying in the spring breeze. But I knew that beneath that tranquil exterior, forces were already moving that would determine whether Queen Rissa's reign lasted months or merely days. "Ye did what ye came to do," Gwenny said quietly, following my gaze. "Got your revenge. Saved the princess. Most men would call that a successful mission. So why doesn't it feel like success? Because you know the cost of it. And because you know it ain't really over." She turned her horse toward the western road. "Come on. Let's get you back to that dragon of yours. She'll have you to Caligo faster than any ship." As we rode toward the mountain rendezvous point where Gladys waited, I found myself thinking not of the man I'd killed or the revenge I'd finally claimed, but of Vaeda. Somewhere across the sea, she was training to control powers that frightened her, preparing for a war that was coming faster than anyone had anticipated. The package in my cloak held secrets I didn't understand, but I knew it was connected to the larger conflict brewing between kingdoms. Whatever was in that jar, Queen Stacia needed it. And if Rissa was right about the timeline they were facing, every day mattered. I had a message to deliver, a fragile cargo to protect, and a woman I loved waiting for my return. Behind me, Greenbridge faced an uncertain future under a reluctant queen. Ahead, the mountains where Gladys waited to carry me home to Caligo, and whatever came next. For the first time in years, my path forward wasn't driven by hatred or revenge. Instead, it was pulled by hope, duty, and the growing certainty that the woman I'd left behind needed me as much as I needed her. The war was coming, whether we were ready or not, but at least now I knew which side I was fighting for.
Chapter 19. Vaeda. I was in the Great Hall, practicing the precise control exercises Kanan had assigned me, when I felt it. That familiar stirring in the air that told me a dragon was approaching. Or more likely, it was the man on the dragon that caused the stir. My heart leaped before my mind could catch up, and the shadows I'd been carefully manipulating scattered like startled birds. "Focus," Kanan said sharply. "You can't let every distraction—" But I was already moving, my feet carrying me toward the tall windows that faced the courtyard. Through the glass, I could see a large figure descending through the late afternoon sky, and my chest filled with relief so intense it nearly brought me to my knees. Theilen was back. He was safe. "We'll continue this later," I called over my shoulder, not waiting for Kanan's response as I hurried from the hall. I ran through the corridors of the estate, my careful composure abandoned in favor of something much more honest. Servants pressed themselves against walls as I passed, probably more concerned about my agitated shadows than my unusual haste. But I didn't care. All that mattered was reaching him. I burst through the doors leading to the storage buildings, just as Theilen was dismounting from Gladys. He looked tired, travel-worn, and absolutely wonderful. For a moment, we simply stared at each other across the courtyard, and I saw my own relief reflected in his eyes. Then we were moving toward each other, and I threw myself into his arms with such force that he stumbled backward against Gladys's warm flank. The dragon snorted her approval as Theilen's mouth found mine, and suddenly all the worry and loneliness of the past days melted away. The kiss was different than before. Urgent, desperate, carrying the weight of everything we'd both been through. His hands tangled in my hair, and I could taste the salt air of his journey, the exhaustion and determination that had driven him back to me. When he pulled me closer, eliminating every inch of space between us, I felt the careful control I'd been practicing for days start to unravel in the best possible way. "I missed you," he breathed against my lips, and the simple honesty of it made my heart race faster than any shadow magic ever had. "I was so worried," I confessed, my fingers clutching at his shirt. "When you didn't come back when you said you would, I thought—" "I'm here." His forehead rested against mine, and I could see the exhaustion in his face now that we were close. "I'm sorry I worried you. Things got complicated." He kissed me again, slower this time but no less intense, and I found myself thinking that the rest of the world could wait just a little longer. His hands were warm against my back, and when he tilted his head to deepen the kiss, I made a sound that would have embarrassed me if I'd been thinking clearly. But I wasn't thinking clearly. I was thinking about how solid he felt against me, how right this was, how easy it would be to forget about training and magic and impending wars and just lose myself in the way he was looking at me. "Vaeda," he said softly, and there was something in his voice that made me want to drag him somewhere private and show him exactly how much I'd missed him. The sound of approaching footsteps broke through the haze of desire and relief. We broke apart just as Martin appeared around the corner of the building, his young face bright with excitement at seeing Theilen return safely. "My lord, we weren't expecting you back so soon." Martin's gaze darted between us, and I saw the moment he registered our disheveled appearance and the obvious tension crackling between us. A knowing smile tugged at his lips. "Should I, see to Gladys while you get settled?" "That would be helpful," Theilen said, though his eyes never left mine. "We have some things to discuss." Martin nodded and moved toward Gladys, who was watching our reunion with what I swore was amusement. "Come on, beautiful. Let's get you fed and watered while they talk." Once we were alone again, Theilen caught my hand and pulled me into the shadows between buildings. The moment we were out of sight, his mouth was on mine again, and this time there was nothing gentle about it. This was weeks of separation and worry and longing compressed into desperate touches and whispered names. His hands framed my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones as he kissed me like I was air, and he'd been drowning. I could feel the wall behind my back, could feel the heat of him pressed against me. And for a wild moment I considered pulling him toward my chambers and forgetting about everything else. But then he pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against mine, and I saw the weight he was carrying in his eyes. "What happened?" I asked, though part of me wanted to ignore whatever burden he'd brought back with him. "A lot." He stepped back, running a hand through his hair. "King Brogan is dead." The words hit me like cold water. "What? How?" "I killed him." He said it simply, without pride or satisfaction. He'd found the spring under Fariscott, the one created when you killed Rorik. He was trying to use its power, but he couldn't control it. I searched his face for any sign of triumph, of the satisfaction he'd dreamed of for years. Instead, I saw only weariness and something that looked like regret. "How do you feel?" "Empty." He shook his head. "It should have felt like justice, like closure. Instead, it just feels like another life lost to this mess we're all trapped in." I reached for his hand, squeezing gently. "I'm sorry." "Don't be, it needed to be done." He straightened, and I could see him pushing down his personal feelings in favor of more pressing concerns. "Rissa is queen now. She stayed to hold the kingdom together, but she asked me to bring something back." He reached into his cloak and withdrew a package wrapped in parchment. It was smaller than I'd expected, but felt surprisingly heavy when he placed it in my hands. "She said Queen Stacia would know what it is. If her mother is still alive, I am to make sure she drinks whatever's in the jar." His expression grew more urgent. "She also said to tell her not to worry, that she'll be okay." I could feel the weight of glass through the wrapping, and something about it made the shadows around my feet stir restlessly. Did she say anything else? Only that it was fragile and that every day mattered. His eyes met mine with an intensity that made my pulse quicken for entirely different reasons than our earlier embrace. "Vaeda, there's more. The situation in Greenbridge is falling apart. The Fae are moving faster than anyone expected, and Rissa doesn't think she can hold the kingdom together for long." The weight of responsibility settled back on my shoulders, like a familiar cloak. Whatever was in this package, whatever message Rissa had sent, it was connected to the larger conflict brewing around us. The moment of peace, of being nothing more than a woman relieved to have the man she cared about return safely, was over. "We need to see Queen Stacia," I said, though part of me mourned the loss of our stolen moments. Whatever this is, Rissa thought it was important enough to risk everything to get it to her mother. I waited until the estate had settled into its evening routine before making my move. Malin had disappeared after dinner, and Yasmin was nowhere to be seen. Perfect timing to visit Queen Stacia without unwanted interference. The corridors felt different at night. Shadows pooled in corners where daylight couldn't reach, and I found myself unconsciously drawing them closer around me as I moved. The darkness had become second nature now, responding to my emotions more than my conscious commands. Theilen fell into step beside me as I reached the third floor, carrying the small package Rissa had entrusted to him. The Queen's chambers were at the end of a long hallway, lined with portraits of stern-faced Callaghan ancestors. 2 guards flanked her door, but they were deep in hushed conversation about the Queen's deteriorating condition. I gestured to Theilen, and we slipped into an alcove to wait. "How do we get past them?" Theilen murmured. I considered our options. The shadows were eager to help, but I didn't want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. "Can you create a distraction? Something that will draw them away?" Theilen nodded, then slipped back down the corridor. A few minutes later, the sound of breaking pottery echoed from somewhere near the stairs, followed by what sounded like someone calling for help. The guards looked at each other, then one of them hurried off to investigate. The remaining guard shifted uncomfortably, clearly torn between his duty and curiosity about the commotion. I waited, hoping he'd follow his companion, but he stayed put. I closed my eyes and reached out with the shadows, hating what I was about to do. The darkness crept along the floor toward the guard, then rose up behind him like a silent wave. He had just enough time to look confused before the shadows wrapped around him, pulling him into unconsciousness. His body slumped to the floor and I felt sick. He was just doing his job, protecting a dying queen, and I'd knocked him out for it. "I'm sorry," I whispered to his still form before darting to the door. Locked, of course. But the shadows made quick work of that, flowing into the mechanism until I heard the soft click of tumblers falling into place. Queen Stacia lay motionless in her bed, so still that for a terrifying moment I thought we were too late. Her breathing was shallow, her skin waxy and pale. The room smelled of sickness and approaching death. "Your Majesty?" I whispered, approaching the bed cautiously. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused and glassy. When they found my face, she seemed to struggle to understand what she was seeing. Then her gaze shifted to Theilen, and confusion flickered across her features. How did you get in here?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "We needed to see you," I said gently. "Theilen has news about your daughter." At the mention of Rissa, Stacia's eyes sharpened slightly, though she still looked utterly exhausted. "Rissa?" The name came out as barely a breath. "Is she—" "She's alive," Theilen said quickly, moving closer to the bed. "She's been crowned Queen of Greenbridge. King Brogan is dead, and she's holding the kingdom together, but the situation is dangerous. She asked me to bring you this." Theilen moved to my side, carefully unwrapping the package Rissa had given him. Inside was a glass jar filled with clear liquid that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. "From Rissa. She said you would know what this is, and that you should drink all of it." Stacia's eyes widened when she saw the jar, and I couldn't decipher the expression that flickered across her face. She tried to speak, but her words were nothing more than a breathy gasp. "Hurry, Theilen, I think we're running out of time." Stacia's eyes fluttered closed in what looked like resignation. She was too weak to fight, too close to death to refuse what might be her daughter's last gift. I carefully lifted Stacia's head, bringing the jar to her lips. She drank slowly, reluctantly, but her body's desperate need for life overrode anything else. Within moments, the change was remarkable. Color returned to her cheeks, her breathing deepened, and her eyes became alert and focused. She stared at me with sudden intensity, her gaze traveling over my features with something like wonder. "You look just like him," she whispered, her voice now strong and clear. the words sent a chill through me. Like who? Before she could answer, her face crumpled with distress. No, she whispered, pushing the empty jar away from her. You mustn't give me any more. Please, you have to promise me you won't. But it's helping you. He's taking it from me, Stacia interrupted, her voice filled with a fear that made my shadows writhe. Every drop of strength I gain, he steals. The king, he's taking my life to sustain his own. What king? Theilen asked, but I was already reaching out with my mind, slipping past Queen Stacia's weakened defenses before I could stop myself. She was too weak to resist, and suddenly I was seeing through her memories. The vision hit me like a physical blow. I was standing in an enormous great hall, watching from the shadows as a cruel demonstration unfolded. The king of Caligo sat on a throne of black onyx, his face twisted with malicious satisfaction. Before him stood lines of villagers, innocent people from various kingdoms, their faces vacant and staring. My stomach churned as I watched my father revel in his power. This was what he'd always wanted, complete dominion over mortal life. I'd grown up watching his cruelty, but this was beyond even what I'd imagined. Behold, my loyal subjects, the future of Caligo stands before you. The king's voice boomed across the hall. On a smaller throne beside him sat my brother, his face a mask of stone. I could see the anguish beneath his controlled expression, the way his jaw tightened as father commanded him to raise his hand. A wave of shadow magic poured forth, and the villagers moved in perfect unison, like puppets on strings. Ryland was stronger than me, stronger than anyone, but he was still trapped, still forced to be father's weapon. The guilt and self-hatred radiating from him was almost unbearable to witness. With the power of the shadows, we will build an army unlike any the world has ever seen, the king continued, his voice dripping with contempt. An army that feels no pain, knows no fear, and obeys without question. Beside me, Malin moved through the crowd with a wine carafe, her servant's disguise perfect, but her face pale with terror as she witnessed the demonstration. I'd helped her escape the dungeons, and given her this disguise. But seeing her forced to watch Ryland's torture was almost more than I could bear. The way she gripped that carafe, the tears streaming down her face, she was witnessing the man she loved being tortured, and there was nothing either of us could do to stop it. When the demonstration wasn't impressive enough for father's taste, his cruelty turned toward Ryland. With lightning speed, he lashed out with a shadow whip, striking my brother across the back. Once, twice, 3 times, each blow leaving bloody welts through his shirt. You dare show weakness in front of my court? The king snarled. These mortals are nothing, less than cattle. They exist only to serve our will. This was the moment I knew father had to be stopped, no matter the cost. I couldn't let him continue to destroy everyone I cared about. The spell I would weave to contain him would require everything I had, but watching Ryland endure this torture while innocent people were enslaved, there was no other choice. I pulled back from the vision with a gasp, staggering as recognition hit me like a physical blow. I'd seen this before, this exact scene, but from a different perspective. In Malin's memory, I'd witnessed the same moment through her eyes, focused entirely on the young man with the power. Ryland, Stacia's brother. The young man in the memory. I knew who he was now. The one Malin had cared about so deeply. The one whose pain had been etched into her very soul. And this monster of a king had forced him to torture innocent people, had whipped him bloody when he showed even the slightest hesitation. But where was Ryland now? Had the king killed him? Did I even dare ask Malin? The terrible implications crashed over me. This wasn't just about an ancient evil stirring. This was personal. Malin's connection to all of this ran deeper than I'd imagined. He's a monster, I whispered, my voice shaking. Stacia's eyes met mine, and I saw confirmation there before her brief burst of energy began to fade. She tried to speak, but only managed a few broken words. Ancient magic. Breaking. Her voice was barely a whisper now. When I die. She couldn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear enough. He's not gone, is he? Whatever spell was containing the king, it was tied to her. The spell and this evil king were literally draining the life from her. The room fell silent except for the sound of our ragged breathing. In the distance, I could hear the normal sounds of the estate. Servants going about their duties, oblivious to the horror stirring beneath their feet. Stacia was already slipping back into unconsciousness, her hand falling away from mine. Her breathing became shallow again, and the terrible pallor returned to her skin. I stared down at her, my mind racing. The spell was breaking. An ancient evil was stirring. And somehow, Malin was connected to all of this in ways I didn't understand. What was that all about? Theilen set his jaw, but it couldn't hide the terror in his eyes. The old king of Caligo is still alive. We need to find where they're keeping him. And I knew just the person to confront about it. Malin had been there. She'd seen all of this, lived through it, and never said a word. How much more was she hiding? I needed answers, and there was only one person who could give them to me. But even as I planned to speak to Malin, my mind kept returning to the man from the vision. Ryland. Someone that powerful, someone Stacia cared about so deeply. He had to be connected to containing the king somehow. If Malin wouldn't give me answers, maybe I could find him myself.
Chapter 20. Theilen. The door to Vaeda's chambers had barely closed behind us when I pulled her into my arms. The weight of what we'd witnessed in Queen Stacia's room pressed down on both of us like a physical thing, and I wanted nothing more than to chase away the images of that monster king and his cruelty from her mind. I wanted her to feel something solid here in the present, and selfishly, I wanted to feel the warmth of her against me. The vision she'd shared with me, seeing it through her eyes as she experienced Stacia's memory, had left me shaken in ways I wasn't entirely prepared for. The casual brutality, the way that King had treated his own son like a tool to be broken and reshaped, the innocent people reduced to mindless puppets. It was the kind of evil that made a man question whether there was any good left in the world. But here, with Vaeda's heart beating against my chest and her arms tight around my waist, I remembered why we were fighting. This woman had already sacrificed so much, had already lost pieces of herself to protect others. There wasn't a chance I'd let some ancient monster take anything else from her. "We'll figure this out," I murmured into her hair, breathing in the familiar scent that had become my anchor in all this chaos. Vaeda's arms tightened around me, and for a moment we just held each other. But her mind was already racing ahead to our next move. She'd gotten that look in her eyes, the same one she'd had when we were planning to infiltrate Fariscott Castle, or when she'd decided to kill Rorik. Determined and slightly terrifying. "We need to talk to Malin," she said, pulling back to look at me. In the dim light of her chambers, her eyes looked almost silver. She knows more than she's telling us about all of this. I nodded, though my jaw clenched at the thought of more lies and half-truths. We'd been dancing around Malin's secrets since we arrived at this estate, and every revelation only seemed to uncover deeper mysteries. So let's get the information we need. You could slip into her mind right now and get all the answers we're looking for. It would be simple enough. Vaeda could have every secret, every hidden truth laid bare within minutes. The thought of finally having answers, of no longer stumbling through this maze of deception, was almost intoxicating. But Vaeda shook her head immediately. "I can't. Not unless there's no other choice." "Why not?" I heard the frustration creep into my voice and tried to rein it in. "She's been lying to you about everything. Don't you want to know the truth?" "Of course I do." Vaeda moved to the window, staring out at the dark estate grounds, where torches flickered like distant stars. "But if this king does return, we'll need every ally we can get. Malin doesn't have any real power. She's mortal, Vaeda. What could she possibly—" "Authority." Vaeda turned back to me, and I could see she'd already thought this through completely. "Malin may not have shadow magic, but she has something almost as valuable: political power in Caligo. The mages here follow her orders, the estate runs according to her commands. If we're going to face an ancient evil, we'll need organization, strategy, resources. I wanted to argue, but I could see the wisdom in her reasoning. Still, the thought of more waiting and uncertainty made my skin crawl. We were running out of time. Stacia had made that clear with her trembling fingers and broken words. I won't destroy that alliance unless I have no other choice, Vaeda continued. The moment I force my way into her mind, any trust between us is gone forever. She'll know what I did, and she'll never forgive it. And if she's working against us, then we'll deal with that when we know for certain. She crossed back to me, and I could see the weight of leadership settling on her shoulders. But until then, we investigate carefully. I reached for her hands, needing the connection. Her fingers were cold from standing near the window, and I rubbed my thumbs across her knuckles, trying to warm them. Then, what do you suggest? We need to gather some information first and see what we can learn on our own. She turned her hands in mine, threading our fingers together. You said you'd found a library while exploring the estate, right? Yes, but I don't think the Calligans will be too happy with us rifling through their history. They don't have to know. Let's go tonight. Veda's eyes had that calculating gleam again. Before I could respond, she rose up on her toes and kissed me, soft and sweet and full of promise. For a moment, I forgot about ancient kings and political maneuvering and countdown timers measured in days. There was only Vaeda, warm and alive in my arms. When we broke apart, I rested my forehead against hers, breathing hard. You're going to be the death of me, woman. Not if I can help it. Her fingers traced along my jaw, and I had to resist the urge to turn my head and catch them with my lips. We have work to do first. Right, work. I stepped back reluctantly, trying to clear my head. How long do we wait? Another hour should be sufficient. Vaeda moved to her wardrobe, pulling out a dark cloak. The servants will have finished their evening rounds by then, and most of the mages retire early. I settled into the chair by her fireplace, watching as she prepared for our midnight expedition. There was something mesmerizing about the way she moved. Economical and graceful, every gesture purposeful. She'd changed since we'd first met, become more confident in her power, more comfortable with command. But she was still the woman who'd risked everything to save a prince she barely knew. What are you thinking about? She asked, catching me staring. You! I didn't see any point in lying. How much you've changed since we first met. For better or worse? Better. Definitely better. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. You're becoming who you were always meant to be, I think. Someone who can carry the weight of difficult decisions without losing herself in the process. And it's been weeks since you last held your dagger to my throat. She huffed a small laugh, then was quiet for a long moment. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing myself anyway. The shadows feel so natural now, and using them against people who don't deserve it should bother me more than it does. It bothers you enough. I stood and crossed to her, taking the cloak from her hands. The fact that you're worried about it proves you haven't lost yourself. A truly corrupted person wouldn't care. How can you be so certain? Because I know you. I settled the cloak around her shoulders, taking my time with the clasps. I've seen you make impossible choices and still maintain your compassion. I've watched you show mercy to people who didn't deserve it, and I've seen you sacrifice your own happiness for the greater good. That's not someone who's lost herself. That's someone who's found exactly who she's supposed to be. She kissed me again, harder this time, with an urgency that spoke of uncertainty about the future. When we separated, both of us were breathing heavily. Promise me something, she whispered against my lips. Anything. If this goes badly, if the king can't be stopped, don't try to save me at the expense of everyone else. Promise me you'll do what needs to be done. I pulled back to look at her, seeing the fear she was trying to hide. Vaeda, promise me, Theilen. I need to know that you won't let the world burn just to keep me safe. It was exactly the kind of promise I didn't want to make. The kind that would haunt me regardless of whether I kept it or broke it. But I could see how much she needed to hear it. How much the possibility of becoming a liability was weighing on her. I promise, I said, though the words tasted like ash. But you're not going to put me in that position. We're going to figure this out. She nodded, but I could see she wasn't entirely convinced. And honestly, neither was I. The threat we were facing felt vast and ancient and utterly beyond our understanding. But we'd face it anyway because that's what we did. We'd faced impossible odds before and survived. Are you ready? Sonia asked, checking the time by the position of the moon through her window. Ready. She pulled up her hood, casting her face in shadow. Let's go find out what secrets this place is hiding. An hour later, we were creeping through the corridors like thieves in the night. The estate had settled into its evening quiet, with only the occasional sound of a settling beam or distant footsteps to break the silence. The shadows seemed to welcome Vaeda's presence, bending around us to provide cover and muffling our movements. I'd spent enough time in these hallways now to know which floorboards creaked and which servants might still be awake. But Vaeda moved through the darkness like she'd been born to it. Her connection to the shadows had grown stronger since we'd arrived here. Sometimes I wondered if it was the proximity to other shadow magic users, or simply her growing confidence in her abilities. The library was in the older part of the estate, where the stone walls were thicker and the ceilings higher. As we approached, I could see that the doors stood slightly ajar, and through the gap came the faint glow of dying embers in a fireplace. Vaeda paused at the entrance, tilting her head to listen. After a moment, she nodded, and we slipped inside, moving with careful precision. I eased the door closed behind us while she advanced toward the back of the room. The library was larger than I'd expected, with tall shelves stretching up toward a vaulted ceiling. Books lined every available surface, their leather bindings gleaming in the dim light. But it was clear that this wasn't just a collection of literature. Many of the volumes looked ancient, bound in materials and scripts I didn't recognize. There, Vaeda said softly, pointing to a large table near the far wall. The surface was covered with open books, scrolls, and loose papers. Clearly someone else had been doing some research of their own. As we approached, I could make out titles in various languages, many focusing on subjects that made my skin crawl. Binding spells, soul containment. The relationship between life force and ancient magic. Someone's been very busy, I murmured, picking up one of the scrolls. The text was in a language I couldn't read, probably Old Callaghan. Vaeda was examining a particularly thick tome when she suddenly went still. Theilen, look at this! I moved to her side, and she tilted the book so I could see the cover. It was bound in deep burgundy leather that looked ancient and well-worn, but what made it distinctive was the pattern pressed into the binding, an intricate series of interlocking circles and lines that seemed to form some kind of symbol or map. The circles varied in size, some overlapping, others standing alone, connected by lines that curved and intersected in patterns that hurt to look at for too long. It's beautiful, I said, tracing one of the circles with my finger, and disturbing. Can you read any of it? She asked, opening the cover carefully. I leaned closer, squinting at the text inside. The language was familiar, but not quite, like looking at words through water, or trying to remember something from a half-forgotten dream. The letters seemed normal enough, but as I tried to focus on their meaning, a strange sensation washed over me. My stomach twisted violently, and for a moment the room seemed to spin around me. The words on the page blurred and shifted, and I had the unsettling feeling that they were moving when I wasn't looking directly at them. I pressed a hand to my forehead, fighting off a wave of nausea that threatened to double me over. I can almost understand it, but reading it makes me feel sick. What kind of sick? Like something's fundamentally wrong with the words themselves, like they shouldn't exist. I stepped back from the book and immediately felt better. The nausea receded, though a lingering unease remained. What is that thing? Before Vaeda could answer, the library door slammed open behind us with enough force to make the nearby books rattle on their shelves. We spun around to find Yasmin standing in the doorway, her face twisted with fury. What are you doing in here? She demanded, striding toward us with more authority than I'd ever seen her display. Gone was the deferential servant who'd shown us to our rooms. You have no business being in this library. These materials are not for your eyes. She reached the table and immediately began gathering up the books and papers, her movements sharp and protective. Her hands were shaking slightly, I noticed, though whether from anger or fear, I couldn't tell. You have no business in this library, Yasmin snapped, her voice cold and final. These materials are restricted. The comment was delivered with such sharp authority that it made me take a step back. But Vaeda moved closer, her shadows beginning to stir around her feet in a way that made the air feel charged. We're trying to help, Vaeda said quietly, but there was steel in her voice. Queen Stacia is dying. Yasmin's expression didn't soften in the slightest. That's not your concern. While Yasmin glared at Vaeda, I carefully reached for one of the loose pages scattered on the table. The paper was covered in the same unsettling script as the burgundy book, and touching it sent another wave of nausea through me. But I managed to discreetly fold it and slip it into my pocket. Get out, Yasmin said, her voice like ice. Both of you. Now. She didn't explain, didn't justify, didn't reveal anything. Just pure, bitter authority. Of course, Vaeda said smoothly, recognizing there was nothing more to be gained here. As we left the library, I could feel Yasmin's eyes boring into our backs. She waited until we were well down the corridor before I heard the soft click of the door being locked behind us. The moment we were safely around the corner, Vaeda caught my hand and pulled me into an alcove between two tapestries. The space was small, barely large enough for both of us, and I found myself pressed against her in a way that would have been distracting under different circumstances. Did you see how protective she was of that research? She whispered, her breath warm against my ear. I saw. I pulled the stolen page from my pocket, showing her the fragment of text. She clearly knows more than she's letting on, and I managed to get this. She leaned closer to examine it, and I caught myself getting distracted by the way the moonlight streaming through a nearby window caught in her hair. Even in the middle of investigating ancient evils and political conspiracies, she had a way of making my heart race. What do you think she's hiding? Her question snapped me back to the reality at hand. I don't know, but I intend to find out. I reached up to brush a strand of hair from her face. Tomorrow night, I'm going to follow her. Chapter 21. Theilen. The evening air was crisp with the promise of autumn as I made my way across the estate grounds toward the storage buildings where Gladys was housed. Dinner had been a tense affair, and the weight of what we'd discovered in the library the night before pressed on my mind like a stone. I needed the comfort of my dragon's presence, the simple honesty of a creature who didn't deal in lies and political maneuvering. Gladys had always been my anchor when the world became too complicated. And right now, with ancient evils stirring and secrets multiplying like shadows, I desperately needed that anchor. The storage building was warm and filled with the familiar sense of hay and dragon. Gladys lifted her great head as I entered, her golden eyes reflecting the lamplight with obvious pleasure at seeing me. But she wasn't alone. Martin was there, carefully brushing her scales with long, practiced strokes. Evening, my lord, the young man said, not pausing in his work. She's been restless today. I think she missed your company. I moved to Gladys's side, running my hand along her neck in the way that always calmed both of us. Her rumbling purr vibrated through my palm, and some of the tension in my shoulders began to ease. She's not the only one, I said, settling onto a nearby crate. This place has a way of making a man feel unsettled. Martin nodded knowingly. Takes some getting used to. I watched him work for a few minutes, trying to figure out how to bring up what was really on my mind. Finally, I decided the direct approach was best. What do you think of Yasmin? I asked, keeping my tone casual. Martin's hands stilled on Gladys's scales for just a moment before resuming their work. The head servant? She does her job well enough, I suppose. That's not what I meant. The young man glanced around nervously, then moved closer, so he could speak more quietly. My father used to work here, back when the old king still ruled. He told me stories about what it was like then. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Said Yasmin was the old king's favorite. Did whatever he asked without question, no matter how... He trailed off, shaking his head. How what? Cruel. My father said she never flinched, never showed mercy, even when the king ordered terrible things. And now... Martin shrugged uncomfortably. She serves Queen Stacia, but I don't think her heart's in it. She spends more time down in the dungeons than she does managing the household. Sometimes I wonder if she'd rather be a prisoner down there than live with how things are now. A chill ran down my spine. The dungeons. Of course, Yasmin would be drawn to the dungeons. They were probably the closest thing to the old king's domain that still existed in this place. The dungeons? I kept my voice carefully neutral. What would she be doing down there? Who knows? Martin gave Gladys's flank a final brushstroke and stepped back to admire his work. If you ask me, she just likes the darkness down there. Reminds her of better times. The pieces were falling into place with sickening clarity. Yasmin's protective behavior over the research materials, her authority that went beyond what a mere servant should possess, her frequent visits to the dungeons. Now this confirmation that she'd been loyal to the old king. Well, I said, trying to keep my tone light, I'm sure she has her reasons. Martin snorted. Aye, she does. Just not good ones. He gathered up his brushes and moved toward the door. I'll leave you with Gladys, my lord. She always seems happier after you visit. After he left, I stayed with my dragon for another hour, letting her steady presence calm my racing thoughts. But as the evening grew later and the estate settled into its nighttime quiet, I knew what I had to do. If Yasmin was indeed visiting the dungeons regularly, and if she was as loyal to the old king as Martin suggested, then she might very well be the key to understanding what was happening to Queen Stacia. There was only one way to find out. The dungeons were located in the lowest level of the estate, accessible through a narrow stone staircase that descended from a door near the kitchens. I discovered their location during my first few days here, though I'd avoided exploring them. Dungeons held too many unpleasant memories for my taste. I positioned myself in an alcove near the kitchen door, hidden in shadow but with a clear view of anyone approaching the dungeon entrance. The wait was uncomfortable. The stone was cold against my back, and every small noise made me tense with the fear of discovery. But I'd learned patience during my years in the mountains, and I forced myself to remain still. It was nearly midnight when I heard the soft whisper of footsteps on stone. Yasmin appeared around the corner, moving with the quiet confidence of someone following a familiar route. She was dressed in dark clothing that helped her blend with the shadows, and she carried a small lantern that cast dancing patterns on the walls. She paused at the dungeon door, glancing around with obvious wariness, then produced a key from somewhere within her cloak and unlocked the entrance. The heavy wooden door swung open with barely a creak. It had been well maintained and recently oiled. I waited until her footsteps had faded down the stone stairs, then crept to the doorway. The scent that rose from below was familiar and unwelcome. Damp stone, stale air, and something that reminded me unpleasantly of my own time as a prisoner in Farah Scott's dungeons. My hands were trembling slightly as I began my descent. Each step down brought back memories I'd tried to bury. The weight of chains, the taste of moldy bread, the way hope slowly died in the endless darkness. But this was for Vaeda, for understanding the threat we faced. I forced myself to continue. The stairs ended in a corridor lined with empty cells, their doors standing open to reveal small, windowless chambers. But Yasmin's lamplight was already disappearing around a bend ahead, leading past the hidden spring and deeper into the estate's foundations than I'd realized extended. I followed carefully, staying far enough back that my footsteps wouldn't echo to her ears. The corridor branched several times, creating a maze of passages that seemed to burrow through the very bedrock. How had I not known this place was so extensive? Finally, Yasmin stopped before what appeared to be a solid stone wall. But as I watched from the shadows, she reached into what looked like empty air and withdrew a set of keys. The gesture was unsettling. It was as if the keys had been hanging in space, invisible until her fingers found them. Shadow magic. The keys were hidden by some kind of spell that made them impossible to see, though apparently not impossible to touch if you knew where to look. Yasmin used one of the keys to unlock what I now realized was a door, though it had been so cunningly disguised as part of the wall that I might have walked past it a dozen times without noticing. She slipped inside, and I heard the soft sound of the door closing behind her. I waited in the darkness, counting heartbeats and trying to calm my racing pulse. After what felt like an eternity, I heard movement from beyond the hidden door, then Yasmin's footsteps retreating back the way we'd come. I pressed myself against the wall until the sound faded completely, then waited another 10 minutes to be certain she was gone. Now came the difficult part, finding those invisible keys. I approached the wall where I'd seen Yasmin retrieve them, running my hands through the air in increasingly frustrated patterns. Nothing. It was like trying to catch smoke. I could see the space where the keys should be, but my fingers found only empty air. Fate's blasted shadow magic, I muttered under my breath, remembering Vaeda's casual mastery of forces I couldn't even perceive properly. But Yasmin had found them easily enough, which meant there had to be some kind of system. I closed my eyes and tried to think like someone who'd hidden something important. Where would you put keys? Where only you could find them. I felt along the wall itself, searching for any irregularities in the stone. There, a slight depression, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I pressed my hand into the shallow niche and immediately felt the cold metal of keys against my palm. The relief was so intense that I nearly dropped them, but they were solid and real in my hand, even though I still couldn't see them. Another peculiarity of shadow magic, apparently. The door itself was easier to locate now that I was looking for it. The outline was subtle but visible once you knew what to search for. It was a rectangle of stone that didn't quite match the rest of the wall. The key turned smoothly in a lock I couldn't see, and the door swung inward on well-oiled hinges. The room beyond was small and windowless, lit by a single torch that burned with an oddly steady flame. But it wasn't the torch that made my breath catch in my throat. It was the figure lying on the stone platform in the center of the room. It was clearly meant to be some kind of tomb or resting place, but the man lying there was no corpse. His chest rose and fell with slow, steady breaths, and his skin had the pale but healthy look of someone in deep sleep rather than death. He was elderly but not ancient, with white hair and a beard that had been carefully maintained. His hands were folded across his chest, and he was dressed in rich robes that spoke of high station. But there was something profoundly wrong with the scene. The air in the room felt thick and oppressive, charged with the same unsettling energy I'd felt when handling the page I'd stolen from the library. And though the man's breathing was steady, there was something unnatural about its rhythm, too slow, too measured, like a clockwork mechanism rather than living lungs. Worse, as I watched, I could swear I saw small movements that had nothing to do with breathing. A finger that twitched slightly, an eyelid that fluttered as if the sleeper was dreaming. But when I looked directly at these movements, they stopped, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined them. This had to be the old king, the monster from Statia's memory, the tyrant who'd tortured his own son and turned innocent people into mindless puppets. But he looked so ordinary, so harmless in his enforced slumber. If I hadn't known what he was capable of, I might have felt pity for the old man lying here in this hidden tomb. Instead, I felt the same nauseating wrongness that the stolen page had triggered. This wasn't natural sleep. It was something else, something that bent the normal rules of life and death. And if Stacia was right about the spell weakening, then this peaceful-looking figure would soon wake up and resume his reign of terror. I backed away from the platform, every instinct screaming at me to get out of this place. But I forced myself to take note of details. The layout of the room, the type of locks on the door, anything that might be useful later. Because we would be back. Vaeda needed to see this and understand exactly what we were dealing with. As I reached for the door handle, one of the old king's fingers moved again. A definite, deliberate flex that had nothing to do with breathing or dreams. This time, I was looking right at it. For just a moment, I had the horrifying thought that he was awake, that he could see me standing there. But his eyes remained closed, his breathing unchanged. Whatever consciousness dwelt in that preserved body, it wasn't quite aware of the outside world. Not yet. I slipped out of the room and locked the door behind me, replacing the invisible keys in their shadowy niche. Then I climbed the stairs as quickly as I could without making noise, desperate to get away from that oppressive atmosphere and back to the clean air above. But as I reached the main floor of the estate, I realized that the clean air was an illusion. The wrongness I'd felt in that hidden room seemed to permeate the entire building now that I knew what lay beneath it. How long had that thing been down there, slowly draining Queen Statia's life? How long before the spell failed completely and he woke up? I needed to find Vaeda immediately. She had to know what I'd discovered, had to understand that our time was running out faster than we'd thought. Because the old king wasn't just a threat for the future. He was already reaching out from his prison, already affecting the world above. And judging by those small, deliberate movements, he was a lot closer to waking up than any of us had realized.
Chapter 22. Vaeda. I found Malin in her study, bent over a stack of correspondence by lamplight. The late hour meant the estate was quiet, the servants long retired to their quarters. Perfect. No interruptions, no witnesses to what I was about to do. She looked up as I entered without knocking, and her carefully arranged mask of authority slipped for just a moment. In that brief instant, I caught a glimpse of the fear she'd been hiding, the knowledge that this confrontation was inevitable. Vaeda. She set down her quill with deliberate precision. I wasn't expecting you this evening. Tell me the truth, I said, closing the door behind me with more force than necessary. I beg your pardon? The truth, Malin, about what's really happening here, about Queen Stacia, about this estate, about me. I stepped closer to her desk, my shadows beginning to stir around my feet. Tell me the truth. Her expression didn't change, but I caught the slight tightening around her eyes. I have told you the truth. Liar. The word came out sharper than I'd intended. Then why is there an evil king stirring within these walls? Malin went very still. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the soft crackling of the fire and the distant whisper of wind through the windows. I don't know what you're talking about, she said finally, but her voice lacked its usual conviction. Theilen saw him. I watched her face carefully. Down in the dungeons, in a hidden room that Yasmin visits. He saw the old king lying there in his eternal slumber, saw him moving, stirring. The spell is breaking, isn't it? The color drained from Malin's face, confirming everything. My patience snapped. We were running out of time. Stacia was dying, the king was stirring, and people I cared about were in danger. I couldn't afford to dance around Malin's secrets any longer. I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. But I have to know. Before she could react, I reached out with my mind and slammed past her defenses like a battering ram through a wooden door. Malin gasped, her hands flying to her temples, but it was too late. I was already inside her thoughts, diving deep into the memories she'd kept buried for so long. The study around me faded, replaced by the swirling kaleidoscope of Malin's past. She was standing in a vast chamber carved from living rock, illuminated by an ethereal pool of water that glowed with its own inner light. The air hummed with ancient power, and in the shadows at the edge of the chamber, 3 figures waited. They were figures I knew too well. Through Malin's eyes, I felt the desperation that had driven her here, the knowledge that Ryland and Stacia were in mortal danger, that her mother lay dying, that everything she cared about was crumbling around her. We've been expecting you, one of the Fates said, her voice carrying the weight of destiny. Malin didn't recognize her, but I knew the voice belonged to Clotho. As Malin's eyes adjusted to the gloom, the 3 figures emerged from the shadows. They were ancient beyond measure, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. The Moirai. Please, Malin begged. Her voice cracked with emotion. I need your help. My mother, she's ill, and I need to get back to her before it's too late. And Ryland and Stacia, they're in danger. The king, he'll... Silence, Locke commanded, her eyes flashing. You dare to make demands of us? Sister, Isa interjected, her voice softer. She has fallen upon the spring. We must at least consider her wishes. Clotho, her face lined with ancient wrinkles, spoke up. The girl knows not what she asks. The cost would be... significant. Malin's terror mixed with desperate hope as she swallowed hard. There is no cost too great to protect those I love. Please, I'll do anything. The Fates exchanged loaded glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Clotho turned to Malin, her eyes glinting with something that might have been pity. "Very well, child. We will grant your request. But know this, the price will be steep and the consequences far-reaching." "I understand," Malin said, though the memory carried the bitter knowledge that she hadn't understood at all. Isa stepped forward, her expression sympathetic. "We will ensure your safe return and your mother's well-being, and we will cast our protection over the Prince and Princess of Caligo." Relief flooded through Malin, but it was short-lived. Lake let out a cruel laugh that sent shivers down even my spine. "It will be done," she declared, her voice ringing with finality. "But remember, girl, the universe has a way of collecting its debts." I could have sworn Isa's knowing gaze shifted toward me, but before I could process it, the memory shifted, time flowing like water, and suddenly I was experiencing a different scene. Years had passed. Stacia had successfully contained her father using the protection the fates had provided, and Caligo was free from the old king's tyranny. Malin and Ryland had found each other again, their love deeper and stronger for having survived such trials. They were in a small cottage by the sea, sunlight streaming through the windows as Malin placed Ryland's hand on her growing belly. "Are you certain?" he asked, wonder and joy mixing in his voice. "As certain as I can be." Malin's happiness was radiant, but underneath it, I felt the growing worry that she couldn't quite suppress. "Ryland, what if..." "What if what?" "The fates. They said the universe would collect its debts. What if they come for our child?" Ryland pulled her close, his voice fierce with protectiveness. "They won't. We're free of all that now. Stacia rules Caligo. Your mother is healthy. The old king is contained. The debt is paid." But Malin couldn't shake the feeling that the fates' words had been a promise, not a threat. And as her pregnancy progressed, that certainty grew stronger. The memory shifted again, showing me Malin's growing desperation as her due date approached. "We have to leave," she told Ryland, pacing their small cottage like a caged animal. "Tonight. The baby could come any day, and if we're going to hide, it has to be somewhere they'll never think to look." "The Middle Sands?" Ryland's brow furrowed with concern. "Malin, that's nearly a week's journey, and you're in no condition to..." "I'm in no condition to give birth to a child the fates will steal away." Her hand pressed protectively over her belly. "The Middle Sands are remote, dangerous. No one goes there willingly. If we can hide until the baby is born, maybe raise our child there for the first few years." Ryland's expression grew thoughtful. "This is a major move. If there's any chance..." "Trust me on this, please. I know it sounds insane, but I just know something is coming. I haven't paid my dues. The universe has a way of collecting its debts." "Then we'll go. Tonight." Another shift, and I was experiencing the journey. The desperate flight across kingdoms. Malin heavy with child, both of them driven by the knowledge that they were running out of time. The Middle Sands were as harsh and unforgiving as the stories claimed. For days they traveled through the desert landscape, guided only by ancient maps and rumors of an oasis settlement. Malin's labor pains began just as they reached the small town of Manaroth, but still they pushed onward. It was another day's journey before Malin could take it no more. Ryland quickly set up a tent, while Malin followed her body's cues. The birth was difficult. But when their daughter finally arrived, tiny, perfect, with light hair and her mother's strange gray eyes, all the pain and fear seemed worth it. "She's beautiful," Ryland whispered, cradling the baby with wonder. For 3 perfect days, they were a family. Ryland doted on his daughter, singing to her in languages Malin didn't recognize, while Malin recovered her strength. They spoke of building a life here, of raising their child away from the politics and dangers of the northern kingdoms. But on the 4th morning, Malin woke to find 3 familiar figures standing at the entrance of their tent. The Moirai had found them. The memory that followed was the most painful of all. "Did you truly think you could hide from us?" Laka asked, her voice filled with cold amusement. "We who see all possible futures, know all possible paths?" Ryland was instantly on his feet, the baby cradled protectively in his arms. "You have no claim here. Your debt with Malin is paid." "Our debt, perhaps, but not hers." The eldest Fate's eyes fixed on the infant. "The girl promised us anything to save those she loved. We have come to collect." "No." Ryland stepped back, his free hand beginning to darken with shadow magic. "You will not take our child. The choice is not yours to make, mortal." What followed was the most terrifying display of power I had ever witnessed through someone else's memory. Ryland fought the Moirai themselves, and for a moment, just a moment, it seemed like he might actually win. His magic was unlike anything I'd ever seen, raw and primal and staggeringly powerful. He struck down one of the Fates, actually made her stumble and cry out in pain. But there were 3 of them, and they were ancient beyond mortal comprehension. In the end, his love for his family became his weakness. As they prepared to strike at Malin and the baby, Ryland threw himself between them and his family. The combined power of all 3 Moirai struck him at once. The explosion of magical energy was devastating. Ryland's body crumpled to the ground, but that wasn't the end of it. Where he fell, the earth itself cracked open, and from that crack sprang a geyser of pure magical energy. A spring formed by the universe's need to restore balance when a mortal died unjustly. Malin's scream of anguish echoed across the desert as the Moirai calmly plucked the infant from her arms. "The debt is paid," the eldest said without emotion. "The child will be raised to serve her true purpose." "What purpose?" Malin sobbed, reaching desperately for her daughter. "That is not for you to know." And then they were gone, leaving Malin alone with her dead husband and the bitter knowledge that her desperate bargain had cost her everything she'd tried to protect. I pulled back from the memories with a gasp, tears streaming down my face. The study materialized around me again, but it felt hollow and insubstantial compared to the vivid reality of Malin's past. "The infant?" My voice was barely a whisper. "She was Fateborne, taken to the Vaeda Isles to work with the Moirai." Malin sat slumped in her chair, her face pale and her hands shaking. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. "When was she taken?" "A little over 20 years ago." Too many thoughts rushed through my head all at once. It couldn't be. But the evidence, there was no denying it. Ryland was my father. The words felt strange on my tongue. "You're my mother." Chapter 23. Vaeda. The silence stretched between us like a chasm. Malin stared down at her hands, which trembled slightly as they rested on her desk. I remained standing, unsure whether I should sit or leave, or somehow bridge the enormous gap that had opened between us with the revelation of the truth. My mother. The word felt foreign in my mind, like trying on clothing that didn't quite fit. I'd grown up believing I had no family, that the Moirai were the closest to mothers I would ever know. And now, suddenly, I was standing across from a woman who'd carried me, given birth to me, lost me. A woman I'd been working alongside for weeks, without either of us knowing. Malin's jaw worked as if she were trying to form words that wouldn't come. Her shoulders were rigid, and she kept glancing at me from the corner of her eye before looking away again. The confident, commanding woman who'd intimidated kings and mages seemed to have disappeared, leaving behind someone who looked almost fragile. "You forced your way into my mind," she said finally, her voice carefully controlled but with an edge I'd never heard before. "Yes." I saw no point in denying it or apologizing again. We both knew why I'd done it. "Those memories," she swallowed hard. "They were private. The only things I had left of him." Something twisted in my chest. I hadn't considered that by taking those memories from her mind, I might be violating something precious. "I'm sorry, but you wouldn't tell me the truth." Some truths are too painful to share willingly. Malin's fingers drummed against the desk, a nervous habit I'd never seen from her before. "And some secrets are kept to protect people," To protect me? To protect both of us. She looked up at me then, really looked at me, and I saw years of suppressed longing in her eyes. Do you think it was easy, working alongside you these past weeks? Watching you, wondering, hoping, but not daring to believe? I shifted uncomfortably. When did you first suspect? The moment you used shadow magic in front of me. She pushed back from her desk and moved to the window, putting distance between us. So few possess it, and yours felt familiar. But it wasn't until I saw you enter that troll's mind that I was certain. Because of the mind magic. Because it was exactly like Ryland's. Her voice caught on his name. The way you made the creature do exactly what you wanted him to do. I'd only ever seen one person with that particular gift. The awkwardness settled over us again. I found myself studying her profile, looking for similarities I'd never noticed before. Small things that might have meant nothing, or everything. I wanted to kill you, she said abruptly. When I first learned you were Fateborne, I saw it as my chance for revenge against the Moirai. I know. And you're not angry? I considered the question seriously. Should I be? You thought I was your enemy. You thought I was working with those who'd stolen your child and killed your husband. But I was wrong. Yes, but you figured that out before you acted on it. I moved closer to the window, though I kept a careful distance between us. Besides, I can hardly blame you for wanting revenge against the Moirai. I want the same thing. Something flickered across her face. Surprise, maybe, or recognition. Do you? They stole me from my family. They made me into a weapon. They lied to me about everything that mattered. The anger I'd been suppressing rose to the surface. Yes, I want revenge. For the first time since the revelation, Malin almost smiled. You really are your father's daughter. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Ryland never backed down from a fight, especially when the cause was just. She turned from the window to face me fully. But he was also strategic. He didn't rush into battles he couldn't win. The shift in her tone told me we were moving from personal revelations to practical planning. I wasn't sure if I was relieved or disappointed. Which brings us to our current situation, she continued. We need to act quickly. If the king awakens, we're going to need more power to stop him. When he awakens, I corrected. Not if. When, then? Malin nodded grimly. Stacia won't last much longer. 2 days, maybe 3 at most. We need to take Fariscott immediately, secure the spring there before the Fae can claim it. I shook my head. It won't work. The spring under Fariscott is the strongest we know of. But we'll never reach it. I thought of what Theilen had told me about the situation in Greenbridge. The Fae are already moving on Fariscott. We'd have to fight a war just to get to the spring. And what happens if the king awakens while we're distracted with that battle? Malin's expression tightened. Then what do you suggest? The Midal Sands. The effect was immediate. All color drained from Malin's face, and she gripped the windowsill with white knuckles. No. I know the spring there is older than Fariscott's, but it's accessible. We don't have to fight through an army to reach it. I said no. Her voice was sharp enough to cut. We'll find another way. What other way? I stepped closer, forcing her to meet my eyes. Every day we delay, the king grows stronger and our options grow fewer. There is nothing left in the spring here in Caligo. At least in the Middle Sands we'd have a chance. It's not enough power, Malin said, but I could hear the uncertainty creeping into her voice. Even if we could reach the spring there, it won't be strong enough to counter the king's magic. Maybe not on its own, but combined with what we already have here in Caligo. I let the implication hang between us. Our spring may be dry, but the power remaining in this land and our blood combined with water or a gift from the spring in the Middle Sands might be enough. That's not how it works. You can't just add magical power together like... Can't you? I interrupted. You're the expert on ancient magic, not me. But I know that when I killed Rorik, I could feel the power from multiple sources flowing through me. The shadows, the orb, something else I couldn't identify. Malin was quiet for a long moment, her fingers drumming against the windowsill. It would be incredibly dangerous, but possible. Theoretically. She turned to face me, and I saw the war between hope and fear playing out in her expression. Then we have to try. The journey to the Middle Sands would take weeks. You and my father made the journey. That was different. How? We were desperate. We had no choice. Malin turned away from me again, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. And we barely survived it. The desert is unforgiving, Vaeda. People die there. People are going to die here too if we fail. At least here we have allies. Resources. In the Middle Sands, you'll have nothing but sand and heat and creatures that would gladly tear us apart. I could feel her resolve wavering, see the war between logic and emotion playing out across her features. The practical part of her knew I was right. But the mother in her, a role she was still learning to inhabit, recoiled at the thought of sending her newly found daughter into such danger. We don't have that kind of time. Gladys can get us there in days, not weeks. She's carried us across kingdoms before. The desert winds, the sandstorms. We'll manage, we have to. I stepped closer, seeing her resistance beginning to crack. Malin, look at our choices. We can march to war in Fariscott and hope we reach the new spring before the Fae destroy us, or before the king awakens and makes the whole battle pointless. Or we can take control of our own fate. Fate? She laughed bitterly. You speak of fate as if it's something we can choose. Isn't it? I thought of the golden bridges I'd burned when I broke my binding to the Moirai, of the threads of destiny I'd severed with my own hands. I cut my ties to the fates. I'm not bound by their rules anymore, by their plans or their threads. Maybe that means I get to choose how this ends. Something shifted in Malin's expression. You really believe that? I have to, because the alternative is accepting that we're all just pieces in someone else's game. I met her eyes steadily. I'd rather die trying to save people on my own terms than die following someone else's script. And if the combined power isn't enough, if it kills you in the attempt, then at least I'll die fighting for something I chose, not something that was chosen for me. I felt the truth of it settle in my bones. If I'm going to die, whether it's in a war against the Fae or in a battle against an ancient king, I want it to be because I decided to take that risk, not because fate or the Moirai or anyone else decided my thread should be cut. Malin stared at me for a long moment, and I saw recognition dawn in her eyes. You sound just like your father when he decided to fight the Moirai. Good, because he was fighting for the right reasons, even if he lost. He didn't lose, she said quietly. He saved you. He saved me. He bought us 20 years to find each other again. Then let's make those 20 years count. I held out my hand to her. Help me finish what he started. She looked at my outstretched hand, then up at my face. For a moment, I thought she might refuse. Then she reached out and took my hand in hers. We'll need supplies, she said. And we'll need to move quickly. If we're going to do this insane thing, we do it before the king's awakening becomes irreversible. Theilen will come, and maybe one or two of the younger mages. I'll make the arrangements. She paused, looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Vaeda, I know this is awkward, all of this. I don't know how to be a mother, especially to someone who's already grown. I don't know how to be a daughter either. Perhaps we'll figure it out along the way. Perhaps. It wasn't much, but it was a start. We were two strangers bound by blood and tragedy, thrown together by circumstances neither of us had chosen. But we shared a common enemy and a common goal. For now, that would have to be enough. I should tell Theilen, I said, moving toward the door. Wait. Malin's voice stopped me at the threshold. I want you to know, whatever happens in the desert, whatever we find there, I'm proud of who you've become. Your father would be proud too. I nodded, not trusting my voice to remain steady. Then I left her study and went to find Theilen, to tell him we were about to undertake the most dangerous journey of our lives.
Chapter 24. Theilen. The pre-dawn air carried a bite that reminded me why I would never miss Caligo's climate. Frost clung to the estate's windows, and our breath formed small clouds as we prepared for departure. Gladys stretched her wings in the courtyard, working out the stiffness from her cramped hiding place, while Martin bustled around her, with the focus I'd come to appreciate in the boy. "Supplies are secure," he reported, checking the leather straps one final time. "Food for 3 days, water skins, and the extra blankets Lady Malin insisted on." He paused, studying Gladys's harness with a frown. "Are you certain she can carry 5? "She's carried more," I assured him, though I kept my voice low. The truth was, long flights with multiple passengers would strain even Gladys. But we didn't have alternatives. Speed was everything now. Vaeda emerged from the estate wrapped in a dark traveling cloak, shadows clinging to her feet despite the morning light. Behind her came the 2 young mages Malin had insisted on sending along. Theilen moved with quiet purpose, his pack modest and efficiently organized. Aldrich, on the other hand, had somehow managed to make even preparing for a dangerous journey look like a performance. "Lady Vaeda," Aldrich said, practically bouncing on his toes as he approached, "I've prepared an extra water charm for the desert crossing. The heat can be quite overwhelming for those unaccustomed to it." I watched Veda's polite smile and wondered how she managed not to roll her eyes. "That's very thoughtful, Aldrich. Thank you." "Oh, it's nothing." He waved dismissively, then immediately contradicted himself. "Actually, it's a fairly advanced technique. Most mages our age struggle with sustained environmental magic, but I've been studying the theory for years." Theilen shot his companion a look that suggested this wasn't the first time he'd heard this particular boast. "We should focus on preparing for departure," he said mildly. Of course, of course." Aldrich adjusted his pack straps with exaggerated care. "I just want to ensure Lady Veda's comfort during the journey. Someone of her exceptional abilities deserves nothing less than perfect conditions." My jaw clenched involuntarily. The kid had been laying it on thick ever since he'd learned we'd be traveling together. Every conversation became an opportunity to showcase his magical knowledge. Every task, a chance to position himself as Veda's protector. "Everyone ready?" I asked, perhaps more curtly than necessary. Martin shouldered his pack and put a hand on Gladys. "She's prepared. I've checked everything twice." He looked up at the dragon with something approaching worship. Gladys rumbled softly in response, lowering herself to make mounting easier. I swung up first, settling into my familiar position behind her neck, then reached down to help Vaeda up behind me. The moment her arms wrapped around my waist, some of the morning's tension eased. "Martin, behind me," I said, and the boy climbed up with the easy confidence of someone who'd been working with Gladys for weeks. Then Theilen. Aldrich, however, had other ideas. "Actually," he said, already moving toward Vaeda, "wouldn't it make more sense for me to sit behind Lady Vaeda? For safety, I mean. If the wind gets rough or we encounter any difficulties, I could shield her with my magic." The suggestion hit me like a slap. It was bad enough that the kid spent every waking moment trying to impress her, but now he wanted to spend hours pressed against her back. "She's fine where she is," I said, my voice carrying an edge that made Theilen shift uncomfortably. "But surely," Aldrich began. "She's fine," I repeated, meeting his eyes directly. "Behind Theilen." For a moment, tension stretched between us. Aldrich's jaw worked as if he wanted to argue further, but something in my expression must have convinced him otherwise. He climbed up behind Theilen with obvious reluctance. "Hold tight," I called back to them as Gladys prepared for takeoff. "And if anyone falls, you're walking to the middle sands." Gladys launched herself skyward with powerful wing beats that scattered frost from the courtyard. Below us, the estate shrank rapidly, and I caught a glimpse of Malin watching from an upper window. Her face was unreadable at this distance, but I suspected she was having second thoughts about sending us into the desert. The flight plan would take us wide around Arrowwatch's main shipping routes, following mountain passes that only Gladys and I knew well. From there, we'd cut northeast toward the peaks where I'd encountered the elves weeks ago. It was longer than flying direct, but infinitely safer. As we climbed higher into the morning sky, Aldrich apparently decided that flight was an appropriate time for conversation. "The view is incredible from up here," he called out, his voice carrying easily in the thin air. "Lady Vaeda, isn't it lovely?" I felt Veda's arms tighten slightly around my waist. "It never gets old," she replied diplomatically. "I imagine your shadow magic must be fascinating to observe from this height," Aldrich continued, undeterred by the wind and the obvious difficulty of holding a conversation while dragonback. "The way darkness moves across the landscape, responding to your power. Do you find your abilities are enhanced at altitude?" "Not particularly," Vaeda said, her voice betraying the first hint of exasperation. "Fascinating? I've been developing some theories about environmental magical resonance. Perhaps when we return to the estate, we could study together? I'd love to document your techniques." I caught Kalen's muttered comment about professional curiosity and decided the kid might be all right after all. At least one of them understood appropriate boundaries. By the time we reached the mountain passes I'd been navigating since childhood, I was seriously considering whether dropping Aldrich from Dragonback would technically count as murder or simply an unfortunate accident. "These peaks are magnificent," Aldrich was saying as we soared between towering stone walls. "Lady Vaeda, do you sense any magical resonance from the ancient stones? I've read that mountains like these often hold echoes of old power." "Oh, I don't know. Maybe," Vaeda replied, though I could hear the strain in her voice. "I thought so. Your sensitivity to such things must be extraordinary. When we reach the desert, I'd love to compare observations. Two gifted mages working in harmony could unlock secrets that—" "There," I said loudly, cutting him off, as I spotted familiar landmarks below. The elven settlement should be just ahead. Gladys began her descent toward the hidden valley, her wings catching thermal currents that made the ride smoother. As we dropped lower, I could make out figures moving among the concealed shelters, though none seemed alarmed by our approach yet. Then arrows began flying. "Down!" I shouted, pressing myself flat against Gladys's neck as projectiles whistled past. Behind me, I felt Vaeda duck low, her arms locked around my waist. Gladys banked sharply, avoiding another volley while I searched for the source. Below us, I could see archers positioned on rocky outcroppings, their faces unfamiliar. These weren't the elves I'd met before. These looked younger, more aggressive. "What's happening?" Aldrich called out. "Hunters," I replied grimly. "They don't recognize us." Another flight of arrows forced Gladys higher, and I could see more figures emerging from concealment. Bows drawn, expressions hostile. If we landed now, we'd be facing a dozen armed elves who thought we were enemies. Then, I caught sight of a familiar figure running across the valley floor, shouting something I couldn't hear over the wind. Keth, the elder I'd spoken with weeks ago, was sprinting toward the archers. "Gladys, circle back," I ordered. "Give them time to sort this out." The dragon obliged, her powerful wings carrying us in a wide loop while chaos unfolded below. I could see Keth reaching the archer positions, arms waving as he clearly argued with the younger elves. More figures appeared. Some I recognized from my previous visit. When we completed our circle, the arrows had stopped. Keth stood in the center of the valley, both arms raised in a gesture of peace. Gladys landed with her usual grace, though I could feel the tension in her muscles. She was ready to take off again at the first sign of trouble. "Nobody move," I said quietly to my passengers as armed elves approached from multiple directions. "Let me handle this." Keth stepped forward, his weathered face showing relief and embarrassment in equal measure. "Theilen," he called out, "forgive the reception. My hunters didn't recognize your dragon from their positions." I slid down from Gladys's back, keeping my hands visible. "No harm done, though your boys have good aim." "Too good, perhaps." Keth's eyes moved to my companions as they dismounted behind me. "You bring more friends this time." "Allies," I corrected. "Vaeda, whom I mentioned before, Martin from the estate, and two young mages from Caligo. We're traveling to the Middle Sands." Several elves exchanged glances at the mention of our destination. Nothing good ever came from the Middle Sands. "The desert is no place for a pleasure journey," Keth observed dryly. "It's not pleasure that takes us there." I met his eyes directly. "We're hoping to prevent a war." Prevent it? One of the younger elves stepped forward, bow still partially drawn. The war's already coming. The Fae are on the move. Keth shot the speaker a sharp look, but the damage was done. The words hung in the air like a pronouncement of doom. How close? Vaeda asked, her voice tight with concern. Keth studied her for a long moment, taking in the shadows that seemed to cling to her feet, despite the bright mountain sunlight. Close enough that we've been preparing for siege. Our scouts report movement in the northern passes. The younger elf who'd spoken before couldn't seem to contain himself. 3 days ago, our hunting party found refugee tracks near the border valleys. Families fleeing south with everything they could carry. Enough, Joran, Keth said firmly. But Joran was apparently past caring about discretion. They need to know. The Fae aren't just coming. They're coordinating, moving with purpose. And someone's been guiding them. That got everyone's attention. Guiding them how? I asked. Keth sighed, clearly realizing the conversation had moved beyond his control. We should discuss this properly. Come. He gestured toward the center of the settlement. You look like you could use rest before continuing to the sands. As we followed him deeper into the hidden village, Aldrich moved close to Vaeda again. Are you all right? He asked in what he probably thought was a protective tone. That attack must have been frightening. I'm fine, Vaeda replied, though her eyes remained focused on the elves around us. If you need anything, water, food, magical assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. I know the journey has been taxing. I caught Kalen rolling his eyes and decided I definitely liked that kid better. The elves led us to a central fire pit surrounded by low stone seats. As we settled around the flames, more figures emerged from the settlement's hidden corners. I recognized several faces from my previous visit, though others remained strangers. Now, Keth said once everyone was seated, tell me why you're really heading into the sands. And don't insult my intelligence with talk of preventing wars. Wars prevent themselves or they don't. I glanced at Vaeda, who nodded slightly. We'd agreed on a version of the truth that wouldn't reveal too much. There's a magical spring in the desert, I said. Old power. We believe it might be the key to stopping the Fae advance before it reaches Greenbridge proper. And you think 5 people can succeed where armies have failed? Another elf asked skeptically. Not 5 people, Vaeda said quietly. The right 5 people. Something in her tone made the elves lean forward, and I watched several of them glance at the shadows still moving restlessly around her feet. The Fae, Keth said slowly. They're moving faster than we expected. Our scouts report coordinated strikes along the northern border. How coordinated? Vaeda asked, her voice tight with concern. Joran stepped forward, unable to contain himself, like they have human allies teaching them our weaknesses. Strategic withdrawals, supply lines, targeted attacks on key settlements. Because they do have allies, Vaeda said grimly. The northern kingdoms have been working with them for years. Lady Tolley said Northglen wants Greenbridge for its strategic position and trade access. And if they succeed? Keth's weathered face was grave. Veda's hands clenched in her lap. They'll treat the people like animals, or worse. I've seen what they're capable of. They have no regard for human life beyond what it can provide them. Her voice carried the weight of personal experience. And if they gain access to the magical spring under Fariscott, she didn't need to finish. The implications hung heavy in the mountain air. Their power would grow, Kalen said quietly, understanding dawning in his voice. Exponentially, Vaeda confirmed. Fey magic fed by an ancient spring, backed by northern kingdoms, seeking control of southern trade routes. They wouldn't stop at Greenbridge. The fire crackled in the silence that followed. Around us, the hidden settlement felt suddenly smaller, as if the mountains themselves were pressing closer. When the time comes, Keth said finally, we'll stand with you. The Fae threaten more than just human kingdoms. If they take Greenbridge, these mountains won't protect us for long. Some of the tension in my shoulders eased. Having the mountain elves as allies would make a significant difference when the real fighting began. Thank you, Vaeda said simply. Don't thank us yet, Keth replied. Survive the sands first. Then we'll see if any of us live long enough to fight this war. As the conversation shifted to practical matters, supplies, routes, potential dangers, I found myself studying my companions. Kalen listened intently, asking intelligent questions about desert travel. Martin sat wide-eyed, absorbing everything like the young man he was. And Aldrich? Aldrich was still focused primarily on Vaeda, though he'd at least stopped his constant commentary. Small mercies. But as we prepared to continue our journey, I had to admit that both young mages had handled the tense situation better than I'd expected. When the arrows started flying, neither had panicked. When faced with suspicious armed elves, both had kept their mouths shut and let me handle negotiations. Maybe we might actually survive what lay ahead. Though I still wanted to throttle Aldrich for the way he kept finding excuses to sit closer to Vaeda. The sun was climbing higher as we prepared to leave the elven settlement. The Middle Sands waited ahead, and with them, whatever answers, or disasters, we might find at the ancient spring. But first, we had to survive the desert itself. And judging by the worried looks the elves kept exchanging when they thought we weren't watching, that was going to be challenge enough. Chapter 25. Theilen. The Middle Sands stretched endlessly below us, a rolling sea of golden dunes that seemed to mock our small party with its vast emptiness. We'd been flying for hours, and the desert heat was taking its toll on all of us. The sun beat down mercilessly, turning the air into a shimmering haze that made distant objects dance and waver like mirages. Gladys struggled beneath us, her wing beats becoming more labored with each passing hour. Sand whipped up by desert winds had worked its way between her scales, leaving raw patches that made me wince every time I saw them. The fine particles were like tiny knives against her hide, but she pressed on without complaint, as she always did. The dragon's loyalty humbled me, even as it broke my heart to see her suffering. "How much further?" Martin called out from behind me, his voice hoarse despite the water charm Aldrich had cast over our group. The boy had proven himself remarkably resilient, but even his youthful energy was flagging under the desert's assault. I glanced ahead to where Vaeda sat just behind Gladys's neck, shadows pooling around her, despite the blazing sun overhead. "Not far now," I replied, though I wasn't entirely certain. The landmarks Malin had described from her memories were difficult to spot from Dragonback, and the shifting landscape below offered few reliable reference points. Aldrich shifted uncomfortably behind Kalen, sand having found its way into his clothes despite our altitude. For once, the young mage wasn't showering Vaeda with compliments or trying to demonstrate his magical prowess. The desert had a way of stripping away pretense, leaving only the essentials of survival. "The wind's picking up," Kalen observed. His usually quiet voice carried an edge of concern. He was right. What had been a gentle breeze that morning was growing stronger, stirring the sand at our feet and sending small devils dancing across the dunes. In the distance, a wall of dust was building on the horizon, a brownish-yellow mass that seemed to swallow the sky. "Sandstorm," I said grimly. "Gladys, we need to land, now." The dragon needed no further encouragement. She began a steep descent toward the desert floor, her wings working hard to control our landing as the wind began to buffet us more violently. But there was nowhere to hide once we reached the ground. The Middle Sands offered no convenient caves or rocky outcroppings, just endless stretches of shifting ground that could bury a man in minutes. "There," Vaeda pointed to a depression between two larger dunes. "It's not much, but it's better than being caught in the open." We hurried toward the small valley as soon as Gladys touched down, the dragon moving as quickly as her braided hide would allow. The wind continued to build, howling now with a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. Sand began to whip around us in stinging clouds, forcing us to cover our faces and squint against the assault. "Everyone get close to Gladys," I shouted over the growing roar. "She'll block the worst of it." The dragon curled herself into as tight a circle as her massive body would allow, creating a shelter within the curve of her neck and tail. We huddled against her warm scales, pulling cloaks and blankets over our heads as the storm unleashed its full fury. The world disappeared into a brown chaos of wind and sand. The howling was so loud I could barely hear my own thoughts, let alone the voices of my companions. Sand found its way into everything: my eyes, my mouth, the spaces between my fingers. Each breath was a struggle, the air so thick with particles that it felt like trying to breathe soup. Gladys whimpered, a sound I'd never heard from her before. The sand was getting to her worse than any of us, working into the raw patches between her scales like salt in an open wound. I pressed my hand against her neck, trying to offer what comfort I could, but I felt helpless against the desert's relentless assault. Then, through the chaos, I felt something change. The air around us grew cooler, and the sand that had been pelting us began to settle. Shadows deepened in the space where we huddled, becoming almost solid, like a tent made of darkness itself. I looked up to see both Theilen and Aldrich with their hands extended, sweat beading on their foreheads, despite the sudden coolness. The shadows around us writhed and twisted, responding to their combined will, creating a pocket of relative calm in the heart of the storm. "Can you hold it?" I asked, having to shout even in our protected space. "For a while," Theilen replied through gritted teeth, "but not indefinitely." Aldrich nodded, his usual swagger replaced by grim determination. "We'll manage," he said, and for the first time since we'd started this journey, I heard real strength in his voice, instead of bravado. The storm raged for what felt like hours. Our shadow shelter held, though I could see the strain it was putting on the young mages. Sweat poured down their faces, and their hands shook with the effort of maintaining the protective barrier. But they didn't falter, didn't complain, didn't ask for relief they knew we couldn't provide. Vaeda sat pressed against Gladys's side, her own shadows adding to the protective dome without conscious effort. But there was something distant in her eyes, something that had been there since we'd left the elven settlement. She stared out into the swirling chaos beyond our shelter as if she could see something the rest of us couldn't. Gradually, the howling began to diminish. The wall of sand that had seemed solid enough to walk on started to thin, revealing glimpses of the sky beyond. Our shadow tent held until the worst had passed, then slowly dissolved as the mages finally allowed themselves to relax. We emerged from our huddle to find a transformed landscape. The dunes had shifted, landmarks we'd been following buried under fresh sand. But in the distance, shimmering like a jewel against the golden backdrop, I could see the green palms and blue waters of Manaroth. "We made it," Martin breathed, wonder in his voice. I looked at the two young mages, both swaying on their feet from exhaustion. They'd saved all our lives, including Gladys's. The dragon's scales were still raw and painful looking, but she was alive, and that was more than I dared hope when the storm first hit. "Thank you," I said to them both, the words carrying more weight than I usually allowed. "That was impressive." Aldrich managed a weak grin. "Just returning the favor," he said. "You've kept us alive this far." Kalen simply nodded, but I caught the satisfaction in his eyes. They'd proven themselves today, both of them. I still didn't particularly like Aldrich's constant attempts to impress Vaeda, but I couldn't deny his courage when it mattered. The approach to Manaroth took another hour, our pace slow as we picked our way across the storm-shifted sand. The oasis town gradually resolved from mirage into reality. A cluster of whitewashed buildings surrounding a central pool of clear blue water, palm trees swaying in the gentle breeze that seemed impossibly mild after the fury of the storm. Manaroth stood alone in the desert, beholden to no kingdom and ruled by no crown. It was a place where coin mattered more than politics, where traders and travelers from across the known world could conduct business without the complications of national allegiances. The lack of formal law made it dangerous, but it also made it invaluable. One of the few places where enemies could walk the same streets without immediately drawing swords. The town bustled with activity despite the recent sandstorm. Traders from a dozen different kingdoms moved through the narrow streets, their goods protected under colorful awnings. It wasn't long before I spotted the distinctive armor of Baronfall soldiers near the central market, their southern-forged steel gleaming in the afternoon sun. My blood ran cold. Baronfall soldiers this far north could only mean one thing. They'd found a way around Caligo's stranglehold on the southern passage, which meant they were here for a very specific reason. "Stay close," I murmured to the group. "And Vaeda, keep those shadows under control. We have a problem." She followed my gaze to the soldiers, and her face went pale. "Baronfall," she whispered. "The kingdom whose princess she'd impersonated. the kingdom that was undoubtedly furious about King Brogan's accusations against their royal family. If they recognized her, "They're not here about refugees," I said quietly as we tried to blend into the crowd. "They're looking for the impostor who supposedly murdered Prince Rorik." She nodded, and the darkness that had been swirling around her feet immediately withdrew, though I could still sense its presence just beneath the surface. We made our way through the crowded streets, drawing the usual stares that a travel-worn group with a wounded dragon would attract. But it was the wrong kind of attention, curious rather than suspicious, which was exactly what we needed. Near the market square, I caught sight of something that made my situation assessment even worse. A group of pale figures with pointed ears stood in the shade of a date palm, their strange purple eyes scanning the crowd with predatory intent. Fae. But they weren't approaching anyone, weren't causing trouble. They seemed to be waiting for something. Theilen? Vaeda had noticed my tension. Fae, 3 o'clock, I replied quietly, though I kept them in my peripheral vision. And those Baronfall soldiers aren't just passing through. Stay alert. One of the soldiers looked up, his gaze sweeping across the square. For a heart-stopping moment, his eyes seemed to linger on Vaeda, and I tensed, ready to create a distraction. But the shadows around her deepened just enough to blur her features, and the soldier's attention moved on without recognition. We found lodging at a tavern called the Desert Rose, a modest establishment that catered to travelers and traders. The proprietor, a weathered woman with intricate tattoos covering her arms, barely glanced at our travel papers before shaking her head. Storm drove in more travelers than usual. Got 2 rooms left, one upstairs for the couple, one down here by the stables for the boys. Martin perked up at the mention of being near the stables. Actually, could we stay near Gladys? Someone should keep an eye on her. Make sure her wounds don't get infected. Kalen nodded his agreement. We'll help watch over her, he said. She saved our lives today. Aldrich opened his mouth, his gaze shifting to Vaeda. Actually, perhaps I should stay upstairs to... No, I said, the word coming out sharper than I'd intended. You're staying with the others. Aldrich's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't argue. The proprietor shrugged and handed over 2 keys. Suit yourselves. Upstairs room's quieter anyway. It wasn't until I'd taken the key that I realized what I'd just done. Assumed that Vaeda would be sharing a room with me, not with one of the young mages or on her own. Heat crept up my neck as I glanced at her, expecting to see annoyance or objection. Instead, she simply nodded, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. That makes sense, she said quietly. I took the key, trying to ignore the way she'd assumed Vaeda and I were a couple. We climbed the narrow stairs in silence, and I pushed open the door to reveal a small but clean room with a single bed and a wash basin. More importantly, it was on the 2nd floor with windows that faced away from the main square, less chance of being spotted by anyone looking for us. But as I took in the room's layout, my mouth went dry. 1 bed. Not 2 narrow beds like I'd expected, but 1 bed that would barely fit 2 people. I'll take the floor, I said automatically, though my voice came out rougher than intended. Vaeda looked at me with something that might have been amusement, but there was a flush in her cheeks that suggested she was just as aware of our situation as I was. Don't be ridiculous, she said, though her voice was softer than usual. We've shared close quarters before. The memory of our first night together in an inn like this one flooded back, how young and uncertain we'd both been, how I'd insisted on sleeping on the floor while she took the bed. But this felt different. We were different. The careful distance we'd maintained over the past months suddenly seemed impossible to preserve in such an intimate space. We should, I started, then cleared my throat. Dinner. We should get some food. Vaeda nodded, perhaps a bit too quickly. Yes, the others will be waiting. We made our way back downstairs, and I tried to ignore the knowing look the proprietor gave us as we passed the front desk. The common room felt like a refuge from the tension upstairs, full of other travelers and the comfortable noise of conversation and clinking dishes. We ate a simple meal in the tavern's common room, keeping our conversation light and avoiding topics that might draw attention. The food was good. Roasted meat and flatbread, dates and figs, water that tasted like paradise after days in the desert. But Vaeda barely touched her plate, her attention constantly drifting to the windows as if she expected trouble to appear at any moment. When we finally retired to our respective rooms, the sun was setting, painting the desert beyond the windows in shades of gold and crimson. Vaeda sat on the edge of our bed, staring out at the darkening sky. The shadows around her seemed restless, responding to some inner turmoil I couldn't read. "Want to tell me what's wrong?" I asked, settling beside her but careful to maintain some distance. "You've been distant since we left the elves." She was quiet for so long I thought she wouldn't answer. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Malin is my mother." The words hit me like a physical blow. "How long have you known?" "Since I invaded her memories at the estate." Veda's hands clenched in her lap. I forced my way into her mind and saw her deepest, most painful memories. She was pregnant with me when she fled to the Middle Sands with my father. They were trying to hide from the Moirai, but the fates found them anyway. The pain in her voice made my chest ache. "What happened?" "They took me as an infant. My father tried to stop them and..." She swallowed hard. "The Moirai killed him. That's what created the spring we're heading to. His death opened a well of power that's been growing for over 20 years. I didn't trust myself to speak immediately. The casual cruelty of it, the way the fates had destroyed a family and then raised the child as their own, made me want to put my fist through something. I never knew him," Vaeda continued. "Never got to hear his voice or feel his arms around me. But sometimes, when I use the shadow magic, I can feel him there, like he's watching over me from wherever the dead go." Without conscious thought, I reached for her hand. She didn't pull away, just laced her fingers through mine and held on like I was an anchor in a storm. "And Malin," I asked, "hates the Moirai with every fiber of her being. You already know she wants to kill them all, and she'll use me to do it." Veda's laugh was bitter. "She sees me as a weapon against the fates, but also as the daughter she lost. I can't tell where her love ends and her revenge begins." "Does it matter?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. Vaeda looked at me, startled. "What do you mean?" "I mean, does it matter why she cares about you? Love and protection can come from complicated places. Stars, look at us. We started as enemies and now..." I trailed off, not entirely sure how to finish that sentence. "Now, we're what exactly?" she asked. And there was something vulnerable in her voice that made my heart skip. I turned to face her fully, studying the face that had become so dear to me. "I don't know what to call it," I admitted, "but I know I'd burn the world down before I let anyone hurt you. I know that every day we've spent apart has felt like a year. And I know that whatever happens with the Fae or the Moirai or any of it, I want to face it standing beside you." For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, Vaeda shifted closer, leaning against my shoulder with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "I'm scared, Theilen," she whispered, "of what I might have to become to stop all this, of what I might have to give up." I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her closer. "Then we'll be scared together," I said, "but we'll figure it out. We always do." She lifted her head to look at me, and in her gray eyes I saw the same mixture of hope and terror that I felt in my own chest. We were walking into the unknown, facing powers that could destroy us without effort, but we were doing it together and that had to count for something. "Try to get some sleep," I said, settling back against the pillows and pulling her with me. "Tomorrow's going to be difficult enough without exhaustion making it worse." She curled against my side, just as I wished she had in that first inn so many months ago, when we'd been strangers bound together by circumstance rather than choice. But now her presence felt like coming home, like the missing piece of myself I hadn't known I was searching for. As her breathing slowly evened out and sleep claimed her, I stared up at the ceiling and wondered what we'd find at the ancient spring. Power, certainly, but power always came with a price, and I had the sinking feeling that whatever Vaeda had to do to save the realm, it was going to cost us more than either of us was prepared to pay.
Chapter 26. Vaeda. Dawn broke over Manaroth with the soft whisper of wind through palm fronds and the distant calls of merchants preparing for another day of trade. I stood at our window, watching the desert beyond the town shimmer in the early light, knowing this would be the last peaceful moment I'd have for a very long time. Behind me, Theilen stirred, and I felt his eyes on my back before he spoke. "Ready?" I turned to find him already dressed, his expression carefully controlled, but unable to hide the concern that had been growing since we'd left the elven settlement. He knew something was wrong with me, even if he couldn't put his finger on what. "As ready as anyone can be for what we're about to do," I replied, which wasn't really an answer at all. We gathered our few belongings in silence, the weight of what lay ahead pressing down on both of us. Soon, we were reunited with the others, Martin practically bouncing with nervous energy, Theilen and Aldrich looking more serious than I'd ever seen them, and Gladys waiting patiently despite the raw patches between her scales where the sand had worked its way deep. The journey from Manoroth to the spring took most of the morning. As we flew deeper into the desert, I began to recognize landmarks from Malin's memories. A distinctive rock formation here, a pattern of dunes there. The landscape felt familiar in a way that made my chest ache, as if I was returning to a place I'd known in childhood, rather than visiting it for the first time. When we finally saw it, my breath caught in my throat. The spring sat in a natural depression between towering sand dunes, a perfect circle of dark water that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Ancient stones ringed the pool, black onyx that gleamed despite their obvious age. "Those stones," Theilen said quietly as Gladys touched down. "They're like the ones from Malin's box." He was right. The onyx piece Malin had given him in Fariscott carried the same otherworldly presence, the same sense of barely contained power. But these were larger, older, and more potent. They hummed with an energy that made my shadow magic respond without conscious thought, darkness pooling around my feet, despite the bright desert sun. I approached the spring slowly, my companions hanging back, as if they sensed this was something I needed to do alone. The closer I got, the stronger the magical resonance became, until it felt like standing next to a thunderstorm made of pure power. "Father," I whispered, kneeling beside the dark water. "I wish I could have known you." But even as I spoke the words, I felt him there, in the shadows that danced around me, in the way the magic thrummed through my veins, in the protective warmth that seemed to envelope me whenever I used the abilities he'd passed down. Ryland might be gone, but he wasn't truly absent. He'd been watching over me all this time, his love woven into the very fabric of my power. "Thank you," I said, pressing my palm to one of the onyx stones. "For the gift of the shadows. For protecting me when you couldn't be there." But I couldn't linger in sentiment. Whatever I was about to face, whatever price I'd have to pay, it was time. I stood and began removing my boots, my hands shaking slightly despite my efforts to remain calm. The memory of the Fey hag surfaced unbidden, how she'd walked into the magical pool beneath Fariscott's castle, how the power had consumed her as she made her sacrifice. Would the same thing happen to me? "Vaeda?" Theilen had moved closer, though he still maintained a respectful distance. "Are you certain about this?" I looked back at him, memorizing his face, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his dark hair caught the sunlight, the concern and love written so clearly in his expression. Whatever happened next, I wanted to remember this moment, when he looked at me like I was the most important thing in his world. "I'm certain," I lied. Then I stepped into the spring. The water was shockingly warm, like stepping into a bath heated by underground fires. It lapped at my ankles, then my calves, then my knees as I waded deeper. With each step, the magical energy grew stronger, until it felt like lightning was running through my veins. When the water reached my waist, the world around me began to dissolve. The desert, the onyx stones, the worried faces of my companions, all of it faded away like morning mist, replaced by something infinitely more familiar. White marble floors reflected soft, ethereal light. Dense fog swirled beyond tall windows. The sweet scent of the fount of life filled my nostrils. I was back in the great hall of the Vaeda Isles. The marble floors gleamed with their familiar ethereal light. The fog beyond the tall windows swirled in its eternal dance, and the sweet scent of the fount of life filled my nostrils. Everything was exactly as I remembered it, pristine and timeless and utterly under the control of the three figures who waited for me. The Moirai. Lake stood in the center, her ancient frame as commanding as ever despite the millennia that had passed. Her toothless mouth curved in something that wasn't quite a smile, and her dark eyes held the same calculating intelligence I remembered from my youth. To her left, Clotho rocked gently in her chair, her expression serene as always, and on the right, Isa, the sister of death. She watched me with the same knowing look she'd always worn, as if she could see straight through to my soul and found the view exactly as she'd expected. "So," Lake said, her voice carrying its familiar edge, "the rogue Fateborne returns. Come to finish what you started, have you?" Did I have a choice? I stepped closer to the fount, noting that the water within looked exactly as it always had. "You made sure of that when you took me as an infant, when you stole me from my parents." Lake's dark eyes flashed with something like amusement. "We did what was necessary, as we always have." "And look where it's brought us," I said, then stopped as I took in the unchanged perfection around me. The pristine marble, the eternal mist, the serene fount of life. Nothing was different. Nothing was broken. "But of course none of this affects you, does it? You sit here in your perfect realm while the mortal world suffers the consequences." "The balance will be restored," Isa spoke for the first time, her voice carrying the weight of certainty. "As it always is. As we always ensure it is." "You think this wasn't planned?" Clotho's voice held a gentle warmth that somehow made her words more chilling than Lake's harshness. "You think your choices, your rebellion, your interference, your journey to this very spring weren't foreseen?" The implications hit me like cold water. "You knew I would fail." "We knew you would try," Lake corrected, her voice carrying its familiar edge of disapproval. "And we knew that your efforts to save the prince would only ensure his death. Did you think breaking your orb would free you from fate's design?" The words cut deep because they were true. In trying to save Rorik, I'd become the instrument of his destruction. My presence in the mortal realm, my desperate attempts to change his future, it had all led to the very outcome I'd sought to prevent. "You were never supposed to leave the Isles," Clotho said, her tone matter of fact. "Your fate was bound to ours, your path predetermined. When you broke that binding, you created complications." I turned to stare at Isa, feeling a familiar surge of anger. "But you helped me leave. You gave me my orb and told me to destroy it. You said my fate was my own." For the first time since I'd arrived, Isa looked away from my gaze. The movement was slight, but in a being as controlled as she was, it spoke volumes. "Some lessons," she said quietly, "can only be learned through experience." "Lessons." The word came out sharper than I'd intended. "You knew what would happen. You knew I'd fail, that I'd cause the very thing I was trying to prevent. And you let me do it anyway." "We can no longer see your particular thread in the tapestry," Clotho added, seemingly oblivious to the tension between Isa and me. "You exist outside our sight now, and that troubles the natural order." "But it doesn't matter," Laka said with satisfaction. "Your rebellion changed nothing of consequence. The prince died as foretold. The springs were corrupted as they needed to be. The Fae gained power as the universe required. You merely played your part in ensuring it all came to pass." I looked back at Isa, seeing something I'd never noticed before. A weight in her ancient eyes that spoke of difficult choices and necessary cruelties. "You knew," I said quietly. "You knew exactly what I'd learn out there." "Yes," Isa replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "And I knew the price you'd pay for that knowledge." I stared at them, these ancient beings who had shaped my entire existence, and felt something like pity. They were trapped by their own nature, bound by rules they'd created or inherited, unable to adapt when the world changed around them. I stared at them, feeling the weight of manipulation and futility crash over me. You're saying I never had a choice at all? You had choices, Isa replied. But choice and consequence are not the same thing. The universe has patterns that run deeper than individual will. You learned that in the most painful way possible. And now you must pay for the disruption you caused, Laka continued, her dark eyes gleaming with cold justice. Balance demands correction. Your actions, however futile, still broke the natural order, still took you from your destined place among us. The truth settled over me like a heavy cloak. These ancient beings had shaped my entire existence, and I felt the full weight of how thoroughly I'd been manipulated. Every choice I'd thought was mine, every act of rebellion, all of it had been guided by their unseen hands. Even Isa's kindness in helping me leave had been calculated, designed to teach me a lesson they knew I had to learn. No one spoke for some time, as if they knew I needed time to process it all. But finally, Isa broke the silence. At the bottom of the spring you'll find 2 stones, one dark, one light. They contain opposing forces, creation and destruction, order and chaos, life and death. Use dark against light and light against dark, Clotho added. When the forces meet, they will cancel each other out, restoring the equilibrium that was lost. And me? I asked, though I already knew the answer. You will be the conduit, Laka said quietly, the vessel through which the opposing forces flow, and when it's finished... She trailed off, unable or unwilling to finish the sentence. I will be no more, I completed. That's the price, isn't it? My existence for the realm's salvation. Yes. The word fell between us like a stone into still water, sending ripples of finality through the conversation. I'd known, deep down, that this was where we were heading. The Moirai had never given anything freely. Every gift came with a price, every power with a cost. Why should I trust you? I asked. After everything you've done, everything you've taken from me, why should I believe this will work? Because, Isa said, stepping forward. You've seen what happens when the balance is broken. The Fae are growing stronger, and will continue drawing power from corrupted springs. Ancient evils are awakening from their slumber. The very fabric of reality is beginning to fray. She gestured, and images appeared in the air between us. Visions of the chaos spreading across the mortal realm. I saw Greenbridge burning, its people enslaved or worse. I saw the Fae armies marching south, their power magnified 100-fold by the magical springs they'd claimed. I saw darkness spreading like a plague, consuming everything in its path. This is what awaits if you refuse, Isa continued. Not just Greenbridge, not just the northern kingdoms, but all of it. Every life, every hope, every dream, consumed by the imbalance you helped create. The visions faded, leaving me staring at the 3 ancient sisters who had shaped my fate from birth. I thought of Theilen, waiting by the spring, of Princess Rissa, trapped in her dying mother's kingdom, of all the countless innocent people who would suffer if I turned away. And if I agree? I asked. If I use the stones as you say, the balance will truly be restored? Yes, all 3 said in unison. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the decision settle on my shoulders. In the distance, I could sense the mortal realm calling to me. Theilen's worry, the desert spring, the onyx stones waiting at the bottom of the dark water. Then I accept, I said, opening my eyes to meet their ancient gazes. I'll do what needs to be done. They showed no surprise at my answer, of course. They'd already known what I would choose, just as they'd orchestrated every other decision I'd made. The realization left a bitter taste in my mouth, but it didn't change anything. Whatever their manipulations, this was still the right choice. We are sorry, Clotho whispered, for what we took from you, for the life you could have had. I know, I said, and realized I meant it. but this is the life I chose, and this is how I choose to end it. The great hall began to fade around me, the marble floors and ethereal light giving way to desert sand and blazing sun. But before I returned fully to the mortal realm, Isa spoke one last time. "You are stronger than we ever imagined, Vaeda. Stronger than we ever allowed you to be. Your parents would be proud." Then I was back in the spring, warm water lapping at my waist, the concerned faces of my companions surrounding me. But I barely saw them. My attention was focused on the bottom of the pool, where two stones lay waiting, one that seemed to absorb all light, one that blazed like a captured star. Without hesitation, I dove beneath the surface and claimed them both.
Chapter 27. Theilen. The silence over the Meadle Sands should have felt like victory. We'd done the impossible, journeyed to the ancient spring, retrieved whatever power Vaeda had been seeking, and survived to tell the tale. By all rights, this should have been a moment of celebration, or at least relief. Instead, I watched Vaeda emerge from the spring with two stones clutched in her fists, and a look on her face that made my blood run cold. "We need to leave," she said without preamble, water still dripping from her clothes. "Now." "Vaeda, are you okay? What happened in there? Do you need some rest?" I started, but she was already moving, gathering her belongings with swift, efficient movements that brooked no argument. "There's no time." Her voice carried an edge I'd never heard before, sharp and final. "We need to leave for Caligo immediately." Martin looked between us with obvious confusion. "But shouldn't we celebrate? We found what we came for, didn't we?" "We found what we needed," Vaeda replied, not really answering the question. "That's all that matters." I studied her face, searching for some clue about what had happened during those long minutes when she'd been submerged in the spring. She'd been under for so long I'd started to panic, certain something had gone wrong. But when she'd finally surfaced, gasping and clutching those stones, she'd refused to meet my eyes. "What about Manaroth?" Kaelin asked quietly. "We could rest there, resupply—" "No!" The word came out harsher than necessary, and Vaeda seemed to realize it. She softened her tone marginally. "We can't afford the delay. The situation in Greenbridge is deteriorating faster than we anticipated." That much was probably true, but it didn't explain the haunted look in her eyes or the way her hands trembled as she tucked the stones into her pack. "At least tell me what you learned," I said, catching her arm gently as she moved past me. "What did you see in there?" For a moment, her mask slipped, and I caught a glimpse of something that looked like grief. But then her walls went back up, and she pulled free of my grasp. "I learned what I needed to know," she said. "That's enough." It wasn't enough, not even close, but I could see from the set of her jaw that pushing would only drive her further away. Whatever had happened at the spring had shaken her badly, and my badgering wasn't going to help. "All right," I said finally, "but we'll have to travel on foot for a while. Gladys isn't healed enough for long flights." As if summoned by her name, the dragon approached with careful steps, her scales still raw and angry-looking from the sand's abuse. She'd endured the desert crossing without complaint, but I could see the pain in every movement. "I can gather some medicinal roots once we reach the mountains," I continued, running my hand along Gladys's neck. She rumbled softly at the contact, leaning into my touch. "There are plants that grow in the high peaks that will help with the inflammation." "Fine." Vaeda shouldered her pack with more force than necessary. "Let's go." The journey back toward the mountains began in uncomfortable silence. Where our trip to the spring had been filled with nervous energy and anticipation, the return felt heavy with unspoken tension. Vaeda set a punishing pace, her shadows coiling restlessly around her feet as she walked. The rest of us struggled to keep up. "My lady," Aldrich ventured after we'd been walking for over an hour, "perhaps we could take a brief rest? The desert crossing was quite taxing." "We rest when we reach the mountains," Vaeda cut him off without looking back. Martin shot me a worried glance, but I could only shrug. I'd seen Vaeda in many moods over the months we'd traveled together, angry, determined, frightened, fierce, but this cold distance was new. It was like she'd left part of herself at the bottom of that spring. As the day wore on, my concern deepened. Vaeda barely spoke, except to redirect our path or urge us to move faster. She refused water when offered, waved away food, and kept her gaze fixed firmly on the horizon ahead. The young mages had stopped trying to make conversation, and even Gladys seemed to sense the tension, her usual playful curiosity replaced by watchful wariness. By late afternoon, we could see the first rocky outcroppings that marked the edge of the desert. The mountains rose before us like sleeping giants, their peaks shrouded in clouds that promised cooler air and blessed relief from the sun's relentless assault. But as we approached the foothills, something began to feel wrong. It started as a subtle thing, a slight lightheadedness that I attributed to exhaustion and dehydration. But as we climbed higher into the rocky terrain, the feeling intensified. My thoughts became sluggish, my movements clumsy. It was like drinking too much wine, that disorienting slide toward intoxication, but without any of the pleasant warmth. Does anyone else feel? Martin swayed on his feet, one hand pressed to his temple. Everything's spinning. I feel it too, Kalen said, his usual composure cracking. Like I've been drugged. Aldrich stumbled, barely catching himself on a boulder. What's happening to us? I looked around our group, noting the glazed expressions and unsteady movements. Even Gladys seemed affected, her massive head swaying slightly as she fought to focus. But it was Vaeda who drew my attention most. She was still moving forward with grim determination, but I could see the effort it cost her. Whatever was affecting us was hitting her hardest of all. Something's wrong, I managed, my voice sounding strange and distant, even to my own ears. This isn't natural. That's when I saw them. 3 figures stood on a ridge above us, their pale skin and pointed ears unmistakable even at a distance. Fae. And one of them looked disturbingly familiar. Tall and lean, with the same predatory stance I remembered from Manaroth. There, I pointed, though the simple movement felt like swimming through thick honey. On the ridge. Vaeda followed my gaze, and something in her expression shifted. The distant mask fell away, replaced by cold fury that cut through whatever enchantment was affecting her. Well, well, the lead Fae called out, his voice carrying clearly in the thin mountain air, layered with magical compulsion that made my head pound. What have we here? A little party of humans wandering where they don't belong. We're just traveling through, I managed, though speaking felt like pushing words through thick syrup. The Fae laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Oh, I think you're much more than that. His pale eyes fixed on Vaeda with predatory interest. You look familiar, Shadow Witch. Lady Toli spoke of someone matching your description. The false princess who caused such trouble in Fariscott. Vaeda said nothing, but the shadows around her feet began to writhe like living things. Tell me, the Fae continued, his smile growing wider and more cruel. What brings the infamous Princess Elodie to the Middle Sands? Surely not mere sightseeing. What we're doing here is none of your concern, Vaeda replied, and despite her obvious weakness, her voice rang with power. Everything is our concern now, the Fae said with gleeful malice, especially since we've claimed the spring beneath Fariscott. Such wonderful power flowing through those ancient stones. Did you feel it calling to you from out here in the wasteland? He tilted his head mockingly. Whatever pathetic strength you think you found in this cursed desert, it will be nothing against what we now command. Your kingdom is already lost. The enchantment was getting stronger. I could feel my knees buckling, my vision blurring at the edges. Around me, the others were faring even worse. Martin had collapsed entirely, and both young mages were swaying dangerously close to the cliff edge. But Vaeda remained standing, rage apparently burning away the magical influence that was overwhelming the rest of us. Shadows gathered around her like a storm, darker and more substantial than I'd ever seen them. You seem very confident for someone about to die, she said, her voice carrying a dangerous edge. The darkness around her feet suddenly shot upward, coalescing into a spear of pure shadow that crackled with otherworldly energy. For a heartbeat, it hung in the air between Vaeda and the Fae, humming with barely contained power. Then, she hurled it forward. The shadow spear moved faster than anything I'd ever seen, cutting through the air with a sound like ripping silk. The lead Fae had just enough time for his cruel smile to falter before the darkness took him in the chest, punching through his body and slamming him backward off the ridge. The effect was immediate. The enchantment shattered like glass, leaving us all gasping and blinking as clarity returned. But even as relief flooded through me, I watched Vaeda crumple. She hit the rocky ground hard, her face pale, and her breathing labored. Whatever that attack had cost her, it had been significant. Vaeda! I stumbled forward, my legs still unsteady but functional. The other two Fae had fled the moment their leader fell, apparently having no stomach for facing whatever Vaeda had become. I knelt beside her, gathering her into my arms as she struggled to focus. I'm all right, she whispered, though she clearly wasn't. Just give me a moment. That was incredible, Aldrich said in an awed voice, and for once his admiration seemed genuine rather than calculated. I've never seen shadow magic like that. Neither have I, Kaelin added quietly, studying Vaeda with new respect and perhaps a hint of wariness. But I was more concerned with the tremor in Veda's hands and the way she seemed to be fighting just to stay conscious. What did that cost you? I asked quietly, so only she could hear. She managed a weak smile that didn't reach her eyes. Less than what's coming, she said cryptically. The Fae, Martin said, scrambling to his feet and looking around nervously. Will they come back? Bring reinforcements? Vaeda closed her eyes, leaning heavily against me. Eventually, but not these particular ones. They were scouts, testing our strength. She opened her eyes again, meeting my gaze with an intensity that made my chest tight. One Fae I can handle, but an entire army. She didn't need to finish the thought. We'd all seen what a single Fae with magical abilities could do to our group. The idea of facing hundreds or thousands of them was sobering. We'll figure it out, I said, hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. We have allies, we have Caligo's mages, we have... Do we? Veda's voice was so quiet I almost missed it. Do we really have enough? I studied her face, seeing doubt and fear and something else. Something that looked almost like resignation. Hey, I said softly, cupping her cheek with my free hand. We've faced impossible odds before. We'll do it again. She leaned into my touch for just a moment, and I felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. But when she pulled back, the distant mask was sliding into place again. Help me up, she said. We need to keep moving. Vaeda, you just collapsed. You need rest. I need to get back to Caligo. Her voice carried that same final edge as before. Every moment we delay, more people die. I wanted to argue, wanted to insist that she tell me what was really happening, what had changed at the spring to make her so desperate. But the look in her eyes stopped me. Whatever burden she was carrying, she'd decided to bear it alone. All right, I said finally, helping her to her feet. But we'll take it slow. And if you collapse again, we're making camp whether you like it or not. She nodded, though I suspected she was already planning to ignore any promise she made. Thank you. As we resumed our journey toward the mountain peaks, I kept a careful eye on Vaeda. She was moving more carefully now, but with the same relentless determination that had driven her since we'd left the spring. Whatever had happened to her in those dark waters, it had changed something fundamental about her approach to our mission. I just hoped that when the time came to face the Fae army, whatever she'd gained would be worth whatever she'd lost. Because looking at her now, distant, driven, carrying secrets that seemed to be eating her alive, I had the terrible feeling that the cost was going to be higher than any of us were prepared to pay. But that was a worry for another day. For now, we climbed toward the mountains and whatever allies awaited us there, while behind us the desert stretched empty and the Fae regrouped for whatever was coming next. The war was accelerating, and we were running out of time to prepare for it.
Chapter 28. Vaeda. The Queen's estate felt like a tomb when we arrived. Gone was the usual bustle of servants and mages, replaced by an oppressive quiet that seemed to press down on everything like a heavy blanket. Even our footsteps on the marble floors sounded muted, as if the very walls were holding their breath. I noticed it immediately in the way people moved. Careful, hushed steps, voices lowered to whispers, eyes that darted away when they met mine. The young mages who had stayed behind looked pale and drawn, their usual confidence replaced by something that looked like fear. "What's happened?" Theilen asked one of the passing servants, but the woman only shook her head and hurried away without answering. It was Kanan who finally approached us, his weathered face grave. "Vaeda," he said quietly. Lady Malin wishes to see you immediately. In the Queen's chambers. The words hit me like cold water. Queen Stacia. In all our urgency to reach the spring and return, I'd pushed aside thoughts of Rissa's dying mother. But the guilt crashed over me now. While we'd been crossing deserts and facing Fae, a woman I'd barely had the chance to know had been slipping away. How long? I asked. Hours, perhaps less. Kanan's voice was barely above a whisper. The physicians say it could be any moment now. Behind me, I heard Aldrich and Theilen exchange quiet words about our return, about what we might have brought back from the desert to help. They all thought, that we'd gone to find something to save her. The irony was bitter. I'd returned with the power to save an entire realm, but I couldn't help the one person who'd shown me unexpected kindness. Take me to her, I said. Kanan led us through corridors that seemed longer and more labyrinthine than I remembered. The estate's usual elegant lighting had been dimmed, and shadows pooled in corners like mourners gathering for a wake. When we reached the royal wing, even the air felt different. It was thinner and more fragile, as if it too was preparing for loss. Malin emerged from a doorway as we approached, and the relief that flooded her face when she saw me was so profound it was almost painful to witness. She crossed the distance between us in quick strides, and for a moment I thought she might embrace me. Instead, she stopped just short, her hands hovering uncertainly before falling to her sides. You're safe, she said, and her voice cracked slightly on the words. You're both safe. We are, I replied, studying her face. The others would interpret her relief as hope for Stacia's recovery, joy that we'd returned with some miraculous cure. But I could see deeper than that now, could read the truth in her eyes. Her relief wasn't about the Queen. It was about me, about us, about this strange, complicated bond we'd discovered between mother and daughter. Is there anything you brought? She started, then stopped herself. She knew better. She'd known when we left that healing wasn't why we'd gone to the spring. I need to see her, I said quietly. Malin nodded and gestured toward the door she'd emerged from. I hoped you might want to say goodbye. She doesn't have much time left. The admission made my chest tight. This woman who had welcomed me as family, who had shown me kindness when she had every reason to be suspicious, was slipping away before I'd truly had the chance to know her. Of course, I said quietly. She would want to see you, Malin added, and I could hear the weight of loss already settling in her voice. Your family. The word hung between us, weighted with all the complexity of our situation. Family. A concept I'd thought lost to me forever, now returned in the cruelest possible circumstances, just in time to say goodbye. Malin led me into Queen Stacia's chambers, and the sound hit me immediately. The rattling, labored breathing of someone fighting for each breath. It was a sound I'd heard before, in the final moments of mortals whose fates I'd watched through orbs in the Vaeda Isles. But hearing it in person, from someone I cared about, was entirely different. The Queen lay propped up against pillows, her once regal bearing reduced to the fragile shell of impending death. Her skin had taken on a waxy pallor, and her breathing came in shallow, uneven gasps that seemed to echo in the too quiet room. But when she saw me enter, her eyes, still sharp despite everything, found mine with startling clarity. Vaeda, she whispered and somehow managed a smile. You came back. I moved to her bedside, settling carefully on the edge of the mattress. Her hand, when I took it, felt like paper and bird bones, but her grip was surprisingly strong. I promised I would, I said. Did you? She started, then stopped, her breath catching. Did you find what you were looking for? I thought of the 2 stones hidden in my pocket, of the price the Moirai had demanded, of the choice I'd already made. Yes, I said simply. I did. She nodded, seeming to understand that there were some truths too heavy to share in a dying woman's chambers. Good. That's good. For a few minutes we sat in companionable silence, her hand in mine, the only sound her increasingly labored breathing. Then she spoke again, her voice so quiet I had to lean close to hear. "I'm frightened," she admitted. "Not of dying, but of leaving her. Leaving Rissa to face everything alone." "She won't be alone," I said, squeezing her hand gently. "I promise you that. Whatever comes, she'll have people who care about her. People who will fight for her." "Will you?" The question was barely a breath. "Will you look after her?" The promise felt like swallowing glass, knowing what I knew about my own fate. But it was also the easiest vow I'd ever made. "Yes, I'll make sure the kingdom stays strong. I'll make sure she's protected." Relief flickered across Stacia's features, and some of the tension seemed to leave her frail frame. "Thank you," she whispered. I can rest now, knowing that." Behind me, I heard Malin's quiet intake of breath, and I turned to see tears tracking silently down her cheeks. When she noticed my attention, she wiped her eyes and moved closer to the bed. "Stacia saved my life," she said quietly, apparently needing to share the story. "Twice, actually. Years ago, when Ryland first brought me to Caligo, I was broken, destroyed by what had happened, by losing you. I wanted to die." The Queen's eyes moved to focus on Malin, and she managed a weak smile. "But Stacia wouldn't let me," Malin continued. "She took me in, gave me purpose, helped me find reasons to keep living. She saved my life, and in a way," her gaze moved to me, "she saved yours too. Because without her, I never would have survived long enough for you to find your way back to me." I felt something shift in my chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the complex web of love and loyalty that connected us all. "I wish I could have gotten to know her better," I said. "I wish we'd had more time." "So do I," Malin replied, her voice thick with emotion. "She would have loved having you as a niece. She always wanted more family." "I did have more family," Stacia whispered, her voice gaining a momentary strength. "I had both of you, and Rissa will too." The three of us sat together in the dimming light of her chambers, connected by bonds of blood and choice and shared loss. I found myself memorizing the moment, the way the late afternoon light slanted through the windows, the sound of Malin's quiet breathing, the fragile warmth of Stacia's hand in mine. I don't know how many hours had passed, but when the end came, it was gentle. One moment Stacia was breathing, her chest rising and falling in that labored rhythm we'd grown accustomed to. The next, there was simply stillness. The silence that followed felt sacred, as if the world itself was marking the passage of a good woman from life to whatever came after. I continued holding her hand, unwilling to break the connection just yet, while Malin moved to close Stacia's eyes with tender fingers. "She's at peace," Malin said softly. I nodded, though I couldn't seem to find words. The finality of it was overwhelming. This woman who had welcomed me as family, who had shown me kindness when she had every reason to be suspicious, was gone. And with her went another link to the life I might have had, the family I might have known. That's when the earthquake hit. It started as a low rumble, so subtle I thought it might be my imagination. But then the tremor grew stronger, the very foundations of the estate beginning to shake. Objects rattled on tables, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the sound of something crashing to the floor. "What?" Malin started, but the words were lost as another, stronger tremor rolled through the building. I stood quickly, instinctively moving between Malin and the window as pieces of plaster began to rain down from the ceiling. The shaking continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then gradually subsided, leaving us in a dust-filled chamber with the sound of distant shouts echoing through the estate. Is everyone all right? Theilen's voice called from the corridor, and I heard running footsteps approaching. We're fine, I called back, though I wasn't entirely sure that was true. The earthquake had felt wrong somehow, too sudden, too localized. Malin was staring at the Queen's still form with a mixture of grief and something that looked like pure terror. Her face had gone pale, and her hands were trembling. What is it? I asked. The spell, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Stasia's spell. It was tied to her life force. Now that she's gone. She didn't need to finish. The look of dread on her face told me everything I needed to know. Whatever Stasia had been keeping contained with her magic was now free. And from the sound of footsteps running through the corridors outside, panic spreading through the estate like wildfire, we were about to face the consequences. Chapter 29. Vaeda. The screaming started before we even left Stasia's chambers. It echoed through the corridors like a wave of terror, voices rising in panic and desperation from somewhere deep within the estate. Malin and I exchanged a single look before we were both running toward the door. Theilen was waiting in the corridor, his hand already on his sword hilt as he took in our grim expressions. What's happening? He asked, but the distant screams answered his question before we could. The spell, Malin said breathlessly. It's broken. That was all the explanation Theilen needed. He fell into step beside us as we ran toward the chaos, and I felt a familiar surge of gratitude for his presence. Whatever we were about to face, I wouldn't have to face it alone. The hallways were filled with fleeing servants, their faces pale with terror as they stumbled over each other in their haste to escape. But escape what? That became clear as we descended toward the lower levels and the air itself began to change. Thick black fog rolled through the corridors like a living thing, clinging to the walls and creeping along the floor with unnatural purpose. It wasn't the clean mist of the Videri Isles, or even the smoke from a fire. This was something far more sinister, heavy with the scent of decay and old magic. The dungeons! Malin gasped as we pushed through another group of panicked staff members. It's coming from the dungeons! Where the king had been sleeping. Where Stasia's spell had kept him contained for decades. The same dungeons where Theilen had discovered that hidden chamber, the one with the keys concealed by shadow magic. We rounded a corner and nearly collided with a figure moving against the flow of fleeing people. Yasmin stood in the middle of the corridor, her usually stern expression replaced by something that looked like victory. In her hands, she clutched the burgundy book we'd seen in the library, the one with the strange writing that had made Theilen's insides twist with wrongness. That book, Theilen said grimly, recognizing it immediately. I knew there was something wrong about it. Yasmin! Malin called out, relief evident in her voice. Thank the fates. Help us get everyone to safety. But the woman's response stopped her cold. Yasmin threw back her head and laughed, a sound of pure triumph that cut through the chaos like a blade. Safety? She said, her eyes gleaming with malicious pleasure. After all these years of keeping him contained, of watching that weak queen slowly drain herself to maintain her pathetic spell, you think I want safety? The truth hit me like a physical blow. You! I breathed. You've been working against the spell, all this time. Decades, Yasmin confirmed with pride. Slowly, carefully, weakening the bonds that held him. Stasia never suspected that her most loyal servant was undermining everything she fought to maintain. Malin's face had gone white with horror and betrayal. How could you, after everything she did for this kingdom, for our people? Your people, Yasmin spat. Not mine. My loyalty has always been to the rightful king, not to some usurper who thought she could chain power that was never meant to be contained. The shadows around my feet began to writhe with my anger. This woman, this servant who had looked down on us, who had served Stasia tea and managed her household, had been slowly poisoning everything from within. She was the reason the spell had finally broken, She was why Stacia had grown weaker over the years, fighting a battle she didn't even know she was losing. "Well," I said, darkness gathering around me like a storm, "your king won't have much use for your loyalty anymore." Yasmin's triumphant expression faltered as she saw my shadows coalescing into a familiar shape. She tried to run, but shadow magic was faster than human legs. The spear of darkness took her through the chest before she'd managed 3 steps, and she crumpled to the floor, the burgundy book tumbling from her lifeless fingers. I felt no regret as I watched her die. Some betrayals were too fundamental to forgive. "The king," Malin said urgently, and I could hear the fear in her voice. If Yasmin's been working to free him all this time, and now with Stacia's death breaking the last of the spell? "Then we need to end this," Theilen said grimly, his sword already in his hand. We didn't need to finish the thought. The black fog was growing thicker, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear a sound that made my blood run cold. Laughter. Deep, rich, and absolutely without warmth. The dungeons were chaos when we reached them. The thick fog made it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead, but the source was obvious. Light blazed from the hidden chamber Theilen had discovered, but it wasn't natural light. This was the sick greenish glow of corrupted magic. "That's the room," Theilen said quietly, pointing toward the chamber where he'd found the sleeping king. "But something's very different now." And standing in the center of it all was a figure I recognized from Malin's memories, but had hoped never to meet in person. King Darius of Caligo was exactly as terrifying as I'd imagined. Tall and powerful despite his years of slumber, with dark hair that showed silver at the temples and eyes that held the cold intelligence of a predator. But it was the shadows that surrounded him that made my breath catch. They moved like living things, writhing and coiling with a malevolence that made my own darkness seem tame by comparison. He turned as we approached, and his gaze fixed immediately on Malin with undisguised hatred. "Well, well," he said, his voice carrying the cultured tones of nobility wrapped around something utterly vicious. "If it isn't my son's favorite little plaything." Without warning, he lashed out with a tendril of shadow magic aimed directly at Malin's heart. I reacted instinctively, throwing up a barrier of my own darkness that absorbed the attack, but the force of it still drove me back several steps. Theilen moved immediately to put himself between the king and Malin, his sword raised despite the futility of steel against shadow magic. The gesture was protective rather than strategic, but I loved him for it anyway. The king's eyebrows rose with interest as he studied me more closely. "And who might you be? You seem familiar, somehow." "Familiar how?" I asked, keeping my shadows ready for another attack. "Your magic." His head tilted like a predator scenting prey. "It carries an essence that I know. Tell me, girl, who are you and what gives you the right to stand in my presence?" I glanced at Malin, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "I'm Vaeda," I said. "Ryland's daughter." The king's expression shifted through surprise, calculation, and something that might have been pleasure. "Ryland's daughter," he repeated slowly. "That means more time has passed than I thought." His smile was razor-sharp. "Where is my son? I'd like to have a word with him." "He's dead," Malin said flatly. The king blew air through his nose, but his expression remained controlled. "And Stacia?" "Dead." For just a moment, something flickered across his features, an emotion too quick to identify. Then his expression hardened into something that could have been carved from stone. "I see. And who, pray tell, is ruling in their absence?" Malin glanced at me, and I noticed she didn't mention Rissa. Whether that was strategy or oversight, I wasn't sure, but I filed it away for later consideration. "I suppose Vaeda is in charge now," she said carefully. The king's gaze sharpened as he looked at me with new attention. "Is that so? And tell me, granddaughter, what makes you think you're entitled to my throne?" The shadows around him began to dance with agitation, responding to his growing anger. But as they drew closer to me, something strange happened. Instead of the hostile energy I expected, they seemed to purr, like cats recognizing a kindred spirit. All except for the ones that came near my pocket, where the light stone from the Moirai rested. Those recoiled with sharp hissing sounds, as if they'd been burned. "I'm not here to claim your throne," I said, my own shadows beginning to writhe with purpose. "I'm here to make sure you never threaten anyone again." King Darius threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing off the stone walls. "Is that so? Well then, granddaughter, I'd like to see you try." He struck without warning, sending a wave of shadow magic toward me with enough force to shatter stone. But I was ready for him. My darkness rose to meet his, and when the two forces collided, the resulting explosion of power sent debris raining down from the ceiling. When the dust settled, we were both still standing, but the king's expression had shifted from amusement to genuine interest. "Impressive," Theilen muttered from where he'd taken cover behind a fallen pillar. "But he's not even trying yet." "How are you so strong?" the king demanded. "Have you been drinking from my well? Stealing my elixir?" His voice carried a note of genuine concern now, and I realized he was worried about his power source. "What well?" I asked innocently. "The spring beneath the castle, you little fool. The source of all true power in this realm." "Oh, that," Malin said with satisfaction. "It's dry." The effect was immediate and devastating. King Darius's face went white, then flushed with rage as the implications hit him. "What did you say?" "Dry," I repeated, enjoying the way panic flickered in his eyes. "Empty. Gone. Whatever magic you've been hoarding down here, it's the last you'll ever have." He attacked again, this time with desperate fury rather than confident malice. But his shadows were already weaker, less substantial. Each strike cost him more than the last, and I could see the realization dawning in his eyes. He was running out of power. I advanced on him as he stumbled backward. "You sucked the life out of Stacia for this, for decades of stolen magic that's already slipping away." My own shadows were growing restless, responding to my anger with increasing intensity. But there was something else weaving through them now, something older and more primal. The magic from the stone in my pocket was awakening, ancient power that predated kingdoms and kings and the petty squabbles of mortals. "Fight darkness with light," the Moirai had said. I reached for the lightstone, feeling its warmth pulse against my palm. The shadows around the king recoiled from it. Slowly, deliberately, I walked forward until I could see the whites of his eyes and smell the rancid scent of his panicked breath. He tried to back away, but the chamber walls trapped him. "You're not of this world," he whispered, staring at the stone in my hand. "Neither are you," I replied. Then I slammed the stone against his chest, directly over his heart. The effect was immediate and horrible. The light stone blazed with power as it touched him, and I watched the king's eyes widen in shock and agony. His stolen magic began to pour out of him like water from a broken dam, drawn into the stone with inexorable force. His skin began to shrivel and gray, years of artificially prolonged life catching up with him all at once. The shadows that had served him for so long fled like smoke in a strong wind, abandoning their master to his fate. When it was over, the stone had turned black as night, and King Darius was nothing but a rapidly decomposing corpse on the chamber floor. The light stone slipped from my nerveless fingers and hit the ground with a sound like breaking glass, rolling to rest beside the remains of the man who had terrorized a kingdom for decades. The sudden silence was deafening. The black fog that had filled the corridors was dissipating, and somewhere above us, I could hear the tentative voices of servants beginning to emerge from their hiding places. Theilen approached cautiously, his sword still drawn though the threat was clearly over. He stared down at the king's remains with grim satisfaction. "Is it finished?" "This part is," I said, looking at the black stone on the ground. "One stone used, one remaining." The countdown to my own end had begun. "You should go up," I told Malin, not taking my eyes off the king's remains. "Tell everyone what happened. They'll need to know he's truly gone this time. And someone needs to send word to Rissa about her mother." I expected her to nod and hurry away, to take charge of the crisis as she'd done so many times before. Instead, I heard the rustle of fabric and turned to find her dropping into a formal bow. "No, my daughter," she said quietly. "I'm not in charge. The crown is yours, as it always should have been." The words hung in the air between us, weighted with history and blood and the terrible responsibility of power. I stared down at this woman who had given birth to me, who had lost me, who had found me again only to offer me a throne I'd never wanted. But as I looked at the black onyx on the floor, remembering the price the Moirai had demanded for using both stones, I realized it didn't matter what I wanted. My time was running short, and there were still things that needed to be done. "All right," I said finally. "But first, we have a war to finish."
Chapter 30. Theilen. I found Vaeda on the balcony overlooking the estate's gardens, watching the first hints of dawn creep across the horizon. She stood perfectly still, wrapped in a dark cloak that made her seem like part of the shadows themselves. But there was something different about her posture, something that spoke of a bone-deep weariness that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. "Couldn't sleep either?" I asked quietly as I joined her at the stone railing. She glanced at me with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Too much to think about. I studied her profile in the growing light, noting the tension in her jaw and the way her hands gripped the railing as if it were the only thing keeping her upright. "You know you don't have to carry all of this alone, right? Whatever burden you're shouldering, I'm ready to help bear it as soon as you're ready to share it." For a moment, something vulnerable flickered across her face, a look of such profound longing that it made my chest ache. Then her walls went back up, and she turned her gaze back to the horizon. "There are many things I wish I could share with you," she said softly, "but this isn't one of them." The words hit me like a physical blow. In all our time together, through all the dangers and revelations and impossible situations we'd faced, she'd never shut me out so completely. Whatever secret she was carrying, it was heavier than anything that had come before. "Vaeda," I started, but she shook her head. "Please, don't make this harder than it already is." I wanted to argue, wanted to demand that she trust me with whatever was eating her alive from the inside, but the pain in her voice stopped me. Instead, I moved closer, close enough that our shoulders touched, and tried to offer what comfort I could through simple presence. "All right," I said finally, "but you should know that I refuse to believe the worst. Whatever's coming, whatever impossible situation you think you're facing, we'll find another way. We always do." She turned to look at me then, and for a heartbeat, I saw her mask slip completely. The love in her eyes was so fierce, it took my breath away, but it was tinged with something that looked almost like goodbye. A soft knock at the balcony door interrupted the moment. Malin appeared in the doorway, already dressed for the day, and looking every inch the seasoned commander. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she said, "but the War Council is ready to convene. There are developments we need to discuss." Vaeda straightened, and I watched her transform before my eyes into the queen everyone expected her to be. But I could still see the exhaustion she was hiding, the weight of secrets that was slowly crushing her. "Of course," she said. "Let's get this started." The council chamber had been hastily converted from what looked like a formal dining room, with maps spread across the long table and chairs arranged for the key figures in our makeshift alliance. Malin took her place at Veda's right hand, while I settled at her left. The young mages, Aldrich and Kalen, flanked the other side of the table, along with Kanan and several other senior members of Caligo's military leadership. But it was Vaeda who commanded the room's attention, even though she looked distinctly uncomfortable in her new role. There was something about her that had changed since she'd killed the king, a hardness that hadn't been there before, as if something vital inside her had died along with him. "Before we begin planning our assault," she said without preamble, "there are some practical matters we need to address. Succession, specifically." The word fell into the room like a stone into still water, sending ripples of unease through everyone present. Malin's brows drew together in concern. "Vaeda, That's hardly necessary. It is necessary. Her voice carried the authority of a queen, brooking no argument. If something happens to me during the coming battle, Caligo needs to know who will rule in my place. Nothing is going to happen to you, I said firmly, hating the direction this conversation was taking. She gave me a look that was somehow both gentle and implacable. Plans need to be made, Theilen. That's what leaders do. The casual way she spoke about her own potential death made something cold settle in my stomach. This wasn't theoretical planning. She genuinely believed she might not survive what was coming. Malin could rule, she continued, ignoring the stricken look on her mother's face. She has the experience and the loyalty of the people. Or if the war is successful and we manage to drive out the Fae, perhaps Rissa could unite both kingdoms under a single crown. That might be the best outcome for everyone. Stop, I said, unable to listen to any more of this. You're talking like you've already decided to die. What aren't you telling us? For a moment, Vaeda's composure cracked, and I saw raw grief flash across her features. But then, she pulled herself together with a visible effort. I'm telling you that wars have casualties, she said quietly, and leaders have to be prepared for every possibility, especially those who plan to lead from the front lines. But I could see the truth in her eyes now, could read the guilt and resignation she was trying so hard to hide. Whatever had happened at that spring in the Middle Sands, whatever power she'd gained, it had come with a price she hadn't told us about. We'll discuss succession later, Malin said firmly, clearly as disturbed by this conversation as I was. Right now, we have more immediate concerns. She gestured to one of the maps spread across the table. Theilen, you mentioned an encounter with Fae in the desert. Tell us what you observed. Grateful for the change of subject, I launched into a detailed account of our confrontation in the mountains. The enchantment was unlike anything I've experienced, I explained. It didn't just make us dizzy. It made thinking clearly almost impossible. If they use that against our forces in Greenbridge, our mages are stronger than a few desert scouts, Malin said confidently. Our armies have been training in shadow magic for decades. We can overcome whatever tricks the Fae might employ. Not if they have access to the spring, Vaeda said quietly. The power flowing from beneath Fariscott will amplify their abilities beyond anything we've prepared for. But Rissa controls Greenbridge, Malin countered. The Fae will be outnumbered, especially with the mountain elves providing support. I nodded, thinking of our recent alliance with Keth and his people. They promised to stand with us when the time came. That's a significant advantage. But Vaeda didn't look reassured. If anything, she seemed to withdraw further into herself, as if she knew something the rest of us didn't. Before anyone could comment further, the chamber door burst open and one of the young mages stumbled in, his face flushed and his breathing labored. My queen, he gasped, dropping into a hasty bow. Forgive the interruption, but I bring urgent news. 3 ships from Barrenfall are currently attempting to cross the strait to Greenbridge. Our naval forces are intercepting them as we speak. The implications hit me immediately. Word of Princess Elodie's supposed crime had finally reached the southern continent, and they were coming for answers. Or revenge. Barrenfall, Malin mused, but I could see the wheels turning behind her eyes. This could actually work in our favor. How do you figure? I asked. Think about it. They believe Greenbridge has wrongfully accused their princess of murder. If we can convince them that we're fighting against the same enemy that framed their royal family, they might be willing to join forces with us. She looked around the table, excitement growing in her voice. We could use all the help we can get. It was a risky gambit, but potentially brilliant. Another kingdom's forces could tip the balance in our favor, especially if the Fae proved as powerful as Vaeda feared. There's just one problem, I said. If they see either of us, they'll realize that Vaeda was the one impersonating Princess Elodie. That could turn them against us rather than for us. Malin nodded thoughtfully. Then you'll both need to stay hidden when their representatives arrive. I can handle the diplomatic discussions. It shouldn't be too difficult to... No! Vaeda's voice cut through the planning like a blade. I won't hide. Everyone stared at her in surprise. Malin recovered first, her expression concerned. Vaeda, be reasonable. If they recognize you, I'll do one better than hiding, Vaeda said, her voice eerily calm. I'll leave. The room fell into stunned silence. I felt like the ground had shifted beneath my feet, leaving me grasping for something solid to hold on to. What are you talking about? I asked. Vaeda stood, her movements precise and controlled. When she spoke, her voice carried the finality of a royal decree. We've talked long enough. It's time to get this war over with. She looked around the table, meeting each person's eyes in turn. We sail for Greenbridge at dawn. Vaeda, wait, I started, but she was already moving toward the door. Make whatever arrangements you need to with Baronfall, she said over her shoulder. But understand that this ends now, one way or another. She left the room in stunned silence, and I found myself staring at the space where she'd been standing. The woman I loved was slipping away from me, and I had no idea how to reach her. But one thing was certain. Whatever she was planning, whatever price she thought she had to pay, I wasn't going to let her face it alone. The hours that followed were a blur of preparation and logistics. Ships were readied, supplies loaded, weapons sharpened. The entire estate buzzed with activity as we prepared for what everyone understood would be the final confrontation. But through it all, I kept thinking about the look in Veda's eyes when she'd announced our departure. Not determination or courage, but something that looked disturbingly like relief. I found her that evening in the chambers that had briefly been hers as queen, sitting by the window and staring out at the estate grounds where preparations were underway. She'd changed from her formal clothes into something simpler, and her hair fell loose around her shoulders in a way that made her look younger, more vulnerable. May I come in? I asked from the doorway. She turned and smiled, and for the first time all day it looked genuine. Of course. I closed the door behind me and crossed to where she sat, settling beside her on the window seat. For a few minutes, we simply watched the activity in the courtyard below together, neither of us speaking. The silence was comfortable in a way it hadn't been all day, as if being alone together had allowed us both to drop our masks. I'm sorry, she said finally. About today, about shutting you out. You don't need to apologize for carrying a heavy burden, I replied. I just wish you'd let me help carry it. I know, and I wish I could. She reached for my hand, lacing our fingers together. There are so many things I want to tell you, so many things I want to share, but some burdens have to be carried alone. I brought her hand to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. Then, let me comfort you in other ways. She turned toward me, and I saw my own desperate need reflected in her eyes. Without words, I reached up to cup her face, my thumb brushing across her cheekbone. Her skin was warm and soft beneath my touch, and when she leaned into it, her eyes fluttering closed, I felt something in my chest crack open. When I kissed her, it was soft and gentle, nothing like the desperate passion of our earlier encounters. This was different, tender, precious, like we were trying to memorize each other through touch alone. Her lips moved against mine with a sweetness that made my heart ache, and I found myself pouring everything I couldn't say into that single point of connection. Her hands came up to rest against my chest, and I could feel the rapid beating of her heart through her fingers. The warmth of her palms seemed to burn through the fabric of my shirt, branding me with her touch. I wanted to hold on to this moment forever, to freeze time and keep us both safe in this bubble of tenderness. We moved together slowly, carefully, as if we were both afraid this moment might shatter if we handled it too roughly. I traced the line of her jaw with my lips, pressed gentle kisses to her temple, her cheek, the corner of her mouth. Each touch felt sacred, like a prayer offered to whatever gods might be listening. She responded with soft sighs that sent shivers down my spine, her fingers tracing patterns across my shoulders and down my arms. Her touch was light, reverent, as if she too was trying to commit every detail to memory. When her hand found the scar on my forearm from our first encounter with the Fae, she traced it with her fingertip. I was so scared the day you got this, she whispered against my skin. Do you remember? How could I forget? You saved my life that day. You saved mine first, she replied, pulling back just enough to meet my eyes. You've been saving me ever since. The words hung between us, weighted with all the history we'd shared, all the moments when we'd chosen each other over safety, over logic, over everything else. I could see tears gathering in her eyes, making them shine like stars in the dim light. "I love you," she whispered, and the words seemed to take everything she had to say. "Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever comes after, I need you to know that." "I love you too," I replied, my voice rough with emotion. "More than I ever thought possible." The confession settled over us like a benediction, and for a moment we simply looked at each other, letting the truth of it sink in. I'd known it for months, had felt it growing stronger with every shared danger, every quiet conversation, every moment when she'd trusted me with pieces of herself she'd never shared with anyone else. But hearing the words spoken aloud, seeing the fierce devotion in her eyes as she said them, made it real in a way that stole my breath. She loved me. This incredible, impossible woman who could command shadows and face down ancient evils, who carried the weight of kingdoms on her shoulders and never let it break her. She loved me, a man with nothing to offer but his sword and his loyalty and his willingness to follow her into whatever darkness awaited. I thought of all the paths that had led us here, all the choices and chances and twisted fates that had brought us together. If the Moirai hadn't taken her as a child, if I'd never been exiled to the mountains, if Gladys hadn't found me that night when I was dying, none of this would have happened. We never would have met, never would have fallen in love, never would have found this perfect, terrible thing that felt like the best and worst thing that had ever happened to me. Because I could see it in her eyes, could read the truth she was trying so hard to hide. This felt like goodbye, not the temporary parting of lovers about to face battle, but something final, something that carried the weight of forever. She was saying these words because she didn't think she'd have another chance. "Hey," I said softly, brushing a tear from her cheek before it could fall. "We're going to be all right, both of us. Whatever's coming, whatever you think you have to face, we'll find another way." She smiled through her tears, and it was the most beautiful and heartbreaking thing I'd ever seen. "I hope you're right," she whispered. "I hope there's still time for us." "There is," I said fiercely, pulling her closer until there was no space left between us. "There has to be." We settled back against the cushions, and she curled against my side, with her head on my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her, holding her as close as I could, trying to shield her from whatever darkness was haunting her thoughts. "Sometimes I dream about it," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "About what life could have been like if I'd never been taken by the Moirai as an infant." "What do you see?" I asked, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Different things, but lately—" She paused as if gathering courage. "Lately I dreamed that you and I would have found each other anyway. Somehow, somewhere, even without all of this chaos bringing us together." The thought made something warm bloom in my chest. "I'd like to think so too. Where would we have met, do you think?" "Maybe in that fishing village," she said, a small smile creeping into her voice. "Silverloft, where I had my first mission in this realm. It was such a peaceful place. Small houses with red tile roofs, boats bobbing in the harbor, the smell of salt air and baking bread. I could picture it easily, could see us both in that simpler world. What would we have been like there?" "You'd probably still be impossible and stubborn," she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "Maybe you'd be a fisherman or someone who builds boats, something with your hands. And you'd be the most beautiful woman in the village," I replied. "Probably too good for a simple boat builder, but maybe you'd take pity on me anyway." "I'd run the bakery," she said dreamily. "Get up before dawn to have fresh bread ready when the fishing boats came in. You'd stop by every morning for breakfast, and I'd pretend I wasn't waiting for you. I'd bring you flowers from the cliffs," I said, getting caught up in the fantasy. "Nothing fancy, just wildflowers that reminded me of your smile. We'd have a little house overlooking the water," she continued, "with a garden where I could grow herbs and a workshop where you could build your boats. Maybe a few children running around, getting under our feet." The image was so vivid, so perfect, that for a moment I could almost believe in it. A life where the biggest worry was whether the catch would be good that day, where we could grow old together watching the sun set over the ocean. "It sounds wonderful," I said softly, kissing her temple again. "Maybe when this is all over, we could find a place like that. Start fresh, away from all the politics and magic and impossible choices. I felt her go still in my arms, and when she spoke again, her voice was thick with tears she was trying not to shed. Maybe, she whispered, but we both knew she didn't believe it. Hey, I said, turning so I could see her face. It's not impossible. Difficult, yes. Complicated, absolutely. But not impossible. We've survived everything else that's been thrown at us. We can survive this too. She looked at me with eyes full of love and sorrow and something that looked like goodbye. I hope you're right, she said. I hope there's a future where we get our cottage by the sea. There is, I said firmly, even though her doubt was starting to infect my own certainty. We just have to get through tomorrow first. She nodded and settled back against me, but I could feel the tension in her body, the weight of whatever secret she was carrying. We lay together in the growing darkness, holding each other close, both of us knowing that this might be our last peaceful moment together. Outside the window, torchlight flickered across the estate grounds as final preparations continued through the night. Soon, we would depart for the coast, then sail toward whatever fate awaited us in Greenbridge. But for now, in this quiet room, we had each other. And for tonight, that would have to be enough.
Chapter 31. Vaeda. The crossing from Caligo to Greenbridge should have taken most of the day, but favorable winds pushed our small fleet faster than expected. I stood at the bow of our lead ship, watching the familiar coastline of my adopted homeland grow larger with each passing hour, and felt the dark stone in my pocket pulse with an energy that seemed to match my heartbeat. Behind me, the ship bustled with quiet activity as our forces prepared for whatever awaited us at Arrow Watch. The young mages, Aldrich and Theilen, sat together near the mast, their usual rivalry set aside in favor of nervous preparation. Kanan moved among the other Caligan mages, checking weapons and reviewing battle strategies. And Theilen stood near the stern with Gladys, speaking to her in the low, affectionate tones he used when he thought no one was listening. Theilen had insisted on the dragon making the crossing perched on our ship rather than flying alongside, since she would need to conserve as much energy as possible for the battle ahead. Her presence was both comforting and ominous. Everyone knew that battles involving dragons rarely ended quietly. "You're brooding again," Kanan said, joining me at the rail. His weathered face showed concern rather than his usual stern professionalism. More than usual, even. "Just thinking about what we're sailing into," I replied, which was true enough. The Fae have had weeks to establish themselves in Greenbridge. We don't know what kind of resistance they've organized. Lady Malin's intelligence suggests they're still concentrated around Fariscott, he said. Arrow Watch should be relatively clear. At first glance, Arrow Watch looked normal. Ships in the harbor, people moving through the streets, smoke rising from chimneys and forges. But there was a quality to the activity that made my skin crawl, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly was wrong. "Everything seems quiet enough," Theilen said, joining me at the rail. "Maybe we got here ahead of the main Fae force." "Maybe," I replied, though unease continued to gnaw at me. "Something feels different, though." Kanan approached, studying the city with a tactical eye. The harbor looks normal, no obvious signs of occupation or battle damage. As we drew closer to the docks, the sense of wrongness only intensified. The people I could see moving about their business looked tense. Conversations seemed hushed, glances nervous. It was the atmosphere of a city under strain, even if the source wasn't immediately visible. Our ships pulled up to the main dock without incident, and several dock workers came forward to help with the mooring lines. They moved quickly and efficiently, but their eyes kept darting around, as if they were afraid of being observed. One of them, a grizzled man with calloused hands and worried eyes, leaned close as he tied off our anchor line. "You're the Caligan fleet," he said quietly, not quite a question. "We are," I replied carefully. He glanced around nervously, then stepped closer. "Listen carefully. Things aren't what they seem here. The Fae, they've been recruiting, offering deals, making promises. Some folks have taken them up on it." His voice dropped to barely a whisper. Be careful who you trust. You can't tell just by looking who's still on our side and who's been turned. My blood ran cold. How many? Too many, he said grimly. And more every day. They're clever about it. They don't force anyone. Just make offers that sound too good to refuse. Protection for your family, food for your table, power to settle old grudges. He shook his head. People are scared, hungry, desperate. The Fae know exactly what to promise. Are you... I started to ask if he was still loyal, then stopped myself. If he wasn't, asking would only expose us further. He seemed to understand anyway. I got children, he said simply. I want them to grow up free, not as servants to creatures that see humans as tools. He finished securing the line and straightened. But I can't speak for everyone. Watch yourselves. As he moved away to help with the other ships, I felt the weight of our situation settle fully on my shoulders. We hadn't sailed into a straightforward battle. We'd walked into a web of corruption and divided loyalties where enemies might wear friendly faces and allies could turn without warning. We need to be careful, I told Theilen and Kanan as we gathered our forces on the dock. Trust no one completely. But even as I said it, I realized how impossible that would be. We needed local intelligence, supplies, and safe passage through the city. We couldn't accomplish our mission while treating every person we met as a potential enemy. As he moved away to help with the other ships, I felt the weight of our situation settle fully on my shoulders. We hadn't sailed into a straightforward battle. We'd walked into a web of corruption and divided loyalties where enemies might wear friendly faces and allies could turn without warning. But I was a queen now, whether I felt ready for it or not. And queens didn't hide on docks waiting for others to act. We need to establish control, I told Theilen and Kanan as we gathered our forces. Find the harbor master, the town officials, anyone still loyal to the crown. If Rissa is truly Queen of Greenbridge now, then these people are her subjects, and by extension, our allies. It was the logical first step. Arrowwatch had been King Brogan's city, but he was dead. Some people might still harbor loyalty to his memory and hostility toward Caligo, but others would recognize Rissa's legitimate claim to the throne. We needed to identify and rally those who would stand with us. The town hall, Kanan suggested, or the harbor master's office. Those would be the centers of local authority. As if summoned by our conversation, a small group of people approached us from the direction of the city proper. They carried themselves with the bearing of officials, wore the colors of Arrowwatch's government, and moved with the confidence of people accustomed to authority. Their leader was a distinguished man, with graying hair and the kind of weathered face that spoke of years managing a busy port. Behind him walked a woman in the practical clothing of a senior clerk, and a younger man whose uniform marked him as some kind of guard captain. "Your Majesty," the leader said, offering a respectful but not servile bow. "I am Harwick, Harbor Master of Arrowwatch. We've been expecting you." The formal address sent a chill down my spine, but I kept my expression neutral. "Expecting me?" "Word travels fast along the coast," he replied smoothly. "The death of King Brogan, the ascension of Queen Rissa, your own, elevation to the throne of Caligo. We've been preparing for this day." The woman stepped forward. "I'm Meredith, Chief Administrator. We have the town's records ready for your review, including lists of citizens who have remained loyal to the crown during these difficult times." "And I'm Captain Aldwin," the younger man added. "What's left of the city guard stands ready to serve Queen Rissa's interests, and yours, as her ally." Everything they said was exactly what I'd hoped to hear. The proper protocols, the acknowledgement of legitimate authority, the offer of cooperation between allied kingdoms. It was textbook statecraft, just as Malin had described before I left Caligo. But the dockworkers' warning echoed in my mind, and something about their perfect readiness troubled me. "That's efficient of you," I said carefully. "How did you know we were coming?" "Scouts, Your Majesty," Harwick replied without hesitation. We've been watching the horizons for days. When we saw the Callaghan fleet approaching, we naturally assumed you would want to establish formal control as quickly as possible. Theilen stepped closer to me. It makes sense, he said quietly. These are the people we need to work with if we're going to coordinate any kind of resistance. He was right. We couldn't liberate Greenbridge from the Fae without local support, and these officials represented the legitimate government structure we needed to work through. Very well, I said finally. Show us to the town hall. We'll need to review the situation and begin coordinating our response. The relief on their faces seemed genuine, and as they led us through the streets of Arrow Watch, I began to feel cautiously optimistic. The Fae have been persistent in their recruitment efforts, Meredith explained as we walked. They've made impressive promises: protection, prosperity, an end to the conflicts that have plagued our kingdom. Some citizens have been receptive. How many? I asked. Perhaps a third of the population, Captain Aldwin admitted grimly. Maybe more. It's difficult to get accurate counts when people are afraid to declare their loyalties openly. But the core of the government remains loyal, Harwick added quickly. The people who understand what's truly at stake. We've been waiting for legitimate authority to return so we could act. It all sounded reasonable, even admirable. A remnant government holding the line against foreign corruption, waiting for their rightful queen's allies to restore order. It was exactly the kind of situation where Caligo and Greenbridge's alliance could prove its worth. The town hall, when we reached it, looked exactly as it should. A substantial stone building flying Greenbridge's colors, with guards posted at the entrance and the general bustle of administrative activity visible through the windows. We've prepared the main council chamber for your use, Harwick said, leading us up the front steps. All the relevant documents and personnel are ready for your review. It wasn't until we entered the building that I realized how thoroughly we'd been deceived. Wait, I said, stopping just inside the entrance as understanding crashed over me. That's when Captain Aldwin struck. Without warning, he drew a wicked-looking blade and drove it toward Harwick's back. The harbor master spun at the last second, the knife catching him in the shoulder instead of between his ribs, and his cry of pain and shock echoed through the entrance hall. Aldwin! Meredith screamed, stumbling backward. What are you? The glamour that had disguised the captain's pointed ears and pale skin flickered and died, revealing the Fae beneath. Sorry, he said with cruel satisfaction, not sounding sorry at all. But the real Captain Aldwin has been dead for weeks. Chaos erupted. Harwick collapsed, clutching his bleeding shoulder, while Meredith pressed herself against the wall in terror. From hidden positions throughout the building came more attackers, some obviously Fae, others corrupted humans who had been lying in wait. But these weren't the other government officials. Harwick and Meredith were clearly as shocked and betrayed as we were, their terror genuine as they realized how thoroughly they'd been infiltrated. The guard! Harwick gasped through his pain. If Aldwin was one of them, the whole guard could be compromised. Ambush! Theilen shouted, his sword already in his hand as he moved to shield me from arrows flying from concealed positions. The fake captain laughed as he advanced on the wounded harbor master. Did you really think your pathetic government could resist us? We've been watching, waiting, learning everything about your little plans. More Fae and corrupted humans poured from the side passages, but now it was clear this wasn't a perfectly orchestrated trap. It was chaos. Some of the attackers moved with purpose, but others seemed as surprised by the timing as we were. The Fae infiltrator had apparently struck earlier than planned, catching even his own allies off guard. They're everywhere, Kanan called out, his magic dancing around him as he tried to protect the younger mages, while also shielding the wounded Harwick. But they're not coordinated. He was right. The attack was fierce but disorganized, as if the revelation of the traitor had forced everyone to act before they were fully ready. I could use that. I watched in horror as one of our mages fell to a crossbow bolt, but I also saw the archer fumbling to reload. These weren't elite soldiers. just corrupted civilians pressed into service. The battle that followed was unlike anything I'd experienced. Fighting Fae was one thing. They were clearly enemies, powerful beings with their own agenda. But the corrupted humans fighting alongside them were still fundamentally people of this realm, even with their minds twisted by Fae influence. "There are too many," Kanan called out as he held off multiple attackers. "We need to end this quickly." The fake captain had cornered the terrified Meredith, some kind of wicked curved blade gleaming in his hand. "Your precious queen's allies won't save you," he snarled. "None of you understand what you're truly facing." That's when I made the choice I'd been dreading. Drawing on the power I'd gained from the spring, I sent out a wave of shadow magic that swept through the building, knocking every Fae-influenced human unconscious without killing them. The effort left me shaking, but at least they were alive. The Fae, however, were a different matter. Those I struck down without hesitation. My shadows sought them, using their innate power as a target, including the false captain who had been about to execute Meredith. It took everything I had, but they didn't stand a chance. It was over in 2 breaths. The silence that followed was deafening. The Callaghan mages stared at me with a mixture of awe and fear, having never seen shadow magic wielded with such devastating precision. Aldrich's mouth hung open, while Kaelin had gone pale, both of them clearly reconsidering everything they thought they knew about my abilities. Kanan's weathered face showed grudging respect, mixed with concern. "My lady," he said quietly, "I've never seen power like that. Not even from Prince Ryland at his strongest." But it was the reactions of the Greenbridge survivors that truly drove home what I'd become. Meredith had stopped tending to Harwick's wounds and was staring at me with wide, frightened eyes. The harbor master himself, despite his pain, was looking at me as if I were something barely human. What are you?" Meredith whispered, her voice trembling. I wanted to tell her I was just someone trying to help, someone fighting for the same cause they were. But the words died in my throat as I saw the fear in her eyes. Not fear of the Fae, but fear of me. "She's our queen," Theilen said firmly, moving to stand beside me. Harwick struggled to sit up straighter, wincing at the movement. "Forgive me, Your Majesty," he said, his voice hoarse with pain and shock. "I've heard stories about Callaghan's shadow magic, but I never imagined—" He trailed off, unable to finish. "You killed them all in seconds," one of the younger Callaghan mages breathed. "Every Fae in the building, gone, just like that." The weight of their stares pressed down on me. These people had seen me do something that defied their understanding of magic, something that marked me as fundamentally different from everyone else in the room. I'd saved their lives, but in doing so, I'd also revealed just how far I'd traveled from anything resembling normal humanity. "The corrupted humans will wake up," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "They're unconscious, not dead. They can still be saved." But the distinction seemed lost on everyone present. What they'd witnessed was power beyond anything they'd thought possible. The ability to selectively strike down enemies while sparing others, to end a chaotic battle in moments with nothing more than an act of will. I caught Thielen's eye and saw my own fears reflected there. He still loved me, I knew that, but even he was struggling to reconcile the woman he cared for with whatever I was becoming. The uncomfortable silence stretched on, broken only by Harwick's labored breathing and the distant sounds of more groups gathering in the streets outside. I could feel the weight of their stares, the questions they were afraid to ask, the dawning realization that I was something other than what they'd expected. But there was no time to address their fears or explain what I'd become. The sounds from outside were growing louder, shouts, running footsteps, the clatter of weapons. Word of the attack was spreading, and soon we'd face reinforcements we couldn't hope to defeat. I wrapped my hand around Thielen's bicep, pulling him outside where we could speak more privately. "We need more help." The reality of our situation settled over me like a shroud. That took too much out of me. I won't be able to do it again for some time. Once we're on the battlefield, it won't be enough. We need more allies, more power, more everything. That's when Theilen made the suggestion I'd been both hoping for and dreading. Gladys and I could fly to the mountains, he said. Rally the dragons and elves, bring them back as quickly as possible. We need their numbers if we're going to have any chance of breaking through to Fariscott. It made perfect strategic sense. The mountain dragons were powerful allies, and the elves had promised their support. With their help, we might actually be able to fight our way through whatever forces the Fae had assembled. But it also meant sending Theilen away from me, possibly for the last time. Go, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We'll hold position here and try to minimize civilian casualties. But hurry. I don't think we can maintain this for long. He nodded, already moving toward Gladys, but I caught his arm again before he could get far. Theilen, I said, and before I could think better of it, I pulled him close and kissed him with an intensity that surprised us both. It was desperate and fierce and full of all the things I couldn't say. Goodbye. I love you. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. I poured everything into that kiss, every moment of happiness he'd given me, every laugh we'd shared, every quiet evening when the world had seemed possible instead of doomed. When I finally pulled back, his eyes were wide with concern. Don't kiss me like that, he said quietly. It feels like goodbye. I managed a smile that I hoped looked more confident than it felt. Don't be ridiculous. I'll see you when you get back. But even as I said the words, I could see the doubt in his eyes. He knew me too well, could read the truth I was trying so hard to hide. For a moment, I thought he might refuse to go, might insist on staying despite the strategic necessity of his mission. Instead, he kissed me again. Softer this time, but no less intense. I love you, he whispered against my lips. Hold on until I get back. I will, I lied. I watched him mount Gladys and take to the sky, watched until they disappeared into the distance toward the mountains where help waited. Only then did I allow myself to sink down beside one of the small fires our people had built, wrapping my arms around my knees and fighting back the tears that threatened to spill over. Around me, the preparations for the next phase of our assault continued. Kanan coordinated with the ship captains, the mages tended to the wounded, and scouts reported on Fae movements deeper in the city. Everyone was busy, focused on the immediate tactical concerns. No one noticed as I reached into my pocket and touched the dark stone that rested there, feeling its cold weight against my palm. The Moirai had been clear about the price of using both stones. When all was said and done, I would be no more. The Lightstone had already turned black from draining the king's stolen life. When I used this one, when I completed the task they'd set for me, it would be the end. The end of Vaeda. The end of everything I'd found in this realm that made existence worth fighting for. But it would also be the end of the Fae threat, the end of the corruption spreading through the innocent people of this realm, the end of the magical imbalance that threatened to tear everything apart. The cruel irony wasn't lost on me. The Moirai had stolen me from my parents as an infant, robbed me of the simple life I could have had with a mother and father who loved me. And now, just when I'd finally found that mother again, just when I'd discovered what it meant to love and be loved in return, they were stealing it all away again. I thought of Malin, back at the estate, probably charming the Barren Fall representatives and securing new alliances even as she worried about whether her newly found daughter would survive the night. We'd had so little time together, barely more than conversations and shared revelations. I'd never get to experience the simple pleasure of having a mother who fussed over me, who shared stories of my father, who might have taught me things about magic and life that I'd had to learn the hard way on my own. And Theilen. Stars. Theilen. The man who'd seen past my masks and defenses, who'd chosen to love me despite all the impossibilities and dangers that came with it. We'd talked about that cottage by the sea, about a life where we could wake up together and go to sleep together, and never have to wonder if tomorrow would bring fresh horrors. A life where the biggest decision was what to plant in our garden, or which boat to take out fishing. All of it stolen before it could truly begin. The Moirai, it seemed, were very good at taking things away just when they mattered most. One life for thousands. One love for the salvation of the world. One chance at family for the preservation of the realm. The mathematics of it were simple, even if the emotional cost was unbearable. I pressed my face against my knees and let the tears come, muffled by the fabric of my cloak, so no one would see their queen breaking down when they needed her to be strong. Tomorrow, or perhaps even tonight, I would have to make the final choice. I would have to use the dark stone and pay the price the Moirai had demanded. But for now, in this quiet moment between battles, I allowed myself to grieve for the life I would never have, for the love I would have to leave behind, for all the tomorrows that would exist without me in them. When Theilen returned with the dragons and elves, he would find the war over and the realm saved. He just wouldn't find me. Chapter 32. Vaeda. 3 days of marching had brought us within sight of Fateborne's walls, and with each mile we'd covered, the corruption in the land had grown more apparent. What had once been fertile farmland now lay withered and gray, as if the very life had been drained from the soil. The few trees we passed stood leafless and brittle, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. Our forces had grown considerably since leaving Arrowwatch. Theilen had returned with not just the mountain elves and their promised dragons, but also a contingent of refugees from the northern villages, farmers and craftsmen who had taken up arms rather than flee south. They weren't trained soldiers, but their determination was fierce, and their knowledge of the local terrain had proven invaluable. Even Harwick had insisted on joining us, despite his wounded shoulder. "This is my kingdom too," he'd said, when I'd suggested he remain behind to coordinate supply lines. "I'll not sit in safety while others fight for it." The combined army that now followed me toward Fateborne was unlike anything I'd ever imagined leading. Callaghan shadow mages marched beside elven archers, while overhead, dragons wheeled through the sky in formation with their riders. It should have filled me with confidence, but instead, I felt a chill of recognition that made my steps falter. This was the vision I'd seen in Rorik's orb all those months ago. Darkness spreading across Greenbridge like an oily fog, mages riding on horses the size of small cottages, staffs raised as they marched on the land. I'd thought I was seeing Caligo's invasion, an enemy force come to destroy everything I'd grown to love about this realm. But I was wrong. I wasn't witnessing Caligo's conquest of Greenbridge. I was witnessing mine. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Every choice I'd made, every path I'd taken to prevent that dark future, had led me here, at the head of an army of shadow mages and dragons, marching on Fateborne's gates. The vision had been true, but I'd misunderstood who the conqueror would be. I was the darkness spreading across Greenbridge. I was the oily fog that would change everything in its path. And when this was over, when I used the dark stone and paid the price the Moirai demanded, that darkness would consume me too. The weight of prophecy and irony settled on my shoulders like a shroud. I'd become the very thing I'd tried to prevent, even as I fought to save the realm from a different kind of destruction. The dark stone in my pocket seemed to pulse with each step, a constant reminder of the price I'd agreed to pay. "There," Theilen said, pointing ahead to where the road crested a low hill. "Fateborne. We should be able to see the castle from the ridge." But as we climbed toward the overlook, my attention was caught by something else entirely. The field that spread out below us, bordered by a small grove of oak trees and bisected by a clear stream, was achingly familiar. "I know this place," I said softly, memory flooding back with unexpected intensity. Theilen followed my gaze, and understanding dawned in his eyes. "Our first night," he said quietly, "when we camped under the stars. It seemed like a lifetime ago. That evening when we'd been strangers bound together by necessity rather than choice, when the idea of loving him had been unthinkable, and the thought of leading armies into battle would have seemed like madness. We'd shared a simple meal by the stream, argued about everything from dragons to destiny, and fallen asleep to the sound of water flowing over stones. Now that same stream ran dark and sluggish, its banks lined with the same gray corruption that had infected everything else in this region. The oak trees stood bare and twisted, their branches brittle with unnatural decay. Even the field itself, which had once been carpeted with wildflowers and dotted with fluffy white sheep, was now nothing but cracked earth and withered grass. "It's like looking at a grave," I whispered. "We'll restore it," Theilen said firmly, though I could hear the doubt beneath his words. "When this is over and the Fae are gone, the land will heal." I wanted to believe him, wanted to imagine a future where green things grew here again and travelers could camp safely under clean stars. But I wouldn't be there to see it, and the knowledge sat like lead in my stomach. "Movement ahead," called one of the elven scouts, galloping back toward our main force. Fae war party, maybe 200 strong, positioned at the far end of the field. My blood ran cold. If the Fae were already here, positioned between us and the castle, what did that mean for Rissa? Was she still alive? Had they already breached Farascott's defenses, or worse, had they taken her as leverage? "It's a blocking force," Kanan observed, joining us at the front of the column. "They're trying to prevent us from reaching the castle." "Or they're buying time for something else," I replied, my mind racing through terrible possibilities. The Fae didn't just want to stop us, they wanted to delay us. Every moment we spent fighting them was another moment Rissa remained trapped inside those walls. Another moment for whatever dark magic they'd accessed beneath the castle to grow stronger. The stone in my pocket thrummed against my ribs, responding to my fear. Time was running out, and not just for the realm. If Rissa was still alive, she wouldn't be for much longer. Not with the Fae this close to their prize. That's when I saw him. Standing at the center of the Fae line was a figure I recognized from nightmares and painful memory. Tall, elegant, with silver hair that caught the gray light like metal. The same Fae who had tormented me in Farascott's castle, who had tried to steal my orb, who had been Lady Toli's ally in her schemes against the crown. He raised one pale hand, and the air around him began to shimmer. "Something's happening," Theilen said, his grip tightening on his sword hilt. That light... The shimmer spread outward from the Fae leader like ripples in a pond, but instead of water, it was pure radiance that danced and twisted through the air above the field. Beautiful, mesmerizing light that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, drawing the eye and holding it captive. "Don't look directly at it," I called out, but it was already too late. The light touched the first rank of our forces, and I watched in horror as seasoned warriors began to sway on their feet. Their weapons dipped toward the ground, their formation wavered, and more than one soldier sat down heavily as if his legs could no longer support him. The enchantment spread through our ranks like a plague. Horses wandered aimlessly, their riders slumping in their saddles. The mountain elves, renowned for their discipline and coordination, broke formation as warriors leaned against trees or simply lay down in the grass, their eyes unfocused and dreamy. But this wasn't the gentle intoxication of wine or ale. This was something far more sinister, a magical compulsion that stripped away will and purpose, leaving its victims vulnerable and helpless. "The spring," I breathed, understanding flooding through me with sick certainty. They're drawing power from the spring beneath the castle. That's how they're projecting this kind of magic across such a distance. The Fae war party began to advance, moving with predatory grace through the enchanted light, while our forces struggled to even remain standing. I could see the cruel satisfaction on their leader's face as he watched our army dissolve into confusion and helplessness. I tried to rally our people, tried to shout orders that might penetrate the magical haze, but my own voice sounded strange and distant to my ears. The light was affecting me too, despite the power I'd gained from the Middle Sands. My thoughts moved slowly, like honey poured from a jar, and my limbs felt heavy and unresponsive. "Just rest for a moment," a voice whispered in my mind. "Just lie down in the soft grass and let the warm light wash over you. Fighting is so exhausting, and wouldn't it be nice to simply stop? I found myself sinking to one knee, the dark stone in my pocket forgotten as the enchantment wrapped around my consciousness like silk. The field, even corrupted as it was, suddenly seemed like the most comfortable place in the world. A perfect spot for a nap, perhaps, or just a few minutes of peaceful rest. But above us, Gladys roared in fury, completely unaffected by whatever spell the Fae had cast. The sound cut through the magical haze like a blade, sharp with panic and determination. A strong claw seized my arms, hauling me upright just as I was about to surrender completely to the enchantment's pull. "Can't leave," I mumbled, the words feeling thick and clumsy in my mouth. "The army. Have to help." The dragon launched herself skyward with powerful wing beats, climbing above the worst of the enchantment's effect. From this height, I could see the true scope of the disaster unfolding below. Our entire force, hundreds of experienced fighters, lay scattered across the field in various states of magical intoxication. Some sat staring dreamily at nothing. Others had curled up for impromptu naps, and a few wandered in aimless circles like lost children. The Fae, meanwhile, advanced with methodical precision, their weapons ready to cut down our helpless people like wheat at harvest time. Theilen shook his head beside me, suspended from Gladys's other claw. Clarity slowly returned to his eyes. "The dragons," he breathed, understanding immediately. "Whatever the Fae are doing, it doesn't affect them." "Fariscott," I managed to say, pointing toward the distant castle with a hand that felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Need to warn Rissa." But as we flew closer to the capital, my heart sank further. The castle that had once been a symbol of royal power and stability was dark and wrong, its towers wreathed in the same sickly light that had devastated our army. Fae banners flew from the battlements, and pale figures moved along the walls with the confidence of conquerors. "Is she still alive?" I whispered, thinking of the young queen who had become an ally and friend. "Rissa, is she?" "We'll find out," Theilen replied, but his voice carried the same dread I felt. Gladys banked sharply, heading toward the Red Quarter. Gladys set us down in a narrow alley between what had once been a bakery and a cobbler's shop, both long since abandoned to decay and neglect. The Red Quarter stretched around us in familiar desolation. Crumbling facades, empty windows like hollow eyes, streets thick with the dust of years gone by. It was exactly as I remembered it from our earlier stays in Fariscott, a place the city had forgotten and left to rot. The dragon folded her wings against her sides and fixed us both with a look that somehow managed to convey both concern and reproach. She'd saved us from the Fae enchantment, but she clearly wasn't pleased about having to do so. "Thank you, girl," I said softly, running my hand along her snout. "You kept us safe when nothing else could." Theilen dropped to the ground beside me, shaking his head as if trying to clear away the last traces of magical influence. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes searching my face. "That enchantment, it had its hooks in you deeper than most." I nodded, though my hands were still trembling slightly. "The stone helps protect me, but not completely. Whatever power they're drawing from the spring beneath the castle, it's stronger than anything I've felt before. Our army..." Theilen's voice was grim as he looked back toward the distant field where we'd left our forces. From here, we could still see the eerie light dancing across the landscape, holding hundreds of good people in its thrall. "They'll be slaughtered if we don't do something." The weight of command, of all those lives depending on me, pressed down like a physical burden. But we can't fight that kind of magic head-on, not with conventional forces. Theilen was quiet for a moment, studying the empty streets around us. "The Red Quarter always was good for staying out of sight," he said finally. "If there's anyone in the city still free of Fae influence, they'll be hiding in places like this." As if summoned by his words, a familiar voice called from the shadows between two collapsed buildings. "I saw the dragon coming in," Gwenny said, emerging from what looked like a gap in a crumbling wall. She appeared older and more worn than when I'd last seen her, but her eyes were clear and sharp with intelligence. Figured it had to be you two, especially with all that magical nonsense happening outside the walls. Relief flooded through me at the sight of her. Gwenny, thank the fates you're safe. Safe as anyone can be with fae crawling all over the castle, she replied, her expression grim. But I've got something that might help with that light show they're putting on. Come on, we can't stand around in the open like this. She led us through a maze of back alleys and hidden passages to what looked like an abandoned warehouse. But inside, the space had been converted into something between a field hospital and an alchemist's laboratory. Dozens of people moved about with quiet efficiency, some tending to wounded refugees, others working over bubbling cauldrons and grinding herbs. Resistance, Gwenny explained, following my gaze. Folks who wouldn't bow to the fae, who've been fighting back in small ways. We've been preparing for this day. She guided me to a chair and pressed a clay cup into my hands. The liquid inside was dark and bitter-smelling, with an oily sheen that reminded me unpleasantly of medicine. Drink, she commanded. All of it. I obeyed, and the effect was immediate. The last wisps of the enchantment's influence vanished from my mind like smoke before a strong wind, leaving my thoughts clear and sharp for the first time since we'd encountered the Fey light. What is it? I asked, studying the empty cup. Counter charm, Gwenny replied, already filling a larger container with the same liquid. Lucky for you, being half Fey has its advantages. My blood don't react to their enchantments the same way yours does, and I've got a knack for brewing things that counteract magical ailments. She corked the container and handed it to Theilen. It won't last forever, maybe an hour or two, but it should be enough to even the odds. She thrust the container into Theilen's hands. Your people out there will need this if they're going to have any chance of fighting back. Theilen took the medicine but hesitated, his eyes fixed on my face. I don't want to leave you again, he said quietly. Not after what just happened. The dark stone pulsed in my pocket, sending a sharp wave of pain through my chest that made me wince. The thrumming had grown stronger since we'd arrived in the city, more insistent, as if it could sense how close we were to the corrupted spring beneath the castle. You have to, I replied, hating the words even as I spoke them. Our army is helpless out there, and the Fae are moving to slaughter them. They need this antidote, and they need it now. I forced myself to stand straighter, hiding the pain. And I need to get to Princess Risa. If the Fae have taken the castle, she's in terrible danger. Then I'll come with you. No. The word came out sharper than I intended. The army needs you more. You're the only one who can get that antidote to them in time, and you're the only one they'll follow once they're freed from the enchantment. I softened my voice. I can move faster alone, and if something goes wrong, I need to know our people are safe. She's right, Gwenny added quietly. Every minute you delay, more good people die. I stood and caught Theilen's face in my hands, memorizing the feel of his skin beneath my palms. Be strong, I said, echoing his own words to me. Save our people, and come back as quickly as you can. He kissed me then, fierce and desperate, as if he could pour all his love and fear and hope into that single moment. When he pulled away, his eyes were bright with unshed tears. I love you, he said. I love you too. Then he was gone, racing back to where Gladys waited, the precious antidote clutched in his hands. I watched through the warehouse's grimy windows as they took to the sky once more, heading back toward the field where our fate would be decided. He's a good man, Gwenny said quietly, joining me at the window. The best, I agreed, touching the dark stone in my pocket one last time. Soon, very soon, I would have to use it. And when I did, Theilen would lose me forever. But at least he would survive. At least he would have a chance at the life he deserved, even if I couldn't share it with him. The battle for the realm's future was about to begin, and I was ready to pay whatever price victory demanded. Chapter 33. Vaeda. The moment Theilen disappeared into the sky on Gladys's back, Gwenny turned to me with worry etched across her weathered face. "We should wait," she said, glancing toward the distant sounds of battle beyond the city walls. "At least till he gets back with reinforcements, or till we know the army's safe." I doubled over as the dark stone sent another wave of agony through my chest, the pain so sharp it stole my breath. The thrumming had grown worse since we'd entered the city, each pulse more insistent, more demanding. It was as if the stone could sense how close we were to the corrupted spring beneath the castle. "I can't wait," I gasped, pressing my hand against my hip where the stone lay hidden. "It has to be now." Gwenny's expression shifted as she watched me struggle against the magical compulsion. This wasn't just battlefield urgency. Something beyond my control was driving me forward, and we both knew it. "Right then," she said with grim determination. "If we're doing this, we do it proper. I know ways into the castle that the Fae won't be watching." She led me through a maze of back alleys and forgotten passages, her knowledge of the servant routes proving invaluable. But as we approached the castle grounds, it became clear that the main entrances were heavily guarded. Pale figures stood at every doorway, their otherworldly grace unmistakable even at a distance. "This way," Gwenny whispered, steering me toward what looked like a storm drain set into the castle's foundation. "The old drainage tunnels. They connect to the dungeons, but it won't be pleasant." She wasn't wrong. The moment we dropped into the narrow tunnel, I understood why the Fae hadn't bothered to guard this entrance. The passage was partially flooded with water that glowed with the same sickly radiance I'd seen on the battlefield. The moment it touched my skin, it burned like acid, and the fumes made my head spin with the same disorienting effect as the Fae's battle magic. "Don't breathe too deep," Gwenny warned, though she seemed less affected than I was. "And keep moving. The longer we stay down here, the worse it gets." We pushed through the corrupted water, my boots squelching with each step, the stones thrumming growing more painful with every yard we covered. By the time we reached the drainage outlet that opened into the castle's lower levels, my vision was blurring and my hands were shaking. The dungeons were worse than I'd expected. We emerged from the tunnel to find Fae guards in the main corridor, their pale forms illuminated by torches that cast everything in harsh, unnatural light. But it wasn't their presence that made my blood run cold. It was the sounds coming from the cells. Screams, pleas for mercy, the wet sound of flesh being torn. "They're torturing prisoners," I whispered, horror washing over me. "Looking for information about resistance fighters." "Aye," Gwenny said grimly. "Been going on for days. Anyone they think might know something about where loyal soldiers are hiding, or how to contact allies outside the city." I closed my eyes and let the shadows around me expand, feeling for the nearest guards. There were 3 of them, focused entirely on their grisly work. Moving carefully, I sent tendrils of darkness down the adjacent corridor, where they knocked over a rack of weapons with a tremendous clatter. "What was that?" one of the Fae called out in their musical tongue. Footsteps echoed as they moved to investigate, leaving the main corridor clear for us to pass. We slipped by the empty cells and torture chambers, my stomach churning at the evidence of what had been done here. But we weren't looking for the common prisoners. Risa would be kept somewhere more secure, somewhere the Fae could ensure she remained their leverage over any resistance. We found her in the deepest part of the dungeon complex, behind a door that hummed with magical wards. The cell itself was larger than the others, clearly meant for important prisoners, but the sight of her made my heart clench with guilt and rage. Princess Rissa sat slumped against the far wall, her once pristine gown torn and stained, her dark hair matted with sweat and grime. Her eyes were unfocused, pupils dilated in a way that spoke of drugs or poison. But when she heard us approach, she lifted her head with tremendous effort. "Vaeda?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Are you real?" "I'm real," I said softly, reaching toward the warded door. The magical barriers resisted my touch at first, sending jolts of pain up my arms. I pressed harder, drawing on the power I'd gained from the middle sands, but the Fey wards fought back viciously. Pain lanced through my skull as if someone were driving nails into my temples. My vision blurred, and I tasted blood on my lips. The universe demanded balance. To break through magic this strong, I had to give something in return. I felt years of my life burning away like candle wax, each second of effort aging me in ways I couldn't see but could definitely feel. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of agony, the wards cracked and shattered like glass. I stumbled forward, my hands shaking uncontrollably, dark spots dancing at the edges of my vision. I knelt beside Rissa with great effort, my limbs feeling heavy and foreign. She was lighter than she should have been, her frame fragile from days of captivity and whatever substances they'd been using to keep her compliant. But I was weakened too now, the cost of breaking those wards leaving me drained in ways that went deeper than mere exhaustion. "I knew you'd come," she whispered against my shoulder. "I knew you wouldn't leave me here." "Never," I promised, though the word tasted like ash in my mouth. I was here, yes, but not to rescue her and return to some triumphant victory. I was here to use the dark stone, to pay the price the Moirai demanded, and to ensure I'd never see any of them again. "Can you walk?" Gwenny asked gently, helping support Rissa's other side. "I think so." Rissa's voice was stronger now, some clarity returning to her eyes. "They've been giving me something to keep me weak, but the effects are wearing off." We made our way back through the dungeon corridors as quickly and quietly as we could manage. But I knew our luck couldn't hold forever. The stone in my pocket was thrumming so violently now that it was hard to think about anything else, each pulse sending waves of urgent compulsion through my entire body. We'd almost reached the drainage tunnel when we heard the voice that made my blood freeze. Well, what have we here?" The silver-haired Fae stepped out of the shadows ahead of us, his pale eyes fixed on me with predatory satisfaction. He looked exactly as I remembered from our encounters in Fariscott, tall, elegant, and radiating the kind of casual cruelty that made my skin crawl. "The false princess returns," he continued, his musical voice layered with mocking amusement. "Lady Toli will be so pleased to hear I've found you at last, though I suspect she'll be less pleased to learn you've been meddling in our affairs once again." "Get behind me," I told Gwenny and Rissa, shadows already beginning to coil around my feet in response to my anger. "Oh, I don't think so," the Fae said, tilting his head with that same predatory smile I'd seen too many times before. "You see? We have unfinished business, you and I. You killed one of my companions in the desert. That sort of insult demands satisfaction." "I've killed more than one," I replied, letting the darkness spread further up my arms. "They got exactly what they deserved." The Fae's smile widened, exposing those sharp canines I remembered from our first encounter. "Such spirit, such delicious rage. It's almost a shame I'll have to break you before we're done." He raised one pale hand, and the air around us began to shimmer with the same disorienting magic I'd felt on the battlefield. But this time, I was ready for it. The shadows around me surged upward, forming a barrier that absorbed the worst of the enchantment's effects. "Impressive," he acknowledged. "But let's see how well you fight when your friends are in danger." Before I could react, he drew a curved blade from his belt. Not steel, but something that looked like crystallized moonlight, its edges sharp enough to cut through shadow itself. With inhuman speed, he hurled it not at me, but at the space where Gwenny and Rissa huddled behind me. I started to move, raising more shadows to intercept the blade, but Gwenny was faster. The half-Fae barmaid threw herself forward, pushing Rissa out of the weapon's path, even as the crystalline edge took her in the chest. "No!" The word tore from my throat as Gwenny crumpled to the stone floor, dark blood spreading across her simple dress. "Gwenny!" Rissa reached for her, but Gwenny caught her hand, her breathing already growing shallow. "Save her," Gwenny whispered, her eyes finding mine even as the light began to fade from them. Save them all. You're stronger than you know. The rage that filled me in that moment was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It burned through my veins like molten metal, consuming every other thought, every restraint, every trace of mercy I might have once possessed. The Fae was still smiling when the darkness hit him. I didn't form it into a spear this time, didn't shape it into any recognizable weapon. I simply let it loose. All of it. Every shadow in the dungeon. Every trace of power I'd gathered from the Middle Sands. Every ounce of fury and grief and desperate love I carried for the people I was trying to save. The darkness engulfed him completely, and for one brief moment, his expression shifted from cruel satisfaction to absolute terror. Then the shadows compressed, crushing him with the force of a collapsing mountain, and he was gone. Not just dead, erased as if he'd never existed at all. The effort left me gasping, but what disturbed me more was how easy it had been. How natural it felt to snuff out a life, as simple as clearing my throat or taking a breath. I barely even registered the killing anymore, and that realization was more terrifying than any Fae magic. But there was no time to dwell on what I was becoming. Gwenny lay dying in a pool of her own blood, and every second we lingered here brought more danger. I knelt beside her, taking her hand in mine. "Thank you," I whispered, "for everything." She managed a weak smile. "Take care of her," she said, her gaze shifting to Rissa. "And don't let them win." Then she was gone, and I was left staring at another person who had died because of me, because of the choices I'd made and the path I'd chosen to walk. "Vaeda." Rissa's voice was steadier now, grief and determination lending her strength. "We have to go. There will be more guards coming." She was right. I could already hear voices echoing from somewhere deeper in the dungeon complex, Fae calling out in their musical language as they discovered their companion's absence. "The spring," I said, helping Rissa to her feet. "I need to reach the spring beneath the castle. Do you know where it is?" Rissa nodded, understanding flickering in her eyes. "Below," she whispered. "Where it happened. Where you killed him." The irony hit me like a physical blow. The spring that would end everything, the place where I would pay the final price, lay directly beneath the spot where I had killed Prince Rorik, the place where this whole nightmare had begun. "Can you make it that far?" "I have to," Rissa said simply. "We both do." I looked down at Gwenny's still form one last time, memorizing her face, carrying the weight of another loss into whatever darkness awaited me. Then I stepped over her blood and led Rissa deeper into the castle, toward the spring that would end my story just as it had begun it. The Darkstone's thrumming had become so intense it was almost unbearable, each pulse a reminder that time was running out. But for the first time since this had all started, I felt a strange kind of peace settling over me. Soon it would all be over. The realm would be saved, the balance restored, and everyone I loved would be safe. I just wouldn't be there to see it. Chapter 34. Vaeda. The path through the castle dungeons felt like walking through a nightmare made manifest. Every stone corridor we passed seemed familiar yet wrong, twisted by the corruption that had seeped through the very foundations. Rissa moved beside me with increasing steadiness, the Fae drugs finally wearing off completely. But I found myself growing weaker with each step. The cost of breaking those wards was taking its toll. My hands shook constantly now, and there was a hollow ache in my chest that had nothing to do with the Darkstone's thrumming. I felt older somehow, as if years of my life had been burned away in those few moments of magical struggle. "This way," Rissa said softly, leading me down a corridor I recognized with sick certainty. The stones here were cracked and blackened, scorch marks painting the walls where shadow magic had run wild. This was where it happened, where I killed him. The memory hit me like a physical blow. Prince Rorik lying on the frozen courtyard, his skin an unnatural shade of blue, eyes vacant and lifeless. The moment when my untrained power had lashed out in desperate self-defense, when ice and shadow had claimed him before I could stop it. The moment when everything had started to go wrong, when the balance had first been disrupted. But now I could see what my actions that day had truly wrought. The floor itself had been torn apart, massive stone blocks scattered like a child's toys. The walls had cracked from foundation to ceiling, and through the largest gap, I could see the faint glow of otherworldly light. "The spring," I breathed. We climbed down through the broken floor into a cavern that shouldn't have existed. The magical explosion that had killed Rorik had torn through the castle's foundations, revealing the ancient chamber that lay beneath. And there, in the center of it all, was the source of everything. The spring looked nothing like the pure waters I'd seen in the Middle Sands. This was corrupted, pulsing with fey magic that made the very air shimmer with unnatural energy. The water itself seemed to be made of liquid starlight, beautiful but wrong, casting dancing lights across the cavern walls that hurt to look at directly. "So this is what they've been drawing power from," I said, understanding flooding through me. No wonder the Fae had been able to project their enchantments across such vast distances. No wonder their magic had felt so overwhelming. Rissa nodded grimly. When the Fae took the castle, this was the first place they came. They knew exactly where to find it, like they'd been planning this for a lifetime. Her voice carried the weight of recent trauma. "I watched from my cell as they performed some kind of ritual down here. That's when the water changed, when it started glowing like this. They've been feeding off it ever since." The dark stone in my pocket was thrumming so violently now that I could barely think. Each pulse sent waves of compulsion through my entire body, demanding that I act, that I finish what I'd started. "Vaeda." I turned to find Isa materializing from the shadows at the cavern's edge, but she looked different somehow. Sadder, more human than I'd ever seen her. The ancient authority was still there, but it was tempered by something that looked almost like grief. For a moment, I was that desperate girl again, begging for freedom from the Vaederi Isles. Isa had been the one to help me escape, the one who'd seemed to understand my need to save the mortal realm. I'd thought she was my ally, maybe even my friend. But then the betrayal hit me fresh, as sharp as it had been in the Middle Sands when I'd realized the truth. She'd known. They'd all known. Every choice I'd made, every sacrifice, every moment of hope. It had all been orchestrated. Even my escape had been part of their plan. "You," I breathed, and I wasn't sure if the word held more fury or heartbreak. "After everything, after I trusted you." "I'm sorry it has to be this way," she said first, her voice carrying genuine regret. The apology only made it worse. "You knew," I said, not really a question. My voice cracked, despite my efforts to stay strong. "You knew what this would cost me. You knew when you helped me leave the Isles. You knew when I thought I was finally free of you all." "We all did." Isa stepped closer, her form solidifying until she looked almost mortal. "But knowing doesn't make it easier." She reached out and cupped my face in her hands, the gesture startlingly gentle. Her skin was warm, real, nothing like the cold perfection I associated with the Moirai. "Fate be damned, Vaeda," she said fiercely. "If the universe wants better things for you, then it will find a way." I stared at her, confused by the sudden passion in her voice. "What do you mean?" "This life may be over for you now," Isa continued, her thumbs brushing away tears I didn't realize I'd shed. "But think of what could have been." "I don't understand." Fear was creeping through me now, cold and sharp. "You said I would be no more. Does that mean... am I going to die?" Isa shook her head, and somehow that was worse than if she'd said yes. "Something harder than death," she whispered. "You'll live, but you won't remember why." The words hit me like ice water. "I won't remember? You're taking my memories?" "The balance demands it," Isa said, and now she was crying too. You've taken so much from others, pieces of minds, fragments of identity, stolen thoughts and dreams. The universe requires equivalent exchange. Understanding crashed over me in a wave of devastating clarity. All the times I'd invaded someone's thoughts, all the memories I'd plucked from unwilling minds. Malin's deepest sorrows, Stasia's fading consciousness, guards and servants and strangers whose thoughts I'd rifled through like pages in a book. Even the troll on the bridge. I'd stolen pieces of so many people. Now the universe would take everything I was in return. To be no more, I whispered, finally understanding what the Moirai had meant. Not death, but erasure of self. The Vaeda who had been Fateborne, who had loved Theilen, who had fought wars and made impossible choices, all of it would be gone. I won't remember him, I said, the realization breaking my heart. I won't remember any of it. No, Isa said simply. You won't. I looked at the corrupted spring, then at the dark stone pulsing in my hand. Light and darkness, fey magic and ancient power. The tools I needed to restore the balance and end this war once and for all. But the cost would be everything I was. Will it work? I asked. Will using the stone here close all the springs? Yes, Isa said. The dark stone against the light of the Fae. It will create a resonance that closes every corrupted spring in the mortal realm. The war will end. The balance will be restored. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the choice settling on my shoulders. Behind me, I could sense Rissa watching in silent understanding. Above us, somewhere in the distance, Theilen was fighting to save our army, believing I would somehow find a way to return to him. But I wouldn't. The woman he loved would cease to exist the moment I stepped into that spring. I squeezed the dark stone in my palm, feeling its terrible weight. It was warm to the touch, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Ancient magic, older than the Moirai themselves, waiting to complete its purpose. Will you tell him? I asked Isa. Will you tell him that I loved him? That I would have chosen him if things had been different? You know I can't do that, she said gently. But he knows. I nodded, not trusting my voice to remain steady. Then I turned toward the spring, the dark stone clutched in my fist. With each step closer to the corrupted water, the weight of what I was about to lose pressed down on me. Not just my life, but everything that made me who I was. Every laugh I'd shared with Theilen, every moment of wonder at the mortal world, every hard-won victory and painful lesson, all of it would be gone, as if I'd never existed at all. The unfairness of it threatened to break me. I'd fought so hard to save everyone, had given up everything I'd ever known, and now I had to give up myself too. But looking at Rissa's face, thinking of Theilen fighting desperately somewhere above us, I knew there was no other choice. I stepped into the spring. The moment my feet touched the water, everything changed. The dark stone in my hand erupted with shadow, meeting the fey light in a collision that sent shockwaves through the very foundations of reality. I felt the resonance Isa had promised, felt it racing outward through the earth to every other corrupted spring in the realm. But the stone demanded its price. The fey magic burned away first, their otherworldly corruption lifting from the land like smoke. Then my stolen power from the Middle Sands began to unravel, years of accumulated strength flowing out of me and into the stone's hungry darkness. My shadow magic followed, piece by piece, until I could barely summon a wisp of darkness to my fingertips. And then my memories began to slip away. Faces faded first, Malin's calculating smile, Kanan's worried frown, Queen Stasia's final breath. Then names became meaningless sounds. The castle around me turned strange and unfamiliar, just stone and shadow with no significance. I fought to hold on to the most important things, the memories that mattered most. Theilen's laugh when he thought no one was listening, the feel of flying on Gladys's back, the weight of his hand in mine. But even those began to dissolve, like drawings in sand being washed away by the tide. My last coherent thought was of a simple cottage by the sea, morning light streaming through clean windows, and a love so pure it needed no grand gestures or desperate sacrifices. Just two people choosing each other day after day, in the quiet moments that made a life worth living. The darkness swallowed me whole, and Vaeda, Fateborne, shadow wielder, killer of princes, ceased to exist. But somewhere in the fading light, I thought I heard Isa whisper, "What could have been may yet be." Then there was only darkness and silence and the distant sound of a world learning to breathe freely again.
Chapter 35, Theilen. The antidote burned my throat as I swallowed another mouthful, fighting off the lingering effects of the Fey enchantment. Around me, our forces were slowly regaining their senses, but the battle was far from over. Fey warriors moved through our scattered ranks with predatory grace, cutting down soldiers who were still too disoriented to defend themselves properly. I passed the waterskin to a young elf who was swaying on his feet, his bow hanging loose in his grip. "Drink it, then pass it to the others," I ordered, then moved on to the next group of affected fighters. Gwenny's counter-charm was working, but it took time to fully clear the magical influence from their systems. Every second felt like an eternity. Every soldier I helped, every moment spent distributing the antidote, was another moment away from Vaeda. But I couldn't abandon our people to slaughter, not when I was the only one with enough of the cure to make a difference. The mountain elves were rallying faster than most, their natural resistance to magic serving them well. I fought alongside them when necessary, cutting down Fey who threatened our recovering forces while continuing to pass out doses of Gwenny's mixture. But even as I fought, part of my mind remained focused on the distant castle where Vaeda was facing whatever dangers awaited her. Above us, Gladys wheeled through the sky with the other dragons, their flames carving through Fey formations that had been pressing our flanks. Dragonfire had never been magic in the truest sense. It was simply the natural weapon of an ancient species, and it remained as deadly as ever. The sight of their success gave me hope that we might actually survive this battle. But survival wasn't enough. We needed victory, and we needed it quickly. "There!" Kanan appeared at my elbow, pointing toward a cluster of Fey who had cornered a group of Callaghan mages near a broken supply wagon. "They're trapped!" I could see the problem immediately. The shadow wielders were trying to cast spells, but their magic kept flickering and failing under the influence of the Fey's otherworldly light. Without their powers, they were just ordinary people with daggers, facing enemies with centuries of combat experience. "Come on," I said, hefting my sword. "Time to even the odds." We charged toward the trapped mages, our battle cry echoing across the field. The Fey turned to meet us, their pale eyes glowing with predatory satisfaction. But they'd made the mistake of thinking we were as helpless as their other victims. I'd been fighting since I was old enough to hold a blade. Magic or no magic, enchantment or no enchantment, I knew how to kill. My sword took the first Fey in the side, punching through whatever armor they wore beneath their flowing robes. Kanan was beside me, his own blade and strengthening shadows weaving a deadly pattern through their ranks. Behind us, the freed mages scrambled for better weapons, finally able to contribute to their own defense. The Fey fought well, but they'd grown overconfident. Their magical advantages had made them sloppy, dependent on power rather than skill. Against opponents who had trained for conventional combat, they found themselves outmatched. I had just finished the last of them when the world changed. The light vanished. Not gradually, not flickering like a dying candle, but gone in an instant, as if someone had blown out every magical flame in existence. The otherworldly radiance that had been dancing across the battlefield simply ceased to exist, leaving us all blinking in the sudden normalcy of late afternoon sunlight. For a heartbeat, the entire battlefield fell silent. Friend and foe alike stood frozen, trying to understand what had just happened. Then, the screaming started. The effect on the Fae was immediate and devastating. Warriors who had been moving with inhuman grace stumbled and fell, as if their legs had forgotten how to work. Their pale skin, which had seemed to glow with inner light, turned sallow and ordinary. Weapons that had blazed with magical fire became nothing more than common steel, heavy and unwieldy in hands that had grown accustomed to their supernatural lightness. But it wasn't just the Fae who were affected. Around me, the Callaghan mages cried out in alarm as their shadow magic simply stopped. Not weakened, not diminished, but gone completely. Spells that had been building in their hands evaporated like morning mist, leaving them staring at their fingers in horror. One of them, a young woman I'd seen weaving impressive shadow constructs just minutes before, fell to her knees and began sobbing. "It's gone," she whispered. "All of it. I can't feel anything." A terrible certainty settled in my chest like a block of ice. This wasn't just the end of the phase power. This was the end of all magic in the mortal realm. And there was only one person who could have caused something like this. "Vaeda," I breathed, and even saying her name felt like a prayer and a curse combined. "What's happening?" Kanan demanded. But I was already running, pushing through the confused combatants toward where Gladys was circling overhead. The Fae, stripped of their magical advantages, were no match for dragons and mountain elves fighting with conventional weapons. What had been a hopeless battle minutes ago was rapidly becoming a rout. Deprived of their otherworldly speed and strength, they fought like ordinary soldiers, skilled perhaps, but not invincible. I watched an elf archer put 3 arrows into a Fey warrior who would have been untouchable moments before. Nearby, a dragon landed directly on top of a small Fey squad, crushing them beneath her weight in a way that would have been impossible, when they could simply fade away like mist. The tide had turned completely, but I felt no satisfaction in our victory, no relief that the war was ending. All I could think about was the empty feeling in my chest, as if something vital had been torn away. "Gladys!" I called, and the dragon responded immediately, swooping down low enough for me to leap onto her back. "The red quarter! Now!" She didn't need to be told twice. Gladys launched herself skyward with powerful wing beats, leaving the battlefield behind. Below us, scattered fighting continued, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. The Fae were retreating, their forces broken, their power source apparently severed. We'd won, the war was over, the realm was safe, but the cost. From Dragonback, I could see the full scope of the battlefield for the first time. Our forces, scattered and disorganized an hour ago, were now pressing the Fae retreat on all fronts. Bodies littered the ground, too many bodies, but the living far outnumbered the dead. We'd taken casualties, but we'd survived. In the distance, I could see smoke rising from Fariscott itself. Parts of the city were burning, either from the fighting or from whatever had happened when the magic died. But the castle still stood, its towers dark against the sky. Somewhere in those towers, or in the dungeons beneath them, Vaeda had made a choice that ended everything. The red quarter spread out below us as we descended. Empty buildings, abandoned streets, the desolation that had become all too familiar. But when I burst through the door of the warehouse where we'd left Gwenny, my heart sank even further. The space was empty except for scattered supplies and overturned furniture. Jars of herbs lay broken on the floor, their contents mixing in puddles that would have been precious just hours ago. It looked like someone had left in a hurry, grabbing what they could carry and abandoning the rest. "Vaeda," I called, knowing even as I did that there would be no answer. The silence that greeted me was absolute, the kind of emptiness that spoke of finality rather than temporary absence. I walked through the space slowly, touching things that might have been the last objects she'd handled. A clay cup with dregs of the countercharm still in the bottom, a piece of cloth she'd used to clean blood from her hands. Small things, meaningless to anyone else, but precious now because they were all I had left. Gladys whimpered behind me, a sound I'd never heard her make before. Dragons were ancient creatures, wise in ways that mortals could barely comprehend. She could sense it too. Whatever had happened, Vaeda wasn't coming back. I stood in the empty warehouse for a long moment, fighting the urge to tear the place apart in frustration. Part of me wanted to rage, to scream, to break everything within reach. But a larger part of me already understood that no amount of anger would change what had happened. Instead, I turned and ran for the castle, Gladys keeping pace above me as I sprinted through the streets of Fariscott. The city was in chaos. Servants and guards were fleeing in all directions, and those who remained looked shell-shocked. The Fae occupation had ended as suddenly as it had begun, leaving everyone confused and frightened. Some people cheered when they saw me, recognizing me as one of the liberating force. Others just stared with hollow eyes, too traumatized to process what was happening. I didn't stop to explain myself to anyone. I ran straight for the castle's main entrance, then down into the depths I remembered from my previous infiltrations. But the lower levels had been transformed since my last visit. Walls were cracked and broken, as if some tremendous force had torn through the ancient stones. Scorch marks painted the corridors, and the air still held the acrid smell of magical combat. At the end of one particularly damaged hallway, I found a gaping hole in the floor that led down into darkness. The edges of the opening were smooth, as if the stone had been melted rather than broken. I lowered myself through carefully, dropping into whatever lay beneath. The cavern I found myself in was clearly natural, though it had been shaped by forces I couldn't begin to understand. Crystalline formations jutted from the walls, catching and reflecting the dim light that filtered down from above. But at the center of the space, where logic suggested there should be water, was nothing but empty stone. Princess Rissa sat beside the dry basin, her knees drawn up to her chest, staring at the place where a spring had once been. Her dress was torn and stained, her hair matted with sweat and dirt, but she was alive. That was something, at least. Rissa. My voice cracked as I spoke her name, betraying more emotion than I'd intended. The princess looked up at me with eyes red from crying. She'd been through hell during her captivity, but I could see that this was different. This wasn't the trauma of imprisonment. This was grief. Theilen, she whispered, I'm so sorry. The words hit me like a physical blow. She was apologizing, which meant she knew. She'd been here. She'd seen what happened. Where is she? I demanded, though I already knew the answer would destroy me. Rissa struggled to her feet, her legs still unsteady from whatever the Fae had done to her during her captivity. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible. She's gone. The simple words hung in the air between us like a death sentence. I'd known on some level from the moment the magic died, but hearing it confirmed was different. It made it real in a way that my fears and certainties couldn't. Tell me what happened, I said, sinking to my knees beside the empty spring. Tell me everything. Rissa took a shuddering breath and sat back down, as if the effort of standing had exhausted her. She came for me, her and Gwenny. They broke me out of my cell, but her voice caught. Gwenny didn't make it. One of the Fae killed her during our escape. Gwenny. The brave, reckless barmaid who'd risked everything to help us. Another loss, another price paid for our victory. Go on, I said quietly. Vaeda brought me here, to this spring. It was wrong, Theilen. Corrupted by Fae magic, glowing with this awful light. That's what they'd been using to power their enchantments, to project their influence across the battlefield. I could picture it. Vaeda standing before a source of otherworldly power, knowing what she had to do, but understanding the cost. There was someone else here, Rissa continued. One of the Fates. Isa, Vaeda called her. They spoke, but I couldn't understand most of it. Something about balance, about the price that had to be paid. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Then, Vaeda, she pulled out this stone, black as midnight, but somehow I could feel the power radiating from it, even from where I stood. She stepped into the spring, Rissa said, and her voice broke completely. The moment the stone touched the water, everything went dark. Not just here, everywhere. I could feel it spreading outward, like a wave rushing across the land. And when the darkness passed, she was gone, I finished. Both of them. Vaeda and the Fate. The spring was dry, just like this, and all the magic. She gestured helplessly at the empty basin. It's all gone, isn't it? Not just the Fae power, but everything. I nodded numbly. The shadow mages can't cast spells anymore. Whatever she did, it didn't just stop the Fae. It ended magic entirely in the mortal realm. I think she was taken back, Rissa said quietly. Back to wherever the Fates live. Isa said something about her memories. about this life being over, but thinking of what could have been. I think, I think she's alive, but she won't remember any of this. The cruelest possible fate. Death would have been kinder. At least then I could have mourned her properly, could have held on to the knowledge that our love had been real and meaningful. But this, she won't remember me, I said, and the words felt like swallowing glass. She won't remember why she left the Isles or what she found here. She won't remember choosing the mortal realm over her immortal life. I'm sorry, Rissa whispered. She saved us all, but the cost. I reached out and touched the smooth stone where water had once flowed. This was where it had all started, with Rorik's death and the magical corruption that followed. And this was where it had ended, with Vaeda sacrificing not just her life but her very self to set things right. The balance was restored. The war was over. The realm was safe. But the woman I loved was gone, returned to a life she desperately wanted to escape, with no memory of why she'd left or what she'd found in the mortal world. Somewhere in the Videri Isles, she was probably sitting in the Great Hall, performing her duties as a Fateborne, wondering why she felt so empty inside. She'd never know that she'd been a hero. She'd never know that she'd saved countless lives. She'd never know that someone in the mortal realm would carry the memory of her love until his dying day. Theilen, Rissa's voice was gentle, careful. What will you do now? I stared at the empty spring, at the place where Vaeda had made her final choice. Above us, I could hear the distant sounds of a kingdom trying to rebuild itself. People would need leadership, guidance, hope for the future. There were bodies to bury, families to comfort, cities to repair. The world would go on, as it always did. But for me, something fundamental had ended here in this cavern. I don't know, I said finally, and the words echoed in the dry stone chamber like a prayer without an answer. Chapter 36. Theilen. The climb out of the castle dungeons felt like ascending from a grave. Each step up those ancient stone stairs carried me further from the place where Vaeda had made her final sacrifice. But I couldn't escape the weight of what I'd learned. She was gone, not dead, but erased in a way that felt infinitely crueler. When I finally emerged into the castle's main hall, the chaos hit me like a physical blow. Servants ran through the corridors, carrying whatever valuables they could salvage, while guards tried to restore some semblance of order. The Fey occupation had ended, but its aftermath was everywhere. There was broken furniture, scorch marks on the walls, the lingering smell of otherworldly magic that would probably never fully fade. I moved through it all like a sleepwalker, barely registering the activity around me. Someone called my name, one of the guards perhaps, or maybe a surviving member of our army, but I didn't respond. Nothing they could say would matter. Nothing anyone could say would bring her back. The castle courtyard was worse. Bodies lay scattered across the stones where the final confrontation had taken place. Some were Fey, their pale forms already beginning to fade now that their magic was gone. Others were human, guards who had tried to defend their posts, servants caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I should have felt something. Relief that the occupation was over, grief for the innocent dead, satisfaction that justice had been served. Instead, I felt hollow, as if the part of me capable of such emotions had been carved away with surgical precision. Gladys was waiting for me beyond the gates, her golden eyes filled with concern. She approached slowly, as if sensing that any sudden movement might shatter what little composure I had left. When she reached me, she lowered her great head and pressed her snout gently against my shoulder. It was the same gesture she'd used to comfort me when I was a child, newly orphaned and lost in the mountains. She's gone, girl, I said quietly, running my hand along the warm scales of her neck. Really gone this time. The dragon made a soft rumbling sound deep in her throat, a note of sympathy that touched something in my chest. Gladys had loved Vaeda too, in her own way. I'd seen them together, the dragon's protective instincts extending to this strange, powerful woman who'd somehow become part of our small family. Gladys had carried Vaeda through battles, had trusted her with my safety, had even seemed to understand the depth of what we meant to each other. Now she was offering what comfort she could for a loss that affected us both. We walked through the streets of Farascott together, dragon and rider moving at the pace of mourners. The city was in ruins. Buildings that had stood for centuries lay collapsed or burning. The market square where Vaeda and I had once bought supplies was now a crater filled with rubble. The inn, where we'd stayed during her time before Princess Elodie, was nothing but a blackened shell. Everywhere I looked, I saw reminders of her. The dress shop where she'd been fitted for ball gowns, the alley where we'd been attacked by the Fae, the castle walls where she'd used her powers for the first time, back when neither of us understood what she was truly capable of. People moved through the destruction like ghosts. Some were celebrating. The war was over, the Fae were defeated, the realm was safe. Others mourned friends and family lost in the fighting. A few simply sat in the ruins of their homes, staring at nothing, overwhelmed by the scope of the devastation. I envied them all. At least they could feel something. Near what had once been the Red Quarter, I encountered a group of mountain elves tending to their wounded. They looked up as Gladys and I approached, recognition dawning in their eyes. One of them, a grizzled veteran I remembered from the battle, raised his hand in salute. "Well fought, Dragon Rider," he said. "The realm owes you a debt." I nodded absently and kept walking. The realm owed me nothing. If anything, I owed the realm an apology. We'd saved it, yes, but at such a cost. Vaeda's sacrifice, Gwenny's death, the complete erasure of magic from the mortal world. Was any kingdom worth that price? But even as the thought crossed my mind, I knew Vaeda would have said yes. She'd believed in the mortal realm, in its people and their capacity for good. She'd chosen to save it not once, but repeatedly, each time giving up a little more of herself until, finally, there was nothing left to give. Gladys nudged me gently, bringing me back to the present. We'd stopped walking without my realizing it, and I found myself standing in the ruins of a small cottage that had probably housed a family of craftsmen. The roof had caved in, but the garden behind the house was still intact. Rows of vegetables and herbs that would feed no one now. "She knew," I said suddenly, the words surprising me with their clarity. "That last night before the battle, when we talked about what we'd do after the war was over. She looked so sad, Gladys. Like she was already saying goodbye." The memory hit me with unexpected force. Vaeda lying beside me in the darkness, her voice soft as she described the simple life we'd dreamed of together. A cottage by the sea, quiet mornings, ordinary love. But there had been something in her eyes, a finality that I'd attributed to pre-battle nerves. Now I understood. She'd already known how this would end, known that she would have to sacrifice not just her life, but her very identity to restore the balance. And she'd fought anyway, smiled anyway, loved me anyway, carrying that terrible knowledge alone because she hadn't wanted to burden me with it. A tear slipped down my cheek before I could stop it. I wiped it away quickly, angry at myself for the display of weakness. But Gladys saw, and her rumbling grew deeper, more concerned. "I'm all right," I lied, then looked up at her golden eyes. "Do you like water, girl? Could you get us to the northern kingdoms?" The dragon tilted her head, clearly puzzled by the question. We'd always been mountain dwellers, preferring the high peaks and rocky crags to the coastal regions. But something in my tone must have conveyed the seriousness of the request, because she didn't object. "There's nothing left for me here," I continued, gesturing at the ruined city around us. "Everywhere I look, I see her. Every street, every building, every face in the crowd. It all reminds me of what we lost." Gladys made a questioning sound, and I realized I owed her a better explanation. "If the last thing we had dreamt of was a simple life together," I said slowly, working through the idea as I spoke, "then maybe I can live it for both of us. Find that cottage by the sea, grow old in peace, remember her the way she was meant to be remembered." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something, a purpose, however small, to carry me forward when everything else felt meaningless. Gladys considered this for a long moment, then lowered herself to the ground in clear invitation. I climbed onto her back, settling into the familiar grooves between her shoulder blades. She'd carried me through so many adventures, so many battles, so many moments of triumph and despair. Now she would carry me away from all of it, toward whatever came next. We rose slowly into the air, Farascott spreading out beneath us like a map of destruction. From this height, I could see the full scope of what the war had cost. Entire districts reduced to rubble. Fields burned black, roads choked with refugees still fleeing the devastation. But in the distance, something else caught my eye. Banners on the horizon, moving in organized formations toward the capital. Barren fall colors, the deep blues and silvers of the southern kingdom. And behind them, more banners, the crimson and gold of Caligo. Reinforcements, allies coming to help fight a war that was already over. I shook my head sadly, imagining their disappointment when they arrived to find nothing but ruins and corpses. They'd come to save Greenbridge, but Greenbridge as we'd known it was gone. The kingdom might rebuild, might even flourish again someday, but it would be something entirely new. The old Greenbridge had died with its magic, sacrificed on the altar of balance and peace. Like Vaeda herself, the person she'd been was gone. Even if something that looked like her still existed somewhere in the Videri Isles. The woman who'd loved me, who'd chosen the mortal realm over immortality, who'd fought so hard to save people she barely knew, that Vaeda was no more. Everything had changed. The realm was safe, but transformed beyond recognition. Magic was gone, the old certainties shattered, the future uncertain. And I was flying toward a new life, carrying the memory of a love that had changed everything and cost everything in return. Chapter 37. Theilen. I couldn't tell you how long we flew. Days blurred into weeks, the sun rising and setting in an endless cycle as Gladys carried us ever northward. Sometimes we'd lanch, rest, and hunt, sleeping under unfamiliar stars before taking to the skies again. But mostly I just held on, letting the rhythm of her wing beats carry me away from everything I'd known. My hair had grown long enough to whip across my face in the wind. Gladys had grown leaner from the journey, her powerful frame honed by the constant flying. We'd crossed mountain ranges and forests, rivers and valleys, leaving the war-torn south far behind. Neither of us spoke of our destination. We simply flew toward whatever lay ahead. It was the smell that told me we'd arrived. Salt, clean and sharp, and utterly unlike anything I'd breathed in months. The air here was different, free of smoke and blood, and the lingering taint of magic gone wrong. As we descended through the clouds, I saw the coastline spreading out below us, all pristine beaches and hidden coves and small harbors dotted with fishing boats. The village was exactly as Vaeda had described it during that last night we'd spent together. Simple wooden houses clustered around a natural harbor, their weathered walls speaking of generations spent wresting a living from the sea. Fishing nets hung drying in the sun, and the docks bustled with the quiet industry of people who knew their work and took pride in it. Children played in the streets, their laughter carrying on the salt breeze. An old man mended nets in his doorway, his fingers moving with the practiced ease of decades of experience. Women carried baskets of fish from the boats to the market stalls, calling greetings to neighbors as they passed. It was peaceful in a way I'd almost forgotten was possible. No armies, no politics, no desperate battles for survival. Just ordinary people living ordinary lives, finding joy in simple things. But as beautiful as the village was, it wasn't what I was looking for. It was too settled, too civilized. The dream Vaeda and I had shared had been smaller, more intimate. A place where two people could disappear from the world entirely, and where love could grow in quiet solitude. Gladys landed on the beach beyond the village, and I slid down from her back, with legs that felt strange and unsteady after so long in the air. She settled onto the sand with a contented rumble, finally able to rest properly after our marathon journey. "Stay here, girl," I said, running my hand along her neck. "I need to look around." She made a questioning sound, but didn't protest when I walked away. Perhaps she understood that this was something I needed to do alone. I followed the coastline north of the village, searching for the perfect spot. The dream had been specific: a clearing in the woods near the water, sheltered but not hidden, peaceful but not isolated. A place where we could build something simple and beautiful, where we could wake each morning to the sound of waves and fall asleep each night counting stars. The sun was beginning to set when I found it. A small cove tucked between two rocky headlands, accessible only by a narrow path through the trees. The water was crystal clear, so transparent I could see fish swimming near the bottom. Tall pines provided shelter from the wind, while still allowing views of the sea. Wildflowers grew in the clearings between the trees, blues and purples and yellows, that would have made Vaeda smile. "This is it," I whispered to myself. "This is what we dreamed of." For a moment, I could almost see it. The cottage we would have built, the garden we would have planted, the simple life we would have shared. If things had been different, if the war had ended another way, if she hadn't been forced to make that terrible sacrifice. Movement by the water's edge caught my eye. Someone was standing in the shallows, a fishing line cast into the deeper water. From this distance, I could only make out a slender figure in simple clothes, but something about the way she moved, the graceful economy of her gestures. My heart stopped. It couldn't be. I was imagining things, seeing what I wanted to see, because the grief was finally driving me mad. There was no way she could be here, no possible explanation for her presence in this exact spot, the very place we'd dreamed of finding together. But as I moved closer, hidden by the trees, the impossible became undeniable. Vaeda stood knee-deep in the gentle surf, her hair loose around her shoulders, her face peaceful in a way I'd never seen before. She wore simple clothes, a worn tunic and practical leggings that spoke of a life far removed from palaces and politics. No shadow magic writhed around her feet, no weight of destiny pressed down on her shoulders. She looked younger somehow, unburdened by the terrible choices that had defined her life in the mortal realm. She looked exactly as she had in my dreams. For a long moment, I simply watched her, afraid that any movement would shatter the vision. But this was real. She was real. Somehow, impossibly, she was here. Joy exploded through my chest, overwhelming and pure. Without thinking, I burst from the tree line and ran toward her, her name tearing from my throat like a battle cry. "Vaeda!" She reacted instantly. One moment she was a peaceful fisherwoman, enjoying a quiet evening by the water. The next, she was a trained fighter responding to an unknown threat. She spun toward me with fluid grace, and before I could even process what was happening, the world tilted sideways. My back hit the sand hard enough to drive the breath from my lungs. The rounded end of her fishing hook pressed against my throat, not quite breaking the skin, but carrying the unmistakable promise of violence. Her eyes, those beautiful dark eyes I'd dreamed about for weeks, stared down at me with absolutely no recognition. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice carrying the same musical quality I remembered, but none of the warmth. The words hit me like a physical blow. "It's me," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Theilen." She repeated the name slowly, as if testing how it felt in her mouth. Theilen. No spark of recognition, no sudden flood of recovered memory, just careful pronunciation of a foreign word. "And how do you know my name?" she asked, pressing the hook a fraction deeper. My heart sank into my boots. The hope that had carried me across half a continent crumbled like ancient parchment. She truly didn't remember. Not my name, not my face, not the love we'd shared or the dreams we'd built together. "Do you really not remember?" I asked, unable to keep the desperation out of my voice. Her expression hardened. "Remember what? Who are you? What do you want?" Before I could answer, a familiar snort echoed across the water. Veda's head snapped toward the sound, her grip on the fishing hook tightening. Gladys was approaching, her massive form visible against the evening sky. "It's a dragon," Vaeda said more to herself than to me. Her eyes narrowed as she looked back down at my face. Something flickered in her expression then. Not recognition exactly, but a strange sense of familiarity that had slipped out without her conscious permission. "You know dragons," I said carefully, hope stirring in my chest despite everything. Her jaw tightened. "I know they're dangerous, and I know people who associate with them usually are too." She glanced toward Gladys, who was circling lower now. "What do you want, Dragon Man?" "I want to talk to you, to explain—" "Explain what?" Her voice carried an edge of suspicion that was achingly familiar. How you know my name? Why you came looking for me? What you're really after? I'm not after anything, I said, then winced at how unconvincing that sounded. I mean, I came here looking for you, yes, but not to hurt you or take anything from you. Everyone wants something, she said flatly. So, what is it? Information? Money? Are you working for someone? The questions hit me like physical blows. This was Vaeda, but it was also a stranger, someone who had learned to trust no one, to assume the worst of everyone she met. What had her life been like since she'd lost her memories? How alone had she been? I'm not working for anyone, I said quietly. I came here because… How could I possibly explain? Because I was looking for someone I cared about. Someone I thought I'd lost forever. She stared down at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. And you think I'm this person? I know you are. Based on what? A name? A face? Her grip on the fishing hook tightened. You could be lying. You could be anyone. You're right, I admitted. You have no reason to trust me. But if you'll let me up, if you'll give me a chance to explain, maybe I can prove to you that I'm telling the truth. Gladys landed on the beach nearby with a ground-shaking thud, and Veda's attention snapped to her. I could see the calculation in her eyes. One person she might be able to handle, but a dragon changed the odds considerably. Your dragon better not try anything, she warned, the hook pressing just hard enough to draw a drop of blood. She won't hurt you, I said quickly. She's protective of me, but she won't attack unless you threaten me first. Like I'm threatening you now? Are you? Going to hurt me, I mean? Something shifted in her expression, a moment of uncertainty as if she was asking herself the same question. That depends on what you want from me, Dragon Man.
Chapter 38. Vaeda. There was something about his face that made my chest tight with an emotion I couldn't name. I studied him carefully, this stranger who knew my name, who'd come looking for me with such desperate hope in his eyes. The sharp line of his jaw, the way his dark hair fell across his forehead, the particular shade of brown in his eyes. All of it felt familiar in a way that made no sense. I knew things. Somehow, impossibly, I knew how to speak and how to fight and how to survive in this world. I could catch fish and find shelter and defend myself with deadly precision. But I had no memories of learning any of it, no recollection of a life that had taught me these skills. My existence began the day I'd opened my eyes on this beach, as if I'd been born fully formed from the sea foam. But this man, this dragon man, he felt different. When he looked at me, I could see recognition there, deep and painful and real. He knew me, not just my name, but me, in a way that made something ache behind my ribs. "You're going to answer my questions," I said, pressing the fishing hook a little firmer against his throat. "Starting with how you know me." He swallowed hard and I felt the movement against the metal. "It's complicated." "Then uncomplicate it." For a long moment, he just stared up at me, his expression cycling through emotions I couldn't read. Pain, longing, something that might have been grief. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with feeling. "We knew each other. Before we…" He stopped, shook his head. "This is going to sound insane. Try me." "You lost your memories," he said quietly. "It was the price you paid to save everyone, to end a war and restore balance. You sacrificed yourself, not your life, but yourself, to keep the realm safe." The words washed over me like cold water. War, balance, sacrifice. None of it meant anything to me. But the way he said it, the anguish in his voice when he spoke of my sacrifice. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, but something inside me shivered at his words. "I know." His eyes closed briefly, and when they opened again, they were bright with unshed tears. "I know you don't remember. That's the whole point. That's what makes it so cruel." He tried to sit up and I let him, though I kept the hook ready. He looked broken in a way that made my heart clench unexpectedly. This man, whoever he was genuinely suffering, And somehow, that suffering was connected to me. "What do you want with me?" I asked, and I was surprised by how gentle my voice had become. "Everything." The word hit me like a physical blow. He snapped his gaze up to meet mine, and the intensity there made my heart stop beating for a terrifying moment. I'd never seen anyone look at another person the way he was looking at me, like I was the sun and moon and stars all rolled into one impossible miracle. "I want a lifetime with you, Vaeda," he continued, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. "You may not remember me, but that's okay. We'll get back to where we were. I'll spend every day of the rest of my life trying to win you back over, because I can't imagine a life without you." The fishing hook trembled in my hand. This was too much, too intense, too overwhelming. How could a stranger speak to me with such devastating certainty? How could he claim to love someone who didn't even remember him? "Whether we're fighting wars or wielding shadows or riding dragons," he continued, rising to his feet with slow, careful movements, "I will be by your side. I still choose you. Over and over, I will always choose you. There is nothing in this universe that can keep us apart." I stared at him, my mouth dry, my heart hammering against my ribs. The fishing hook hung loose in my grip, forgotten. Something about his words resonated in a place deeper than memory, deeper than conscious thought, as if my very soul recognized the truth in what he was saying, even if my mind couldn't grasp it. I started, then stopped, not knowing what to say. How did you respond to someone declaring their eternal love when you couldn't even remember your own past? He must have seen my panic, because he chuckled softly and ran a hand through his hair. "Sorry. I realize that probably feels like I'm coming on pretty strong. But will you give me a chance?" I hesitated, torn between the inexplicable pull I felt toward him and the rational voice in my head that screamed, this was dangerous. Trusting strangers was how people got hurt. Trusting strangers who claimed to love you was how people got killed. But when I looked at him, really looked at him, I didn't see a threat. I saw someone who was in pain, someone who had lost something precious and was desperately hoping to find it again. "Did you say wielding shadows?" I asked, latching on to the one detail that had sparked something in my memory. Not a real memory, exactly, but a feeling. As if the word shadows meant something important, something that belonged to me. His smile transformed his entire face, lighting up his features in a way that made my chest flutter with warmth. "Oh, Vaeda," he said, and the way he spoke my name was like a caress. "You won't believe the stories I've got for you." He held out his hand, palm up, waiting. Not demanding, not pressuring, just offering. "What do you say? Mind if I stay around?" I stared at his hand for a long moment, my heart doing strange, fluttery things in my chest. Every instinct I had told me this was a risk. I didn't know him, didn't remember him, had no reason to trust him beyond the fact that something deep inside me wanted to. But maybe that was enough. Maybe sometimes you had to take a leap of faith, even when you couldn't see where you'd land. Slowly, carefully, I reached out and placed my hand in his. The moment our skin touched, something electric shot through me. Not magic. I would have recognized magic somehow, but something just as powerful. Connection. Recognition on a level that bypassed conscious thought entirely. His fingers closed around mine, warm and gentle and sure, and for the first time since I'd woken up on this beach, I felt like I wasn't completely alone in the world. "Well," I said, surprised by the shakiness in my own voice, "I haven't killed you yet. Maybe let's take it one day at a time and see what fate has in store for us." His laugh was pure joy, bright and warm and infectious. One day at a time sounds perfect. As he helped me to my feet, I caught sight of the dragon, Gladys he'd called her, watching us with what could only be described as approval. And for reasons I couldn't explain, that felt right too. as if dragons and shadows and wars and love were all part of some larger story that I'd forgotten, but might, with time and patience, learn to remember again. Or maybe I'd learn to write a new story entirely. I'd spent my entire conscious existence believing in chance and survival. But standing here with his hand in mine, I was starting to think that maybe fate had better plans than I'd given it credit for. This has been War of the Fates, Fateborne Trilogy, Book 3. Written by A.R. Colbert. Copyright 2025 by A.R. Colbert.